My great pleasure and honor to welcome all of you here at our conference in honor of Professor Sousedík's 19th birthday. I won't talk long. I think it would be impossible to express in short words the importance of Professor Sousedík's work in the Czech Republic. I think he's presently the only Czech philosopher who not only has pupils, but also I think he initiated kind of school of thought and even launched a certain project. And this conference is meant to reflect upon and discuss his lifelong philosophical project, which is composed, as it were, of three aspects or three parts, which are reflected in the 3 days of our conference, three topics: second, Scholasticism, Analytical, Metaphysics, and Christian Apologetics. And this conference is a kind of spiritual gift of the pupils of Professor Sousedík to him. So I hope he will enjoy it, but because Professor Sousedík is an Aristotelian, and Aristotelians don't appreciate just spirit, but also matter. So it seemed fitting to accompany this spiritual gift also with something material. So I would like to present to Professor Sousedík some little material gift or thing, but I think that in certain cases even matter rises to the dignity of spirit, as you shall see. So also I have to excuse the main organizer and host of this conference, David Svoboda, who is not here because he has been tested positive yesterday. So it's kind of unfortunate circumstance, but I hope we will manage it even without him. And now I would like to ask the dean of this faculty for a few words.
Magno est mihi honorite, professor venerande, vosque femine eruditissime virique doctissimi in facultatis theologiae catholicae edes receptos consalutare. Nemo est, qui Stanislav Sousedík hoc conventu celebrari ignoret, magistrum sodalem que carum, emeritum facultatis nostre professorem, qui nuper 90 vitae annum complevit, quique nunc ipsi qui coram arsit, e corde et animo salutem dico, atque benedictionem magni cancellari facultatis nostre dominici sancte Romane ecclesiae cardinalis duca transmitto. Verbis utar vestra venia apertis. Magni momenti mihi fuisereor librum Stanislavi Sousedík ens et essentia introductio in lectionem sancti Thome Aquinatis in scriptum, cuius operis verba testimonio fuerunt artis summe eius, quid dicere velet probesciret, atque ad idem clare ac perspicue enunciandum valeret. Huius rei beneficio Philosophiam aliquid valde pulchrum esse intellexi, cuius auxilio doctrina quam cognoscere cupiebam mihi pate fieret, doctrina inquam talis quae essendi actum qui est similitudo divinae bonitatis attingit. Quam vis speculatio in eo libro proposita mihi a rebus valde abstracta videretur, eam prope solicite in me recipiebam, et enim eius ope Deum ut singularum entium actuque essendi causam et significatum querebam. Seculo preterito altera in annorum 90 parte professorem Sousedík mihi ut sodalem venerabilem coram cognoscere contigit, quocum in huius nostre facultatis edibus conveniebam. Vel serius desiderium eius cognovi, ut hec ipsa theologiae catholicae facultas locus fieret, ubi philosophia Christiana vivide, assidue, ingeniose coleretur. Cui optato ascensus eime, ut itasit omnia pro viribus et facere, et post hac facturum, coram omnibus policeor. Huius rei documento est hic quoque omnium gentium conventus, quem hodie inauguramus, quique de tribus egregi professoris tractat studiis, stilicet de Scholastica secunda, de Metaphysica Analytica, de Apologetica Christiana. Etiam atque etiam cunctos quoque hospites illustres saluto, vel in primis eos qui peregre venerunt. Ex animo gratias ago etiam is, qui hunc conventum apparaverunt, atque omnibus ut bene progrediatur curam acturis. Vobis denique singulis et cunctis opto, ut hic conventus vos ad vel maiora exhortetur, utilitatis quoque non nihil afferat, doctrinarum quasi semina spargat. Quod bonum Faustum Felix fortunatumque eveniat.
Spectabilis Domine Decane, carissime colleghe, carissimi colleghi. Spectabilis Dominus Adalbertus Novotny, Latinanos allocutus est lingua, eaque elegantissima. Liceat et mihi eadem lingua uti. Brevissimus vero esse volo. Animus est enim solum gratum me praebere, et ut res vestre succedant ex optare. Gratias igitur in primis per solvo spectabili Domino Decano Adalberto, Philosophiae Amatori, et huius symposii protectori seduo. Non minoribus vero gratiis obstrictus sum meis, olim discipulis, nunc vero collegis carissimis, qui ad hoc, ut symposium hoc factum sit, maxime atulerunt. Gratias de inceps confero oratoribus doctissimis, qui Domino Luce Novak, qui huius symposii processum introduxerunt, et laudes sua me aut dignum honoraverunt. Gratias postremo ago vos omnibus, qui ex variis orbis terrarum regionibus convenisti, ut ad felicem progressum huius symposii excelsauro sapientiae vestre aliquid contribuatis. Utinam Deo falente con symposium nostrum ad ulteriorem progressum sane philosophiae et ad theologiam Christianam eius oper renovandam quam maxime auferat. Dixi.
Thank you, Professor Sousedík, for your words. I am not so good at Latin, so I will keep my rather rusty English. It's time now to just a few organizational informations. Whoever wished to express his wishes or congratulations to Professor Sousedík in writing, there on this table lies a book, a Liber Gratulatorius, where you can write down your wishes for Professor Sousedík, and we will present him that book at the end of the conference. Also, the online participants can email me their wishes, and I will write them down for them. As I have already indicated, my email, it's also on the website. Also, on the other table, there are some examples of the journal Studia Neo-Aristotelica, which Professor Sousedík founded, and it's now kind of single international journal devoted to analytical metaphysics in connection with second scholasticism. So you can not only have a look at the issues, but if you like some issue, you can keep it. So this is this point, and now I think I can invite our first keynote speaker, Jakob Schmutz, who will present his talk on the topic of objective precision, the key to early modern scholastic ontology. I think I don't need to introduce Jakob Schmutz, everybody knows him, a fount of knowledge and information, so the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for your kind words, and good morning, Professor Sousedík. It's a great pleasure and also a certain moment of emotion. Although I'm not a historical member of this group, I want to highlight the fact that in my early career, this group and your authority was one of the few voices that helped me being confident that what I was doing was in a certain way interesting. There were it was quite surprising that you had to cross the Šumava, the Bohemian forest, to find people who are philosophically interested in early modern scholasticism. And I wish to also actually say that I'm very happy to see another number of familiar faces of other people who were equally important for me, like Paul Richard and Ulrich. And I remember a very nice seminar we had also in Regensburg with Professor Sousedík and with Daniel back in the days. So I'm also very humbled to be given the opportunity to open this conference. I'm very happy to do this with the first section on the history of second scholasticism, which is about the only pretension I have to be a historian of philosophy. And as you will see, the rather operatic conclusion of my talk will probably not qualify me for an analytical metaphysician, okay? But we can discuss this later. So what I have chosen today as a topic is the concept of precisio objectiva, objective precision, undertitled A Key to the Significance of the Baroque Scholastics. Some of you might recognize the little hint in this title to a 1947 PhD dissertation by an American Franciscan, Sebastian Day, who had written one of the very first books on intuitive cognition in late medieval philosophy in the St. Bonaventure Franciscan Institute series, and was the school of Philotenus Berner, which contributed considerably in North American and Anglophone scholarship to a new appraisal of nominalism away from the classical neo-Thomist narrative. And I believe that we can start a similar work on a very obscure concept which has not really been under the radar of historians of philosophy so far, namely that of praecesio objectiva. Now, let's immediately start with a very basic, intuitive explanation of what precision exactly is. I will start with a very simple example, a visual example, and not one of these complicated theological or metaphysical examples the infolios are full of. And I will be inspired here by a Bavarian canon, Eusebius Amort, who has written a very comprehensive textbook of philosophy in 1730, which was widely used in Enlightenment Europe still. Let us take a square which is made out of bricks. That's a classical case of helomorphism. We have a form and we have matter. Now, if I only think about the square, so if I take the bricks away, I do what we all know, namely an operation of abstraction. We separate form from matter. That is Thomistic Metaphysics 101. Every undergraduate student should know that, although they do not nowadays. Now, that everybody knows. Now, that was not really the thing people in the 17th and 18th century were really interested in. That was the big medieval debate. The early modern debate can be exemplified with also a square, and with a specific form of operation, which we will call precision. We will separate it into two triangles. And that is precisely what is called praecesio. Now, common authorities coming from medieval philosophy were very often used to justify this operation. A quote from the Arabic philosopher, but who was actually a Latin philosopher, because we have lost most of the Arabic and his influence was mainly in the West, Averroes, said, potest intellectus divisa adunare et adunata dividere. So the intellect has the power to divide things that are not divided and to unite things that are divided. That is a quote that was used because it works as well for abstraction as it does work for precision. Now, the big debate I'm going to talk about today is basically what makes this second operation possible. What makes it possible? And to understand this, we have first of all to think about the difference between both operations. The difference between both operations is quite straightforward. In the first case, in the case of abstraction, once the process of abstraction is made, I still have a square. Here I have a square in matter, and here I have a square in the mind. I have the form of the square. In the case of precision, I also have a mental operation that divides something which is united, but I don't have a square anymore. I now have two triangles, and the square seems to have disappeared. So that is the key difference, and this is why also the term of precision will impose itself. We are not really abstracting form from matter, but we are actually precising something. We are sharpening something, or even better, as you will see in a minute, we are cutting something off. Prescindere means cutting. Now, why do we not call this abstraction? Oh, sorry, no. Why praecesio and not just abstractio? This was, sorry, I was confused with my slides. Because of the etymology, and as I said, I can use here a quote from one of your heroes from today, a Premonstratensian from Prague, who devotes several dozens of pages to the topic in one of his dissertations at the Seminary of Prague in 1725. he says, precisio idem est quod scisio. This is precisely why we call it precision. It is something like cutting off, like cutting a square into two triangles. And basically, you will always find this vocabulary, cutting off or excluding something. Prescindere was, in the 17th century, received in Anglophone scholasticism with the verb to prescind, which is not really used anymore today. In France, you will find many occurrences of prescinder, especially among, well, not so much Descartes because he wrote in Latin, but in people like Bossuet, Malebranche, and others, and it is very often completely not noticed by the specialists who, of course, are unaware of this vocabulary. In English, you will find it in Hume, you'll find it in John Locke, and equally, most commentators are not really aware of the origin of this term, which really hints to a very big debate. I think in German, we don't have anything that has. I have tried to look in sort of German, Latin, scholastic philosophy, but I would be very happy to know if any of you, of the German speakers, has found anything. And that is the difference between, the semantic difference between abstraction, where the connotation is more this idea of undressing, purifying. If you look at all the medieval names that were used, abstrahere, denudare, depurare, spoliare, and so on. And a second marker of difference to introduce this whole problematic is the scholastic game of oppositions. Precision is not opposed to the opposite of abstraction, but it is opposed to confusion. I could say that I had a confused triangle. I had confused triangles in the triangles in the square. Whereas, as you know, abstraction was classically opposed to concretion or concretio. Abstract things are opposed to concrete things. So we have a new duality of concepts who is really threading into the foreground of early modern theories of knowledge and scholastic philosophy. Just a few words why the question of abstraction was not really the key question for them, and then I will make a similar demonstration about how the question of precision builds up. Now, if we look at the medieval vocabulary of abstraction, it was initially developed with perhaps a very different purpose. If we look at the medieval classification of different forms of abstractions, you will find quite classical scheme of types of abstraction, which are all, in a certain way, were all an attempt to make sense of the Aristotelian division of theoretical sciences. Let us first look at the first division between real abstraction and rational abstraction. So that is what we usually properly call abstraction. It's the abstraction that comes from the mind who makes an operation. Some authors will talk also about real abstraction, which should be more exactly be called separatio, separation. Now, rational abstraction, the abstraction that comes from the mind, is then commonly divided into abstraction of the form from the matter. That's the example of my square with bricks. And that can be about substantial forms or accidental forms. So either forms that make the compound exist or accidental forms such as, for instance, quantity or quality. And we have the abstraction of the universal from the particular as a second type of abstraction. Now, these different types of abstraction actually are the justification of the division of theoretical sciences. Basically, that is the object of natural theology. It's the separate substances that are always really abstract, those things that are not in matter, like God, the angels, and perhaps the soul. Then we have the substantial form, that is metaphysical abstraction, properly speaking. Then the accidental form, that is the mathematical abstraction, where I abstract, for instance, quantity from something. And then that is physics. Says Aquinas in particular, the abstraction of the universal from the particular, which will be the building block for theories of precision, was for medievals not at all thought in terms of that purpose. It was basically thought in terms to make physics possible. Aquinas says, the key texts are question 40 of the Summa, which is still often quoted in the second Scholasticism, and his long commentary on Boëtius, De Trinitate, where you have the classical division of the theoretical sciences of Aristotle's book 6 of the Metaphysics. Aquinas says, well, that abstraction is not a big issue about universals. That abstraction is basically there to make physics possible, because what does the physician look at, or the natural philosopher? Well, he looks not at this particular flesh, Lucas flesh, but at flesh in general. He looks at bones and flesh in general, and not at this specific particular flesh. And that's the abstractio physica. He doesn't look at this specific movement, but at movement in general. So that's the epistemological foundation of the Aristotelian, or at least so thought the medieval division of sciences. And then, of course, this explains why the De Anima becomes so important for medieval theories of abstraction, because this is where we have really the explanation how we separate form from matter through a very complex theory, which is not the topic of my talk today, basically from sensible species to the form in the mind. And this is why Avicenna's De Anima and Averroes's De Anima were so important for medieval theories of abstraction. So that is not what our authors are behind. Our authors will start from this type of abstraction, the abstraction of the universal from the particular, and develop that idea a bit further. Let us go back to our square once more. So we have here a square which I divide into two triangles. In the first case, I do not have any actual division into parts. You could say that you have a potential division into parts, but we don't have any actual division into parts. It's indivisum a parte re. And here, after precision, we have an actual division into parts. And as I said earlier, you could say here we have something like two confused triangles, and here we have two precise triangles. Now, what makes that possible? Well, the answer, there is no straightforward answer. Two answers will be given, and that will be the two big parties that you will find in 17th century and 18th century scholasticism fighting each other. The division can be founded either intrinsically on properties of the triangle, of the square itself. So the foundation of the possibility of this operation should be founded on intrinsic properties of the square itself. And in scholastic terms, we would talk about an intrinsic distinguishability, and that is what will enter history under the name of praecisio objectiva. And the second possibility would be to say that no, there is no such thing as a triangle here, because if there is a triangle here, you could equally predicate triangularity and squarity, or if that is English, of this figure. There is no triangle at all, and you can only distinguish it through an operation of the mind, so an extrinsic division, which will be called praecisio formalis. As a result, we have, as in abstraction, where we had two types of abstractions, at least the rational and the real, and the subdivision then between matter and form and universal in particular. So we had this dual system. We find the same dual system of scholastic division here, and I will precise this a bit later, but here let's make it simple for the moment. The early modern vocabulary of precision therefore distinguishes between formal precision, based on the operation of the mind, and objective precision, based on the object itself. Now, there was a huge debate, of course, given the strong authority of Aquinas after the Council of Trent and for all these people, whether something similar could be found in Aquinas. And we have discussed this topic at the conference on Pedro Hurtado de Mendoza in České Budějovice a few years ago, where a lot of papers were dedicated to these new readings of Aquinas, where on one hand one had to sort of cherish the authority of the angelic doctor, and on the other hand one had to say new things. And it is very interesting to see here a very philological debate among Jesuit and Franciscan and other scholars of the time, other scholastics of the time, whether you could find something similar in Aquinas. And Peinado, a Spanish Jesuit, slashes against all his contemporaries who tried to establish a Thomistic origin of this doctrine by saying, well, look at the text, there is no such thing as objective. There is precisio sometimes in a few texts of Aquinas, but you will never find anything like objective. So that is the problem, and the aim of the talk then will be to precise a bit this duality and explain how it works. Before doing that, I want to move to a second element of my talk, which is basically the historical aspect, which is not yet completely clear to my mind. Why did this problem suddenly appear, I would say, in the 1650s? We have testimonies earlier, but the problem really explodes in the 1650s. So it is a classical case of fashion first, conceptual fashion, but we have to explain how a fashion comes up. I want, first of all, to pay a tribute to the very few people who have actually so far discussed philosophically this problem. We have a number of pioneers, especially the late German historian of philosophy from Berlin, Wolfgang Hübner, in his studies on Leibniz, who has been basically the first to really show that you can understand most of Leibniz's metaphysics and ontology by looking at his way of reading the scholastic theories of praesisio objectiva, out of which grew the only dictionary article I know on this concept in the Historische Wörterbuch. Piero Divona has dedicated a long chapter on it in his book on Izquierdo, and coming now from Belgium, I have to mention a very weird Jesuit from Namur who wrote a very weird dissertation on Bergson in 1968, but where you already find a very clear-cut vision of the Confucianist school, so from Arriaga down to Losada. He was a Belgian Jesuit working in this very beautiful library in Namur, where we have a fantastic collection of early modern textbooks in pre-Google Book times. That's very important to mention, yeah, pre-Google Book times. I should add, of course, to this, and the familiar face here of some people reminds me my duty, a number of specific studies on specific intellectual contexts, such as the Dillinge Disputationes by Ulrich Leinsle mentions also the problem as a core topic. The thesis by Emanuel Bauer on Salzburg University also mentions it. And I could add a few other. Corrado Dollo in his monograph on Sicilian philosophy also mentions it. But it's not really, in those cases, it's basically just shown to be a major point of contention. Recently, so it's a very recent phenomenon, a number of scholars, some of which also are very much here, either intellectually or spiritually or in online, have been looking more precisely at this topic. So we see a little explosion. People linked to this Hübner school, his student Sven Knebel has made very strong claims, and I think adequate claims, about the importance of the topic, with quite interesting remarks. He says, Praecisio objectiva va Chefsache. So you would be really the boss if you can decide what's the correct theory of Praecisio objectiva is. And I think he's right by claiming that, as I will show you a bit later. And it is indeed, I can also only use his expression here, it is a Testfrage. It is really the test case. Once you have identified some, and that's basically my historical claim today, once you have identified somebody's take on Praecisio, basically you can write his or her whole philosophy. Yeah? So that's really, if you get the core, that's really getting into the core. Then we have a few monographs on specific figures. Daniel Haider has encountered the problem in his research on universals. And I wish also to highlight Klaus Andersen's work on the Scotist tradition, which was also an important element in that story. And last but not least, a very recent article by our friend and organizer Lukáš Novák, 50 pages, very dense articles, which really makes very clear the new sort of conceptual geography between confusion and precision in early modern scholasticism. I'm sure he will be happy to share this. Let's look at some testimonies, some of which are actually quite famous and have been quoted a few times since basically Hübner's first works, but I think it's important to remind them. We have Thomas Compton Carleton, who also comes from the Low Countries in Liège, English Jesuit, one of the finest thinkers. He calls the question of precisionis the Gordian knot of philosophy. And the most famous question of philosophy in the schools today, none has been more disputed with more arguments than this one, as if it was the Gordian knot from which depends the fate of philosophy. And as you know, a Gordian knot is something you cannot entangle, and maybe that's how my talk is going to end as well. The second famous quote that is very often mentioned is Leibniz, who mentions the existence of precision, objective precisions, as one of the typical cases of post-Tridentine conceptual innovations. He says, look at physical predetermination, middle knowledge, philosophical sin, objective precisions, and many other things. These are concepts that did not exist in medieval scholasticism and that are typically new to early modern scholasticism. I think it's an important claim to make, especially because that's what basically Professor Sousedík has always tried to make, to say that this is not a repetition, this is something really new, what is going on, and we should pay as much attention to Thomas Compton Carleton as to Aquinas or to other authors of the 13th century. The last case, I just want to cheer you up a bit, the last case showing how hot the topic was in the 17th century is my favorite example, which is not so much known. Imagine Descartes, and he has a soul separate from the body, so he can travel through the heavens. He was with the ghost of Mersenne, and he travels around the world and in the universe. This is a fictionary tale written by the Jesuit Gabriel Daniel, and he meets all sorts of people. They meet all sorts of people, right? And then they meet they come on a star very far away, and there they meet a grumpy old man. A grumpy old man who is Scotus, John Donne Scotus, yeah? There's a short discussion whether his soul had survived his body also, because, as you know, there was a big debate among Dominicans in particular whether Scotus was not a heretic and actually buried alive. So here he plays on this. And so they find this grumpy old man, and this grumpy old man is described as being a bit dirty and having all sorts of flies around him. And these flies are the formalities, right? They are the formalities. They're very small little beings, yeah? That fly around, basically. And then comes the big thing. Finally, they get in touch, Descartes, Mersenne, and Scotus. Scotus finally recognizes them as philosophers and says, oh, guys, You're philosophers, so please tell me what you think about objective precisions. So you see, that was, imagine, you meet Scotus in a cavern and the first thing he asks you is that. So that really shows you, nous ayant connus pour philosophes, il nous parut vouloir s'humaniser un peu et débuta par nous demander ce que nous pensions de l'universel a parte rei et si nous ne tenions pas pour les précisions objectives, if we were in favor or not of objective precisions. Scotists, of course, were all in favor of objective precisions, thinking that basically the fact that you can divide a triangle is rooted in objective properties of the square. So this is just a few examples to show you that in literature and in history, and so this thing was around. So it's really the hot topic, and that one is very talking, because you can imagine Scotus in the 17th century suddenly coming up, and his only obsession is to know your opinion on objective precisions. Now, let's continue and let's sharpen a bit the historical image. I will just formulate here an hypothesis about chronology and perhaps make one more tribute to Prague and Central European philosophy. If we look at the famous Suarez generation, basically, we don't have a clear-cut discussion about objective precision. We have no strong statements in the Toledo Conimbricensis and Suarez-Vasquez tradition, but we do have a very important debate about concept formation, universals, divine attributes, and the possibility of metaphysics. We have in particular, and a lot of things have been written about this, the distinction of formal concept and objective concept of being, for instance, which becomes perfectly topical. Then we have the neo-nominalist, the Nominaliste Reformatorum, the neo-nominalist teaching of Pedro Hurtado de Mendoza in Valladolid, and I can certainly track from that teaching the development of this problematic. And the first thorough discussion you find is here in Prague by a former student from Valladolid, namely our famous Rodrigo de Arriaga, who does not yet dedicate a specific dissertation or disputation to the topic, but the concept of precisio formalis and objectiva is very clearly identified, and he tries to make already a little history and really credits his master, Pedro Hurtado de Mendoza, for having raised the question in a new way. And it's also in his book that you find the first, I would say, typology of the different positions between Jesuits, nominalists, and Thomists. What happens afterwards is what I call a trench warfare. Basically a trench warfare among Jesuits, which unravels over like 20 years, where any Jesuit who had a bit of a brain would be summoned to give an opinion about objective precision. Specific books were published, 2 examples here. One had already been mentioned in pre-Google Book days by Hübener. It's a dissertation from Würzburg by Friedrich Staudenhecht, completely dedicated to this topic, and a lesser known, for instance, disputatio from a Jesuit in Zurich, who himself studied in Rome and from where he took a number of arguments, in Lucerne, sorry, Zurich was Protestant, in Lucerne, specifically dedicated to objective precisions. These are just some literary examples, and then, well, this list could go on forever, but this is really what I call Jesuit trench warfare. We have a great number of Jesuits arguing against objective precisions, where we basically find the whole Hurtado de Mendoza school and the whole Castilian school of Antonio Perez and so on. And that goes down all the way till the 18th century. And then we find a number of Jesuits who actually hold for the possibility of identifying in conglomerate objects these objective precisions, which allow us precisely to precise triangles from a square. So this is just a little map to show you how much the positions were divided. One last important thing to mention is that this is really Jesuit thing. The Scotists, whom we have seen earlier that they were very interested in that topic, as Duns Scotus was when he resuscitated in the 17th century, the Scotists all held specifically for the possibility of a real objective precisions, as did the Thomists in a more subtle way, what they will call later an intentional objective precisions. Now, who won the warfare? If we look back at my chronology, we see that in the 40s and in the 60s, the positions get really clearly identified. We also see that there's a very strong reception of the debate in France. The Archbishop Louis-Antoine de Noailles complains to Fénelon, who makes very subtle distinctions between whether God loves you first before he predestines you, or whether he first wills your goodness before thinking it. And the Archbishop of Paris says, leave this précision chimérique des nouveaux spirituels. And Fénelon, who has a firm scholastic training, knows that this is one of the big uses, that within God we need to distinguish between his will, his intellect, and so on. So we have a strong reception in France, and if you look at French scholastic courses of the time, you will find, as of the 1640s, even in secular circles, also similar distinction. Very probably, again, I think, due to the very strong influence of Arriaga in France. Never forget, Arriaga's first edition was in Antwerp, but all the other subsequent editions were printed in France and widely used in French colleges. In 1666, we find a Polish Jesuit celebrating the victory. Maybe it was only in Poland, but Jan Morawski from the College of Poznan says, listen guys, the war is over. The position of those who negate the possibility of objective precision has won. Est valde communis modo in praecipuis Italiae, Hispaniae, Germaniae universitatibus. In Italian, Spanish, and German universities, the negators of the objective precisions have won. And we can continue and go to those people that will be discussed later by Professor Leinsle, Theodor Schweiger, Premonstrement from Strachov here in Prague, uses the same argument by Morawski, saying that both the Jesuits in the Clementinum and we at Strachov now, and at the seminary, because he taught at the seminary, we hold for the same position. There is no such thing as objective precision. So we see a story unraveling basically over one long century. Let me go now to basically the last and third part of my talk, and let's try to understand why this question became so central. Well, it became so central because, if I use again Knebel's expression, it was really the test case for basically everything. Whether you admitted that you could distinguish within the square two potential triangles or the formalities of two triangles, or whether you held that this distinction was only an operation from the mind and that there was no such thing but a confused triangle in the square, well, you could basically give an answer to all these different things. To the theories of concept formation, whether having a concept is based, what's going on? Whether having a concept is based on objective fetches of the object you think of, or whether it is just a qualitative act of the mind. The theory of metaphysical degrees, which I shall show in a minute, which is basically the interpretation of the Porphyrian tree. The theories of universals, as Daniel has explained it, and that's why he also discussed the issue of praesisio objectiva. If you hold for the existence of universals a parte rei, of course you will be in favor of objective precisions. If you think universals are just abstractions of the mind, then you will of course hold for praesisio formalis. Theories of truth, if you think there is such a thing as independent, mind-independent truth, you will hold for praesisio formalis. If not, you will hold for praesisio objectiva, or you will hold for praesisio formalis. Theories of distinction between divine attributes, I just gave you the example of Fénelon, and finally the nature of metaphysics. the interesting thing is really that once you have seen what a specific author says about that, you can really guess what he will say about the rest. And so that is really the sort of new conceptual map, and this explains why the question was so disputed, and why, for instance, still in Prague in 1729, Schweiger starts his Zodiacus Philosophicus with the question of objective precisions, because once you had done that, you could also give answers to distinction between divine attributes. The classical case where it was discussed was what in the 17th century was known as the theory of metaphysical degrees, gradus metaphysici, in a Porphyrian tree. If we take this Porphyrian tree, you see basically these different levels. You all know this. Basically, humanity at the bottom, with rationality as its difference, and then animality, life, and so on. Now, the question is about the same as the one with the triangle, okay? The question is the same as with the triangle. If I try now to have a more precise look at my picture, I can look at humanity, but I can also look at animality. And I could potentially abstract, precise rationality from Peter or Adam here, but then Peter and Adam is a bit like the sheep here. Basically, I'm not left with a human being anymore, I'm left with an animal. And so again, the question is, what makes it possible to abstract or to precise this? And this is, again, a commentary very much on Aquinas, because that's the only example you find in Aquinas' text about this type of abstraction. Aquinas says, if you abstract the rational difference from man, then I have only an animal left in the mind, unlike the square, unlike this form of the square which I have in the mind if I abstract the bricks from it. So if we have that, we now have basically three schools on the distinction of these metaphysical degrees in the Porphyrian tree. You have first those who argue that, everybody argues that our mind is capable of making a formal precision, that our mind is capable of thinking rationality or animality or life and so on through a mental concept, and so making a formal precision. The debate now will be, what do I have to admit as in the tree? What do I have to admit in the tree? Now, the first school is that of the Scotists, which basically says that in the tree we have really distinct or non-identical formalities in the object, so that the different levels of the tree in a certain way correspond to different objective concepts, correspond to different formalities, and the key word is now different precisiones formales, objective, sorry. They correspond to different precisiones, and it is because we have these different precisiones that our mind can in a certain way know them. Okay, so we have a very classical case, typical mark of Scotist philosophy throughout the ages, very strong isomorphism between the structure of reality and the structure of conceptual thinking. Yeah, that was really, I would say, since the 14th century, a landmark of Scotism, is this very strong commitment to isomorphism. If we have different semantic concepts, it must correspond to a certain extent to different forms in the object. Hence the whole debate about formal distinction of universals and so on. The second position is that of the Thomists, who says, yes, there is actually only a real unity in the object, because we stitch to a strong Aristotelian ontology according to which basically the tree is an individual substance. And there is no such thing in reality as these different levels. And the Thomist keyword will be that we have real unity in the object, but it can be virtually distinguished by the operation of the mind. And here, there is such a thing as a precisio objectiva, as a correspondent to the precisio formalis, but it is not grounded in reality, but in the conceptual structure of things opposed to the dividing power of the mind. So they will talk in later books, in the second part of the 17th century, of an intentional objective precision. And this is a distinction you will find about everywhere between two ways of thinking objective concepts or objective precision, either as a parte rei or as being just intentionally. So that the distinction of degrees I see in a tree or in a man or in a human being is not grounded in extra-mental formalities that would exist a bit like the flies around the head of Scotus, but that it is grounded on a conceptual structure that is mind-dependent in the sense that it needs the mind to be known, but it is not itself a produce of the mind, okay? And of course the last school is the one that basically assumed that there is a real unity in the object, and that the only precisions you make come from the formal concepts of the mind. So the tree is basically a confused entity, and the way you look at it, well, will allow you to either look at it as being green, as being here or there, and if we look at the Porphyrian tree, well, you can look at it either as being living, as being animal, or as being human. And this is the nominalist position, which basically assumes that we have only formal precisions, and we cannot admit anything like neither a real structure of objective precisions nor an intentional or mental structure. Amort, once more, comes at the end of the story and summarizes really well this distinction by reminding us of something, namely that the concept of objectivity in early modern scholasticism was dual. Either it really designates extra-mental reality, or it actually mentions the intentional realm in a certain way, which needs the mind to be actualized and to be thought, but whose structure is in itself not mind-dependent, but which cannot be identified with anything completely extramental. So here we can have a more precise tree now of these precisions, the formal and the objective one. The objective one can thus be distinguished between objective precision, that basically of the Thomists, in esse objecti et denominative a cognizione, or in esse rei antecedenter ad operationem intellectus. That type of division is one you find in many of the textbooks. Just a few references here from the 17th to the 18th century. Eventually, and I'm almost finished, in the 18th century, we find a very interesting opposition and interesting names. I wish to first make sure to tell you that my talk is not sponsored by the Ayn Rand Institute, but we find here for the first time, to my knowledge, to my humble knowledge, the expression of objectivism. Objectiviste, opinio objectivistarum, you may have noticed it. And once more, it's fascinating. You find it mainly in the Central European context, so Prague, Würzburg, Poznan, and these places. Yeah? So these expressions, you will find two schools basically being opposed. The Schola Objectivistarum, basically those who hold for objective precisions, and the Schola Formalistarum, the formalists, those who really think that logic and theory of knowledge should only be the theory of the formal act of the mind. I will not here list the arguments that are used by all these schools. Most of them tend, of course, to be, like always in scholasticism, to be quite repetitive. One of the oldest arguments going back to Arriaga and to all these opponents of objective precisions would basically be that admitting objective precisions, such as triangles and squares being equal formalities in the same object, would eventually lead to the admission that contradictories could be true at the same time. That you could basically predicate animality and rationality of the same person, whereas Peter, if you abstract or precise rationality, would not have rationality and hence be an animal. The second argument is, of course, the ridiculing argument of the small entities flying around Scotus, namely that your ontology would be way too rich. So you would actually overpopulate, basically, the ontological realm, and this is how a Jesuit from Würzburg tries to close the whole debate by saying that if you follow the objectiviste, these people project their mental divisions on reality and by that construct mental idols and beings of reasons that actually do not exist in extramental reality. But that is the price you have to pay from isomorphism. If you think all your concepts correspond to something in reality, well, then you have to have, of course, a very, very rich ontology. You find, of course, a big number also of people in favor of objective precisions. One of the key arguments here used is theory of truth. If you want to guarantee the possibility of a correspondent theory of truth, you need to admit something like objective precision. A concept is true if and only if it has a correspondence in reality or in a mental objective concept, whether you are a Scotist or a Thomist. And of course, the idea of the objectiviste is basically to say that ontology is something more than just individual substances, that we have multiple modes of being, and that the task of metaphysics is in a certain way to map these different modes of beings. Now, the expressions that are used are formaliste. That's very strange. I say this to the historians of Scotism. Note the change of the meaning, because in the Middle Ages, a formalist was precisely the one that held something like formal precision, like objective precisions, namely formalities. In the 18th century, well, the formalists are precisely those who think you should concentrate exclusively on the formal aspect of the workings of the mind, something that, of course, goes into what will be later known in German philosophy as psychologism, a psychologistic understanding of logic, basically looking at the root of logic in the workings of your mind, full stop, and abandoning the idea that logic has anything to say about reality. And the second school, which basically has the same claim as Ayn Rand has, namely the simple claim that objective reality exists outside of your mind, and that this objective reality is in a certain way layered in different levels and different ways of modes of being. I haven't been able, it's always difficult to say who was the first to use these expressions, but again, it's in the Prague context in Würzburg in the 1720s that you find these words coming up in a number of disputations Professor Leinsle will talk about a bit later. Just a few words of conclusion now. Can there be a resolution about, and I think as historians we can learn something about the fact that there is something in scholastic philosophy, or in the history of scholastic doctrines in the Middle Ages, just as in early modern scholasticism, which has to do with incommensurability. Namely that you have paradigms. Schools correspond to paradigms which look differently at reality. And eventually, they offer alternative views on reality that cannot necessarily be compatibilized. Yeah? That is really, I think, one of the claims I want to make historically. And from that point of view, it's clear that Compton-Carleton was right in saying that Precisio Objectiva was decisive as a Gordian knot for the whole of scholasticism. But we have to take the expression Gordian knot seriously, in the sense that it is in a certain way, you cannot entangle it, and you can only take strong positions in one sense or in another. And it had, as I have shown through this history, a strong impact, I think, which still needs to be told more precisely, about basically the debate between psychologism and realism in Central European philosophy in the early 19th century and 20th century. Especially people from the Polish school also still knew these debates, and the vocabulary will change, but the expressions of formalism and objectivism are, of course, absolutely fantastic, especially if you read them back into a Praguean historical broader context. Now, why did it disappear? Why, in a certain way, did it crumble? And why did scholasticism also crumble at one point? It is interesting to see, if you look at vast anti-scholastic literature, and that is already the case of Gabriel Daniel with his jokes, the Parisian Jesuit with his jokes about Scotus, yeah, it's very ironical. It's interesting to see that as much as the scholastic themselves said, well, the key question is praesisio objectiva, it's interesting to see that most Enlightenment literature says the worst thing is praesisio objectiva. One example, and this is one of my hypotheses, it's that the fact that it was a Gordian knot, the fact that it was apparently impossible to find an agreement with the school is what made it terribly dangerous for early modern absolutist school authorities. And this is what you really see systematically. I could give you a lot of examples here. I have collected many from 18th century German, French, and Spanish examples. As soon as you have the reformers, the state reformers who want to abolish the religious orders, who want to abolish the traditional scholastic colleges in favor of a new universal national system of education. Think about Pombal in Portugal, think about Campomanes in Spain, think about the Josephine reformers in the Habsburg territories. They are obsessed about objective precisions. And there is even a French guy who says, we should ban the word. People should be punished for discussing this in schools. Okay? Diderot, of course, lists them and all these abstractions as really the thing to eliminate in philosophy. It has to be eliminated. It has to be eliminated because it creates danger, potentially, in a society. And now we need to have a sort of universal top-down philosophy, where everybody would be schooled in the same way, so we all see reality in the same way. This is very clear in Vernet, the sort of French-born rhetorician who was the sort of mastermind of the Portuguese reforms. Vernet really says we have to ban this because it gives the impression to people that they could look at reality in different ways. Yeah. So thank you very much, and I'm open for discussion.
Thank you for great talk. And are there any questions? We are already 10 minutes late, but a few. Sure. Daniel Haider.
Thank you very much, Jacob. I have only one question.
Okay.
I'm curious about the context of this.
Sorry, microphone. Okay.
Thank you very much for very clear presentations. Questions related to the context of this Amort's example related to precisions, you know, these two triangles within the square, because this example is in Aristotle, second book on the parts of the soul, you know. So we have the lower souls, vegetative, sentient soul, which are sort of included, you know, in the higher soul, which is rational soul. And Aristotle just illustrates this example of contentment with this example. Aristotle illustrates this example of contentment of these lower souls within the higher, with the example of, you know, the square and the triangles, you know. So I'm really curious about this context of this Amort's, you know, introductions of this example. And the second thing, I think that, you know, one context or topic is missing in your, you know, branches, and this is the topic, you know, from Scientia de Anima, which are the parts of the soul. You know, because again, in the soul we can distinguish virtually, you know, in a Thomistic way, those, you know, lower souls within the higher, and of course Scotists would argue that they are formally distinct. Yeah. And it has a lot of consequences for cognitive theories, for theory of appetitive powers and so on. So I think it's very important, you know, part of this debate.
I think your question is clear.
Yes, no, thank you for them. You're perfectly right. I should add, actually, in my square, in my circle there, that the division of the parts of the soul will basically be following the same model. I sort of hinted at it by just saying that basically all theories of distinction, whatever you want to distinguish, will be based on that ontological take you take on the existence or not of praesisio objectiva. The context of Amort, Amort doesn't mention, of course, Aristotle. Yeah, thank you for reminding us that I should have actually said that. I took it because I think it's a much better example than most of these sometimes very intricate examples to basically show really what was the stake. But Amor doesn't, in the text, as I remember it, mention anything. He just says at one moment, listen guys, I'll give you a visual example so you get the point.
Okay.
Thank you so much. So I have a question about the first part of the talk. So you at one point said that precision in the early modern scholastic period, precision as opposed to confusion. And so I'm wondering about a potential sort of middle step between the high medieval scholastics and the early moderns, because at least in Cagedon and Renaissance scholasticism, confuse, a concept grasped confuse, is not opposed to a concept grasped precise, but a concept grasped distincte, right? So consider the following three things: human, rational animal, and rational and animal, right? The first, human, would be a single concept grasped confuse. Rational animal is a single concept grasped distincte. And then rational and animal, I presume, given your talk, would be two concepts grasped precise, right? Because, as you said, the square leads to two triangles. Does that seem like a plausible middle step? I'm just wondering how you get from distincte to precise.
Yeah, no, it's perfectly right. I mean, there are a lot of middle steps, of course. And the standard, indeed, one of the typical dualities, you're right, is of course distinction as opposed to confusion. I guess I can't give you a straight, clear answer why the vocabulary of precision suddenly becomes the sort of keyword rather than distinction, but I totally agree that also in theories of vision, for instance, there's a whole input on this in theories of vision, basically, because the way you have the distinction between clarity and confusion, distinction and confusion. Clarity and confusion will be the big 17th century position. That's the one Descartes uses. That comes again actually from Prague, from Kepler, basically, where your eyes are focusing on something which is confused, and if you focus on a dot, you will see it distinctive or with clarity, whereas the rest will be confused. Yeah? And that is then applied, for instance, to universals and to the Porphyrian tree. If you see a figure walking towards you in the mist, you can think, well, you can only say it's a living being because you see it confusedly, right? And then it gets closer to you, you see it more distinctively, and you see, oh, it's an animal and not a tractor. And then it gets even closer to you. It's an example that is given by the scholastics. And then you see, oh, it's not a bear, it's a human, so I should not run away. Okay, so basically that is a theory of vision metaphor, where distinctiveness allows you to see more precisely something which taken together is confused. And that is one of the examples the nominalists give, that basically the Porphyrian tree is nothing more than this figure advancing in the mist, and that the cognitive power of your mind will focus on elements which you can call distinct or precise, basically. Yeah? But there's a whole, I mean, it's like always conceptually very difficult in scholasticism, but there's a whole input, of course, of the theories of vision in that. As there was in the Middle Ages, that's what studied since Lindbergh. In the early modern period, you have the whole Kepler revolution on vision, which had a strong impact also on epistemology. My French colleague, Philip-Neri Reese, has written a lot on that, and it's very convincing about also this distinction between confusion and distinction. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions?
I think we have one question from Teams, if we can,
okay.
Mr. Klima, yeah?
Yes. Can you all hear me?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay. I cannot see myself on the screen, but I hope
we can see you.
In the room. Okay, thank you. So, I have a question for the objectivists about these degrees of reality, these distinct formalities in the same thing, so humanity, animality, corporeity. And what is the relationship between these distinct formalities and the esse of the thing, and the esse of these formalities themselves? Are they distinct or the same?
What is the relationship between the esse?
Between the esse, say, of Socrates, and the animality of Socrates and the humanity of Socrates. Are they the same or distinct, and in what way are they distinct, if they are?
I didn't get it, sorry, the last sentence, there is some echo in it.
Okay, we have Socrates,
yes.
One individual substance. It has its, so this individual substance has its singular act of being, esse, right? And it has this animality distinct from its humanity,
yes.
right? What is the relationship between this humanity and animality on one hand, and the esse of Socrates on the other? Are they the same or distinct?
Well, for the medieval formalists, they would be distinct. That's the whole point, I think.
So, would that mean that they would buy into the distinction between the esse of Socrates and his humanity and his animality? Would they be really distinct?
If they're distinct, that's one of the classical arguments of those who hold only for formal precisions, is that if you think them as distinct, you could also then claim that you have not only the esse of Socrates, but that you also have the esse of animality, and that you would also have the esse of rationality, and that you would basically lapse from that point of view into a sort of ontological Platonism again.
So what would then be the relationship, the esse of the humanity of Socrates and the esse of Socrates? Would those be distinct?
They would be distinct, and you would grant a specific esse to that humanity.
Okay, so there would be an esse of humanity, there would be an esse of animality, and there would be an esse of Socrates, right?
Exactly, and that is one of the claims.
What would happen then to the unity of Socrates, given the convertibility of unity and being?
The idea is that you can abstract the form of humanity, and that this abstraction has a specific form of esse, which is its own formal esse, and which from that point of view basically leads back to a sort of Platonistic ontology, which is exactly what the advocates of formal precision will criticize.
Okay, gentlemen, I'm sorry, I'm afraid we have to move on. It's okay, but thank you very much for your talk. Perhaps we can continue discussions in breaks. And now I would like to invite Professor Leinsle for his talk on, I have to read it correctly, Philosophia, neutristica et curiosa in Baroque Garb Premonstratensians at the Archbishop Seminary in Prague. So, Professor Leinsle, the floor is yours. Thank you. So you can either speak here or like.
Dear Professor Sousedík, ladies and gentlemen. Between 1719 and 1728, a series of philosophical disputations were produced at the Archbishop's Seminary in Prague, which are striking for their title and design. Mundus Philosophicus, Celum Philosophicum, Mare Philosophicum, Homo Philosophus et Philosophicus, Zodiacus Philosophicus, Spiritus Philosophicus. Their authors are Cistercians and Premonstratensians. I will treat here only the 4 Premonstratensians of Strahov, Benedict Bayer, Liborius Ubel, Tadeusz Schweiger, and later important theologian, and the later abbot Gabriel Kaspar. Among the defenders were 2 sons of the highest official of the Kingdom of Bohemia, Johann Ernst Count Schaffgotsch, and the later Oberstlandhofmeister Franz Leopold Count Bucois. Their theses are divided in 3 parts, and they are nested within each other. There are a question of the thesis of the parts of scholastic philosophy, primarily logic, general physics, and metaphysics, presented for disputation, quite different in form, but with a relatively uniform doctrine. Just as interludes were desirable in Baroque play, so to this hardly exciting thesis are given adjuncts, which are also provide the title of the work. These are not taken from scholastic philosophy, but from the empirical physica specialis, also called physica curiosa. In Bayer's work, it is Uranosophia in 50 questions as a doctrine of heaven and celestial phenomena. Ubel brings a consideratio hominis philosophici, which is very artfully designed. The empirical, anthropological, also anatomical consideration of man is followed in each case by a more ontologically or ethically accentuated reflexio, and then a ratio politica, in which the matter dealt with is applied to politics in a new question. Schweiger presents the nature and effect of the signs of the zodiac, mainly from humanistic sources, and then applies them to Mary in biblical references. Out of this framework falls Kaspar, who offers a detailed pneumatica as a part of the special metaphysics in Ex Etastica Pneumosophica, which unfolds a doctrine of the spiritual beings in a doctrinal, poetical, and rhetorically sophisticated manner. The second edition is Politics, which was hardly cultivated at Jesuit universities, but was taught in monastic studies, including the Benedictine University of Salzburg. Here too, the treatment is not scholastic, but largely orientated towards ancient and humanist authors. Bayer unfolds his Apophthegmata Moralia Politica on devices and science of rulers from Augustus to Charles VI. Bayer, as we have seen, inserts politics into the contemplation of the philosophical man. Schweiger takes his 12 Mantice Politicae corresponding to the zodiac from the law of the 12 tables, decorated with axiomata and symbola of the emperors, and finally makes the whole zodiac revolve around Mary. Gabriel Kaspar defines as a spiritus philosophicus itself as the doctrine of the governance of human societies, consequently as politica or politia, and offers a coherent political philosophy in 40 erotemata. Which therefore, these 4 readings, we entered the Prague philosophical microcosm that Professor Sousedík so emphatically described to us. Thus, these remarks are only to be understood as a small token of gratitude for the opening of these treasures of scholastic thought in Bohemia. In the following, I will deal in more detail with the Philosophia neutristica and politics, less with the Philosophia curiosa about heaven, the zodiac, and man. And at the end, I will pay tribute to the special confrontation of the Strahov Premonstratensians with their former abbot Hieronymus Hirnheim. The Philosophia neutristica of the Archbishop Seminary deliberately sets itself apart from the schools that advocate the philosophy ad mentem doctoris angelici or doctoris subtilis. In this way, it is close to Jesuit philosophy, which selects the best doctrine according to the probabilistic principle, following Duns Scotus more often than Thomas Aquinas. However, it does not yet call itself eclectic in the sense that it claims to be the only true philosophy. One is guided by well-known textbooks, above all the Philosophia Disputata of the Prague Jesuit Maximilian Wiatrowski from 1697, the Triennium Philosophicum of his friar Andreas Emery, the Conclusiones ex Universa Philosophia of Pater Paulus Aller from 1692, behind which, however, the great scholastic tradition of the time of Suárez Hurtado, Arriaga, and the Konference becomes clear. The Philosophia neutristica is not a system insofar as it discusses not so much the coherence of the whole philosophy as the probability of the individual sentence. Nevertheless, for all their individual differences, many correspondences can be found among the four Premonstratensians. The largely traditional logic shows hardly any particularities. A rather nominalistic and antitomistic influence becomes clear, especially in Bayer and Ubel. This can be seen, among others, in the doctrine of the universals, where Fonseca's unitas formalis is rejected, but with Suárez a fundamentum in re is still recognized. The ens is already determined in Bayer as possible to exist, which is not nothing and can be separated from its differences only in a praecisio formalis, as we have seen. In Ubel's, the supertranscendentals are also included, impossibile, cognoscibile, etc. Schweiger brings a detailed discussion of the doctrine of distinction in almost 100 pages. We have some quotations, in which he only recognizes distinctio rationis ratiocinantis, but rejects the distinctio objectiva. All distinctions are thus the work of the distinguishing reasons. Thus, he also opposes to the Thomistic distinctio virtualis and the distinctio quasi-virtualis of the Peterhausen Benedictine Joseph Frey, which is dismissed with his whole Doctrina Quasistica from 1718 or 20. All four authors are modists and conceive a relation as realiter modaliter different of fundamentum and terminus. In the discussions, the classical arguments against modi appear in a more modern guise. A new mosquito in America would change the whole world because it creates new relational modi. In fact, however, also a hopping of a flea changes the world. We find a strong atomism of act, which also takes into account the time index in the verbum. Thus, Peter sitz can become false with time index, but not without it. Schweiger also presents an exhaustive argumentation here, in which, among other things, the view of the truth of the proposition as denominatio extrinsica is rejected. Little surprise is also offered by general physics, in which against the Thomist partial forms are naturally assumed. The actio is conceived as a modus, since it must suspend the indifference to exist in the dependence on this or that cause. Very clearly, Bayer emphasizes against the occasionalists the own causality of creatures and against the mechanists the preservation of creation through cooperation with the created causes. God is not the watchmaker who must constantly repair his product. The continuum is explained synonymistically in all four authors by finite individual points that are really not modally distinct from the union. Schweiger, whose arguments Casper takes up again, see also Zenon's agreement with Descartes here, and against this assumes that the Zenonian points are temporally composed of matter and form. It means that they are not mathematical points nor eternal. From metaphysics, as usual, only a few problems are discussed. The real distinction between essence and existence is rejected by Ubel, and existence is determined as a form or formalitas by which a thing is formally recognized as existing apart from its causes, so that the sentence is verified haec res est in rerum natura. The perseitas, on the other hand, is a modus entis according to Schweiger. The individuation principle is within Suarez the entire entitas rei. The existence of God, according to Bayer and Casper, can be proven even with the assumption of a processus in infinitum from the inability of the creature to bring itself forth, as well as from the order of nature, as is the case in contemporary physico-theology. The special metaphysics of spiritual beings is unfolded by Casper in the passage from God, the angels and demons, to the rational soul, to the question of the spiritus mundi. The main part is taken up by angelography and demonology. The angelography is very traditional set of the sententia communis and adheres strictly to theological guidelines. A materia spiritualis is thus rejected as impossible even for God. The movement of the celestial spheres by angels is to be assumed by Catholics, but unprovable. However, contrary to the Thomists and some Jesuits, the local movement of angels cannot take place without passing through a medium. The movement is also successive to the next atom in the Zenonian conception of the continuum. In their virtual extension, however, the angel can coexist with any divisible place. The angel's ability to act and suffer is discussed in detail, as well as their ability to take on bodies, which then leads to the question of angelic apparitions. These bodies are generally not real, because the principle of economy also applies to miracles. Miracula non sunt multiplicanda praeter necessitatem. The bodies can, however, be taken from corpses. The angels and demons cannot animate their assumed bodies in the strict sense and cannot produce real actus vitalis, for instance, speak, nor they can produce other living beings from their own substance as an incubus. The penetration of solid bodies is a real miracle, therefore not possible for the angels and demons. This is followed by a detailed discussion of witchcraft, including covens, ointments, rejuvenation of old women, etc., as well as the possibility of man's magical influence on demons, including astrological magic, mostly according to Del Rio. In the early modern period, the Physica Curiosa, the empirical description of nature and natural science, was the field of the most significant discoveries and changes in relation to the Aristotelian doctrine of the school. However, one does not notice too much of this in our disputations. Bayer's Uranosophia brings a description of the heavens enhanced by ancient poets in mythologies on an Aristotelian and theological basis, for which Athanasius Kircher is an important source. It begins with the shape and nature of the heavens and leads through the heavenly bodies, the zodiac, with the influences, the Nove, the last of which was sighted at Prague on the 14th February 1721 in the sign of the Swan, to the Empyreum and the end of the universe. That the celestial spheres are moved by intelligences or angels is undoubtedly for Catholics, but not strictly provable. After the large judgment, they will no longer be needed, because according to Kircher, the celestial spheres will then no longer move. A vacuum between earth, heaven, and stars is rejected after a longer quotation from Otto Guericke, with the communissima et unanimis totius philosophiae sententia, for which positive reference is also made to Descartes. The Tychonian worldview, attested of by Scripture, prevails. One should not concern oneself with the Protestant authors quoted by Christian Wolff. Wolff, however, is referred for empirical data, as Christian Huygens. The usefulness of telescopes is underlined by reference to the Jesuit Anton Maria Schiele, who built a telescope with 2 eyepieces, and the Premonstratensian Johannes Zahn as the inventor of the reflecting telescope. The existence of imaginary spaces between the million possible worlds is widely discussed according to the Konference, but with the inclusion of Descartes. Imaginary space is a pure non-ens in which God cannot be present even by virtue of his omnipotence. Therefore, it is not more probable to assume only one world. Further worlds would then have to touch each other, since there is no space in between. So everything remains along the lines of the discussion around the middle of the 17th century. Schweiger's Zodiacus moves philosophically along similar lines. Besides describing the influence and powers of the science and the ancient mythological themes, it largely follows the Philosophia curiosa of the Jesuit Adalbert Tilkovsky from 1680. The Marian applications of the individual signs of the zodiac then lead to really curious questions that need not concern us here. For instance, whether Mary had twins, which is, of course, dismissed as blasphemous. Liborius Ublis largely is committed to the humanistic view of man in his Consideratio Hominis, which also includes Protestants such as Bartholomäus Keckermann, Johann Heinrich Alsted, and the Speculum Naturae Humanae by Johann Adam Weber from 1672. Via physiognomy and the theory of temperaments, the description of man in his most important parts, especially the sensory organs in the head, is given. In between, however, philosophical reflections from logic and ethics are interspersed, which are applied in a sometimes acrobatic manner to the human being and his living world, usually with broad inclusion of the ancient doctrine of virtue. The strongest contemporary references in the fourth disputation writings is natural into politics. In spite of the different formation, a relatively uniform political doctrine of state, status, and virtue is advocated in them, which has clearly Christian connotation and usually culminates in the glory of the reigning Emperor Charles VI and his predecessor Ferdinand II, who was almost elevated to the status of saint to whom God allegedly guided the scepter. The Czech lion may also lament the death of Joseph I. Bayer presents his apophthegmata in the typical ethical style with short, memorable aphorisms in which above all the Christianized ruler virtues are elaborated. In this, the situation in confessionally ossified Europe also becomes clear when they enter into alliances with the new sects against the Catholic princes is denounced as pessima novitas. Bayer unequivocally rejects the disguised reason of state, ration d'état, as the art of deceiving others. In contrast, Ubel, together with Gabriel Naudet, sees it positively as a prudentia extraordinaria. The alchemical tradition also echoes for princes are the greatest alchemists, as they give value to things that are in themselves worthless, for instance, through decoration and the arts, so the things become worthy. Last but not least, the marriage policy of the Habsburgs for the benefit of the state is also discussed. In view of the defendants, the role of nobility is positively elaborated in Ubel's work and also in Schweiger. Unlimited power in the hands of one man is contemporary absolutism is clearly rejected. Machiavelli's insana politica is opposed by the anchoring of politics in religion as the goal of the entire doctrine, also emphasized by Schweiger. In contrast, Casper offers an elaborated political doctrine of virtue and status, following from his pneumatics. For politics as a governance of human societies is a philosophical spirit, while politia denotes a virtue that guides man in ordering of social life, a virtue anchored in God himself. For the nature of the state itself requires a religion, therefore all authors and writings which deny this are to be condemned by the state, namely Spinoza, Hobbes, Hugo Grotius, and all the pseudo-magistri with their abominable doctrines. That the Catholic religion is most conducive to genuine politics is proved, among other things, by Protestant books, such for those the Leipzig professor Adam Reinberg and of Samuel Pufendorf. For the Catholic religion preserves the empire and the balance of power, best of all, of course, in monarchy. This is also served by the right reason of state. It is also suitable for maintaining the balance of power and avoiding arts. To be distinguished from this is the art of disguise of politicians who hide behind masks, but this too can sometimes be useful to the state, as it shows by Justus Lipsius and Pufendorf, among others. It is noteworthy that three of the Premonstratensians of Strauch critically dealt with the main philosophical work of his former abbot Hieronymus Hirnheim, the Typho Generis Humani, published in 1676. The criticism takes two directions. First, with regard to the rejection of a certitudo metaphysica, which brought Hirnheim's work to the index. Second, with regard to the natural philosophy of the pneumocosmici, presented therein as probable, inspired among others by Paracelsus and above all by Marcus Marci. Against the first thesis, that there is no certitudo metaphysica, Bayer defends the existence of propositions that are so true quo ad nos that they cannot be falsified even by God. Among others, the basis principle of logic are included. Ubel, on the other hand, immediately rejects the Typhus Generis Humani in his refutation of skepticism and would rather see in it a catalepticorum et novorum skepticorum deliria. For Gabriel Caspar, the existence of metaphysical truth is a premise of his theory of logic, since the opponents cannot prove their own skeptical position, so classical anti-skeptical arguments are put forward here against Hirnheim. More thorough is the argumentation about the spiritus mundi, where verbatim quotations can be found in Bayer. It is rejected mainly because it is of its improvability, but also because its consequences for the doctrine of the Eucharist. For in transubstantiation, all matter is destroyed. A materialized world spirit is also destroyed. Moreover, the most important arguments primordial generation, sympathy and antipathy, magnetism, etc., can also be explained without assuming a world spirit. Ubel additionally argues that with an unified world spirit, the elements would only be accidentally different. If in addition, as with Marci, a general archetypical human being is assumed, who is identified with the world spirit and the quinta essentia, this would result in an alchemical universal medicine. Caspar devotes at last his questions on the pneumatics to the spiritus mundi, again with quotations from Hirnheim. Philosophical and theological arguments are now put forward against this, such as the order of creation, according to which animals and plants are each created according to their species, and not in a whole as accidents of a world spirit. In addition, the individuality of humans would be abolished. The antipathy of animals towards each other can hardly be explained, and further absurd consequences arise. Moreover, transubstantiation would be impossible, since the matter of bread would remain if matter and form were only accidents of the one world spirit. The Council of Trent is also invoked for this. The contemporary disputation about the weepon ointment, the linguintum magneticum, too, which cannot be dealt with here in detail. I conclude. The philosophy of the fourth professors of the Archbishop Seminary offers a Baroque overall program, which I would like to compare with the decoration of Baroque churches, libraries, and banquet halls, which seemingly disparate frescoes can be found in individual cartouches, which nevertheless fit into an overall work of art. The individual images, like the individual arguments, may be weak and traditional, but they gain their place in the whole and give a special schule, like the seminary in the, of the Prague Archbishop, precisely through the inclusion of the local tradition, a Baroque splendor, which certainly also unfolded in the disputations itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Leinsle, for your presentation, and we have some time for questions, if there are any. Jakob?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Just two historical questions.
Yeah.
Why did the Archbishop give the seminary to the Premonstratensians after the Cistercians?
No. The Archbishop Seminary, they taught the old orders. Mainly Premonstratensians and Cistercians. It was founded quasi against the Jesuit University Clementinum, also called Collegium Ernestinum by Ernst Harrach, and he incorporated quasi the old orders.
Because first he gave it to the Irish.
No.
At the beginning, Harrach gave it to the Irish Franciscans.
Yeah. So first the Irish, the Hibernian, and they also taught there. But since they had their own school, and there is more Scotist and not so Thomist influence, but man can see a nominalist influence, but normally they disputate against the formalitates, etc., but also against the virtualitates and all. And Arriaga is present. Caramel not. Caramel is present in Joseph Frey with his distinctio quasi virtualis. He argues always against caramel. Yeah. So it remains in the Prague microcosm.
Okay, so it seems there are no more questions. So now, thank you, Professor Leinsle. Now a coffee break. I suggest we meet here again in 10 minutes past 11. Okay. So.
Třetí věc, která je taková jako záležitost. K tomu někdo odpovídá, takže
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will start in a minute, so please take your seats. Okay, so I would like to welcome Professor Blum. I think I too needn't introduce him, and he will present a talk, The Way God is Operating in Nature, Early Modern Strategies to Avoid Pantheism. So, Professor Blum, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, of course. Thank you for inviting me. It's really very gratifying to be here. Just when we came in, Professor Sousedík reminded me that it's about 4 decades since we met for the first time. And, and it is also about 3 decades since I was for the first time in this building. It just had been returned to the by the government to the Catholic Church, and in some of the offices you still could see communist Soviet propaganda on the shelves. So it was very gratifying and very nice to learn that Professor Sousedík was appointed professor at this institute here. So my presentation is about pantheism and how that can be avoided. By God, scientists mean the sum total of the physical laws of the universe. That's what the popularizing scientist Carl Sagan said in 1980. And he meant pantheism. The physician Daniel Dennett stated in the 17th century, quote, "Once God ceased from creation, he instituted nature, thus God concurs in the generation of all the natural things, qua first and universal cause." From here I will examine how early modern scholasticism discussed the linkage of God as a universal cause with the course of nature, asking how this prevented pantheism. The question of pantheism became virulent in the 17th century and has its origin in the theological problem of describing the relation between creator and creation in such a way that the finite world is explicable by its ontological foundation without merging with that foundation. No common sense, for instance, would identify children with parents. But in any cause-effect relationship, the temptation is strong to view the two of them as aspects of the same state of affairs. This is indeed the argument made by Sagan. The sum total of the laws of the universe is all there is, that is, the explanation of the universe coincides with the universe, and therefore there is no need to refer to a God outside the sum total of affairs. Even in Daniel Dennett, we see the implied assumption that God as a first cause is identical with the cause of nature, so that by instating nature, God guaranteed his presence in it and thus becomes equivalent with his creation. The easy way out would be to claim that God has no business with creature, which we would call deism. But this would also be the end of the interest in God as a creator, that is, eventually amount to atheism. We will observe the following areas where pantheism can be kept at bay: the mode of creation as a teleological operation, the difference between primary and secondary causation, the variety of natural movements and their autonomy, the paradoxes of infinity, and finally, avoiding an anthropomorphic perspective. We start, of course, with Thomas Aquinas and his take on creation as a teleological operation. In Article 7 of Question 3 of the Questiones Disputate de Potentia, concerning God's operation in nature, Aquinas starts, "Sed dices, quod virtutes naturalis non possunt durare, sicut nec alia entia, nisi virtute divina continerentur. Sed contra, non est idem operari ad rem et operari in re. that operari Dei qua virtutem naturalem vel facit in esse conservat, et operatio ad illam virtutem constituendum vel conservandam, non ergo propter hoc potestici, quod Deus in virtute naturali operante operator. The objection has two considerations intertwined. The laws of nature depend on the presence of God's power, and natural processes and divine intervention are not identical. God's activity in the finite world, so we learn, is not the same as the workings of the world. The corpus of the article then states accordingly that Deus sed causa actionis cuius libet rei naturalis ut movens et applicans virtutem ad agendum. To identify God and nature confounds the bestowing power with the executing power. In a true cause-effect relationship, God is the efficient cause for nature to be able to operate, so that nature is God's tool. Deus est causa omnis actionis, pro ut quod libet agens est instrumentum divine virtutis operantis. Among others, Aquinas hints at the doctrine of presence of God in nature, as defined by Peter Lombard. Praeterea virtus Dei est in qualibet re naturali, quia Deus est in omnibus rebus esse, quia Deus in omnis rebus esse, dicitur per essentiam et potentiam et presentiam. Well, while it is true that God is present and active in natural things and not at all disengaged from his creation, the actual way of operation of God in nature is in accordance with the laws of nature, established by him, but not identical by his way of creating. The subsequent Article 8 addresses a commingling of God and nature by way of creation, which, from the modern point of view, is yet another version of identifying the laws of nature with God's activity. Again, the thrust of the argument is the distinction between the ontological origin, ex nihilo, and the realized finite being. Now the question arises whether God is factually able to do things that are by definition natural, which Aquinas discusses in Summa Theologiae 105. The direction of the argument is obvious. If God were unable to perform natural processes, he also would be unable to do miracles, which are natural effects with natural causation only out of the order of nature. God established a natural order, but is not bound to it. So, in the normal run of things, God can well intervene. This, however, does not entail that God is the agent in all things, which would come close to pantheism. The example is, it would not be fire that is heating, but God himself, and that is a popular example. Therefore, God must have a proper mode of operating that is distinct from all natural things that have their own way of activity. Applying the Aristotelian theory of four causes, Aquinas points out that the intimate way of causing that refers to God can be described as ultimate finality, efficiency, and form. Obviously, God created the natural forms that determine operations. Equally, efficient causal action was bestowed on things by the Creator. The foremost way of causation, however, is finality. Cum enim omnis operatio sit propter aliquot bonum, verum vel apparens, nihil autem est vel apparet bonum, nisi secundum quod participat aliquam similitudinem summi boni, quod est Deus, sequitur quod ipse Deus sit cuius libet operationis causa ut finis. The supreme goodness of the Creator guarantees the goodness of every action. Even an only apparent good still refers forward to the first and ultimate good. It is inevitable that things are not really good, but only likenesses of divine goodness, The persuasive power of the argument is that it ties all natural actions to the Creator and yet keeps the same ultimate good at a distance that is humanly comprehensible. This is what I call a strategy for avoiding pantheism. This argument works also in reverse. Not only is God at hand in every natural movement as its ultimate goal, we may also say that the actual and unencumbered operation of natural processes is the goal and final cause set by the Creator. God is the final cause of nature, and nature is the final cause of God's operation. Let's jump to Francisco Suarez on primary and secondary causation. Francisco Suarez cast a doubt on this solution in his Metaphysics, Disputation 22. Verum est divum tomam adere tertium nimirum virtutem instrumentalem fluentem quam recipit causa secunda a prima ut agat tanquam instrumentum eius diserte enim hanc numerat tanquam distinctam ab applicatione et ab efficientia seu conservatione ipsius causae secunde et virtutis eius. The Jesuit thinks that the concept of instrument in relation between God and world would insert an additional component. However, this is not necessarily so, because talk of an instrument is only metaphorical in this case, since it is not the case that God uses some tool to affect nature, but nature as such is like a tool in view of the finality of creation in created processes. In section, Suarez connects the consideration of secondary causes as instruments subordinated to the primary with the Platonic tradition, invoking the Liber de Causis, Plato, and even the Hermetic dialogue Crater Hermetis. Discussing immensity among the attributes of God, which is evidently connected with the presence of divine power in things, Suarez cites more sources of Platonic tradition, such as Masile Ficino, Augustinus Stoicus, and the Hermetic text that Deum comparavit spherae perfectae, cujus centrum est ubique, et circumferentia nusquam. As long as the distance between the primary and the secondary cause is observed, Suarez sees no philosophical problems with that. It should be noted that the context of Suarez's discussion is the relation between the primary cause and the secondary causes operative in nature. What Daniel Sennert stated as a matter of certain knowledge turns out to be one of the key problems of the relation of God and Creator. Creator and creation. At the same time, it is clear to historians of philosophy that the wavering between strict separation of the divine realm from the physical world and the identification of divine power and physical processes is due to the compatibility and incompatibility of Platonic and Aristotelian interpretations of reality. Whenever the research focuses on the workings and functioning of this world, no recourse to the ultimate foundation is necessary, as the principles and causes are conceived as innerworldly. But as soon as the philosophical and theological question of the transcendent as the origin and principle is raised, Platonism, including Hermeticism, provides a convenient pattern of thought, which must, however, be, again, guarded against pantheist transgressions. God works in things immediately without being identical with them due to his immensity, which has two implications that appear paradoxical, as, namely, being immense, God cannot be immediate to whatever there is. On the other hand, the same immensity is that which operates in things in a way ontologically distinct from the operations of things. That is to say, when we thought God is manifest in the laws of nature, that is right. But when we inferred that God is equivalent with the laws of nature, we missed the difference between absolute and communicated power. This is yet another version of Peter Lombard's doctrine that God is present in the world by mode of essence, potency, and presence. Let's move to another Jesuit, Joseph Falk. Also, the Jesuit Joseph Falk taught that Deus quidat esse creaturis, dat iisdem est operari ubi et quando convenit, nec ad unam speciem alligator plures habet in sua potentia. The key doctrine, which is part of the treatment of natural movement, is this. God bestows on the creation natural movements of various kinds, and that includes various operations that are not predetermined by God, so that things remain connected with the Creator, but not dependent. Contingency of operation is part of creation. When Falk made this statement, over a century had passed since Suarez, and philosophy had offered new challenges to natural theology. Indeed, Falk directly addresses atomism, Cartesianism, occasionalism, and the debate about the divine concursus in finite events. First, he establishes the theoretical principle that every movement is defined by its purpose, its terminus ad quem. Towards substance in generation, towards growth in quantity, towards alteration in quality, towards wear in locomotion. He rephrases thus Aristotle's definition of movement as act of a being qua potential. This change of language has the advantage that it directs the perspective to the concrete thing as it is and leads it away from the origin of movement. An important question is that whether God is involved in local motion. In Falk's words, some thinkers take recourse to God to the extent that motus oritur per hoc quod Deus in diversis locis hanc suam ponat actionem. And no created force is able to move substances from place to place. This, Falk finds, is an undue recourse to God in philosophy. While conceding that, that all substances are directly sustained and maintained by God, he rejects the implication that no natural thing can function properly without divine conservation and concurrence. His argument is surprising in that it affords nature some sort of autonomy, which becomes even more clear when he draws a parallel with human agency. Cur igitur homo non etiam possit, Deo conservante et adjuvante, se ipsum proprio nisum movere, ac in proximo sibi loco collocare, ? Freedom of will taken for granted, the fact that humans can, by their own devices, move locally applies equally to the non-sentient natural things. As created agents, humans can change places for themselves and for objects by their proper effort, and that implies that the moving act proceeds from the created agent, while this agency is to be attributed to the agent itself and not just occasionally, reference to occasionalism. Discussing Cartesians, Falk rejects the opinion that God alone is the cause of all movements, because that would suggest that God would be everywhere the manifest cause. He jokes about this idea saying, and again the fire example, God put fire to the powder and brings it into motion, then he kicks off the cannonball and God personally takes down the wall. This appears to some as the easier way to philosophize, namely to invoke God as the only immediate cause of all effects. In other words, any attempt at denying agency to finite beings, including humans, amounts to pantheism, where God has to do all the work. Falk's suggestion to solve the impasse between divine agency versus agency of inanimate things is that of impetus. All things are endowed with the power of impetus, which may be concealed, hidden, or suppressed by, but explains natural processes as natural rather than as divine interventions. In order to counter Cartesian theories of totally inanimate bodies versus spiritual things, Falk refers to the Aristotelian Christian theory of the coordination of body and soul. In the controversy with mechanistic and dualist physics, Falk offers the protection against pantheism with recourse to the creator God, who imbibes immaterial powers in the finite world that make physical theories plausible without falling into the traps of physical presence or total absence of God. Let's move to a Benedictine, Dominican friar, Vincentius Contenson, on finality and the paradoxes of infinity. A brief look into the approach offered by the Dominican friar and Thomist Vincentius Contenson. He published his book in 1673-76. In his Theologia Mentis et Cordis, he yields yet another aspect of the question of divine presence in the creation. Again, the question is that of the relation between the infinite and the finite, which Contenson inserts in the discussion of God's perfection. Infinite perfection, he says, is proper to God to the extent that no created infinite is possible. He quotes the adage from Wisdom 12, saying that all things are created in numero pondere et mensura, whereas this quotation is traditionally used to present God as a geometer and hence to justify empirical research of nature as referring back to the Creator. Here it is used as proof that all things created are necessarily finite. All creatures have a perfection limited within certain terms, and that is true quantitatively, qualitatively, and numerically. This limitation and finitude is, in the first place, included in the intention of the Creator, with the purpose to make the world operate according to finality and thus to avoid confusion. In that sense, Jakob has spoken about. We see the infinite power of the Creator is intimate to the finite things, but the metaphysical difference of the finite from the infinite upholds the goal-setting position of the initiator of all teleological natural processes. The Dominican elaborates on the implications of infinitude when applied to finite instantiation. All bodies are finite because they are movable, whereas an infinite body would be immobile. Contenson proves that a created infinite is a contradiction in terms. First, every being has its proper perfection, and that is what distinguishes it from other things. There is no substance of infinite perfection. That is, every substance is finitely perfect. The root of this is the theological given that all finite perfections are expressions, manifestations, participations, and radiations of God's goodness. Greetings from the Platonists. Contenson shows the logical paradoxes of infinitude in finite beings. Since finite things consist of parts, in an infinite thing, the parts would be equal to the whole. In an infinitely extended body, the part would be not smaller than the whole. Or, if there were infinitely many humans with their hairs, the number of hairs would be equal to the number of humans or larger, which is both absurd. And how about the creation of more than one infinitude? Evidently, after creating one infinitude, God's means would be exhausted, as a second infinitude contradicts the first. Hence, God would destroy his own omnipotence. The author concludes that God, being omnipotent, certainly has new ways of being present, namely whenever he performs a special operation. In this context, it proves that it is only by way of operation and as ratio formalis that God is everywhere. This ratio formalis is indeed the virtus that constitutes omnipotence, while other actions are attributes of immensity. Contenson asks the question, in what way does the essence of God affect all creatures? Certainly through participation and imitation, but this must be explained as God cognizing his own essence and judging from there with potential creature, which potential creature can imitate him and to what extent. From the perspective of created beings, the idea of things is the insight into the essence of God insofar as it can be participated in various modes. This is a fine specimen of negative theology, which keeps the ineffable at a distance and yet shows the range of imaginability or intelligibility. Even more, the essence of God is the very idea of all things producible in appropriate degrees. Nevertheless, this should not mislead to assume that ideas in God themselves are the created things qua objects of the divine mind. This would confound the human conceptual perspective with that of the divine mind. Rather, divine ideas are nothing else than the essence of God that is cognized by human understanding as variously apt to be participated in the creatures, which fits the idea of God as the artificer. Concluding, let's look at anthropomorphism in Gallus Cartier. To conclude our survey of arguments that fend off temptations of pantheism, let us look into the Philosophia Eclectica of the Benedictine Gallus Cartier, as the name says, he was German, Benedictine Gallus Cartier of, let me see, first half of 18th century. To him, the question of the presence of God is worth only a few lines. God is both immense and eternal. Since he is the most perfect being, and as such necessarily present in all places and at all times. Before this point, Cartier discusses the existence of God, in which he mentions two issues of interest in our context: the anthropomorphic image of God and the relation between God and the whole universe. Speaking of the innate idea of the most perfect thing, he seriously engages with the popular image of God as an old man. Of course, he says, theology demonstrates that God is incorporeal and without parts, having the attributes of perfection, including omniscience, omnipotence, etc. The point is that the image of the imposing old man intends to appeal to adoration. And that is fine, but not philosophical. Yet, imagination should not stand in the way of understanding, although imagination is how the human understanding works. To this, Cartier answers by exhorting to imagine God the right way, namely as incorporeal and most perfect, and thus intelligible. With this seemingly commonplace reasoning, Cartier points out that the path to be avoided, which leads to yielding to human thought patterns, to accepting natural attributes of God that equate him with the reality of human experience. When rejecting arguments against the existence of God, Cartier addresses the relation of contingency and necessity. Admitted that all things are contingent, the opponent would claim that the totality of contingent things, tota entium collectio, is necessary so that a transcendent ens necessarium is not to be postulated. Cartier responds, saying that the inference from all particulars to the whole is dependent on the completeness of the enumeration. So it appears that the induction of all contingent things shows that all things are contingent. But inference from the parts to the total collection is illegitimate, as in the case with a soldier who does not have the properties of an army. With this reasoning, Cartier comes very close to the pantheistic pattern of thought. Nature is all there is, so that it is also plausible to say Deus sive natura. The thought admits the difference between the contingent and the finite, that is the object of human experience, on the one hand, and the sum total of all beings that may be greater than its constituents on the other. Pantheism projects the perfection that is extrapolated from the imperfect parts, not into the realm of the divine perfection, but back on the assumed wholeness of the experiential world. And that's how far I got today. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Professor Blum. And there's some time for questions. Daniel? Mikrofon, prosím.
Thank you. I'm just curious. Nowadays it's sometimes distinguished between pantheism and panentheism. That somehow the world is proper part, but it's not to be identified with God. So, is there some analogy, in these debates that you have covered? Thank you.
Unfortunately, we are recorded. Otherwise, I would have a dismissive answer. But let me try. I believe that the question of panentheism is a cop-out of a say secularist approach to science, which is then confronted with the same questions we have here since Peter Lombard and everybody else, namely that relation or that concept of totality that is not only the conglomerate of everything, the collectio, but is also a one thing. And then they had to create a language that makes it possible to say all these physical things that exist, including quantum physics, which is utterly imprecise, it is defined by being imprecise, is nevertheless held together by a totality, and that comes close to what the old theists called God. That would be my response to that question. So I think the panentheism question is a very modern question and is not a question that, to my knowledge, that was already available in the 17th, 18th century. But
Well, just a vague reminiscence. I think some of the Jewish philosophers, I think of 17th, 18th century, they were thinking about like God diminishing himself in order to make room for creation, So I think this might be rather roots of this panentheistic thought, I think, rather than the modern science.
Did I hear correctly? Jewish philosophers of the 18th century?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. So they had this kind of, I would say, rather spatial understanding of God in the sense that God had to sort of diminish himself in order to make space, in a way, for creation.
Yeah, okay, thanks. I'll ask you for sources. That sounds very interesting. It sounds worth pursuing. I didn't know that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Another question.
Hi, thank you. That was very interesting. The notion of participation came up several times. It seems like an important thing to think about if you're thinking about the relation between God and creatures. Also, you mentioned that Platonism comes to the fore when you're trying to distinguish God from creatures. Is there a lot of debate in the sources you're looking at about how participation should be analyzed, what participation is?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, the problem of participation shows up again and again. However, not in a way that is discussed at these points in detail. Of course, well, Battista Mondin said many years ago that everywhere where Aquinas is right, he's a Platonist. Battista Mondin. So he would certainly claim that the concept of participation is in and of itself taken from the Platonic tradition. The way how participation works did not show up in the sources I was looking at. I was looking mainly at sources that speak about God operating in the world and location of God, the question of ubi. Yeah, and in that concept, the participation question doesn't come up, but as Jakob Schmutz pointed out, there are usually key questions that have ripple effects on all other questions, and that could be, for instance, a question. It would be interesting to look at how they solve the participation question in these authors. So thanks for the hint.
Okay. Are there any more questions? Or okay, David? Peroutka?
All things participate in esse commune. Is it correct to say that all things participate in esse divinum?
Again, this specific question is not discussed in the sources I was looking at, and so therefore I probably would open a huge disputatio that would not end today. So I'm sorry, I simply cannot answer that question, but you're right, we should also keep that in mind because yeah, these questions I was looking at had to do with ubi and operari and so on, but not with esse. Yeah, and the question of esse and essentia and so on would be yet another ripple effect of that. Yeah. Okay, Lisa. Microphone. Does anyone have the micro? Okay.
Any more questions?
Just to add on this last question, I think in one point you came quite close to this problem also in the things you discussed, namely that all things imitate God to the degree possible to them. So I think that for these authors, maybe those two questions may be linked. The question of imitation and the question of participation. Yeah. This is just an add-on to the last question.
Yeah, I agree. In terms of imitate, so it is obvious that God bestows things with their power to operate, and in that sense they also imitate to some degrees or to various degrees the power of God. Yeah, and that would be also could be expressed in terms of participation and even in terms of being.
Okay. So thank you, Professor Blum, for your interesting talk. And now there should be an online talk by Victor Salas. Is everything prepared? Can you hear us? And can you say something so that we hear you? I'm afraid we don't hear you. So...
Hello?
Okay. Can
you hear me now?
Yeah. We can hear you. Okay.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your generous and kind invitation to participate. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. I had hoped so much to be there to greet you all, but at any rate, we'll do the best we can. So my discussion today is about Rodrigo de Arriaga, who easily ranks as one of the most important Jesuit thinkers operating in the 17th century. Not only did he continue and develop further the anomalous trajectory of his master, Hurtado de Mendoza, engage in interscholastic debates with his own order brothers such as Juan de Lugo and Richard Lynch, Arriaga also functioned as a transitional figure who influenced a number of canonical early modern philosophers such as Descartes and Leibniz. But if Arriaga helped shape the current of early modern thought, was it because he himself was all too modern? Following broadly in the wake of Etienne Gilson, John Doyle and Jean-François Courtine have argued, each in his own way, that the shift from medieval metaphysics to early modern ontology was, in large part, just a shift from understanding of being framed in terms of real existence to one wherein being is considered in terms of an existentially indifferent quantitative structure. That quantitative structure, in turn, was grasped in terms of its conceptual content with the result that for early modernity, being was identified with the cognoscible or with what can be represented. The burgeoning number of discussions devoted to supertranscendentality among many late scholastic Jesuits throughout the 17th century bears witness to such a shift in metaphysical focus. Transcending even the transcendental, supertranscendentals were broad enough to encompass not only real beings, but also beings of reason, the opinable, and even the impossible. While Arriaga himself makes no reference to supertranscendentality, he does nevertheless seem to play a role in displacing existence from metaphysics. For Arriaga, the chief hallmark of being is logical consistency or freedom from self-repugnance. Quote, "We more often define being to be that for which it is not repugnant to exist," end quote. This incipient definition is both typical and ubiquitous in Arriaga's subsequent discussions. While reference is in fact made to existence, his emphasis is clearly placed upon non-repugnance. This can be seen from the fact that while not all real beings agree in existence, they do agree in non-repugnance. The possible, after all, precisely insofar as it is possible, does not exist, but it involves no self-repugnance. What is more, possibility excludes existence, otherwise it would just be actual being, which means that Arriaga's account of being can only unfold along the lines of logical coherence. Some interpreters have placed Arriaga in league with Francisco Suarez, who it is alleged also understands being as existentially indifferent. Such an interpretation is problematic, however, since it fails to consider important doctrinal features proper to Suarez metaphysics, and as a consequence fails to appreciate the specificity of Arriaga's own metaphysical perspective. Furthermore, it misconstrues Arriaga's own basic commitment to the foundational role that existence plays in his doctrine of being. In what follows, I argue that Arriaga is not so existence blind as he might initially appear to be. If he focuses upon non-repugnance in his discussions of being, it is because existence functions as the horizon upon which what is possible or logically coherent can present itself, its non-repugnant quantitative structure in the first place. To establish my claim, I note important areas of difference between the Suarezian conception of being and that of Arriaga's relative to non-repugnance. I then show how Arriaga himself understands non-repugnance in terms of possibilitas, which admittedly does prescind from existence. Finally, I show how such existential precision notwithstanding, Arriaga's solution, or rather resolution of possibility, actually turns upon existence as the antecedent condition for any metaphysical analysis. It is that antecedent condition that serves as Arriaga's ultimate account of the meaning of being. In the development of his own metaphysical projects, Suarez first establishes that ens in quantum ens reale serves as the adequate object of metaphysics. More specifically, it is ens reale taken as a noun, rather than as a participle that captures the metaphysician's attention. Taken as a noun, real being is that which has a real essence, that is, it's not a fiction, and it is apt really to exist. The point of resolution here is what Suarez means by a real essence. A real essence cannot be reduced to a mere fiction because it is that which is apt to exist. This can be seen clearly when he explains what it means for a real essence to be real. For many interpreters, Suarez's identification of ens and with res amounts to the evacuation of any existential reference to being itself. Nevertheless, Suarez's own approach to the meaning of real with respect to real essence discloses an entirely different perspective. He gives both a negative and positive account of what it means to be real. Negatively, an essence is said to be real if it does not involve any self-repugnance, and if it is not merely produced by the intellect. In identifying the real with that which is free from self-contradiction, Suarez would seem to pick up the same thread of thought as Duns Scotus before him. Nevertheless, as Rolf Darga rightly notes, Suarez's appeal to non-repugnance functions as only one aspect, and not even the most important one, of his account of being. It is not merely freedom from contradiction that makes an essence real, but also that it is not merely a fiction. That is to say, a real essence is real because it pertains to something that exists. The second aspect of the negative account is noticeably absent from Arriaga's own exposition, since he says nothing about being as that which is more than a product of the intellect. Further still, Suarez adds a positive criterion for a real essence. A real essence is that which is of itself apt to be or really to exist. This aptitude, moreover, cannot be reduced to mere possibility, which is to say that possible being is not the same as nominal being. For Suarez, nominal being is a simple term that signifies an order or relationship to existence. In contrast, both potential being and possible being are complex terms that denote not only the existential order proper to nominal being itself, but additionally a privation, more specifically a privation of existence. Existence is thus decisive for the Suarezian doctrine of being. As he himself says, quote, "One cannot understand what an essence or real quiddity is without understanding an order to existence or to a real actual being," end quote. For one cannot otherwise conceive of some essence which actually does not exist to be real, unless it is such that to be an actual entity is not repugnant to it. While thinkability may follow from being, it does not, to Suarez's mind, establish being. For this reason, we are told that non-repugnance to being results not from thinkability, but from actual existence. Arriaga's approach to the ratio entis is markedly different from that of Suarez. As already indicated, absent is the notion that being is more than a mere fictum. What is more, no mention is made of being as that which is apt to exist. While Arriaga opens this discussion of being with an investigation into the transcendental attributes in a move similar to Suarez, those transcendental considerations are nevertheless directed by the exigencies of non-repugnance. In turning to non-repugnance as the fundamental determination of being, Arriaga is more in line with Hurtado de Mendoza's thinking than with Suarez. For Hurtado, one cannot more suitably explain being than to say that, quote, "being is that to which existence is not repugnant," end quote. A chimera, for example, is rightly considered the opposite of being, since it is an object that includes within itself two predicates that are repugnant to exist, since one immediately destroys the other. We see then that there appears to be a tendency to identify being with possibility, for being pertains to those things that are not repugnant, but more importantly, that are able to exist. Noticeably absent from these considerations is any existential reference. Hurtado understands being as that which is able to exist, or that which has existence. The non-repugnant predicates constituting a possible being's essence are not signified as actually existing or not existing. Rather, being is, quote, "only said to be able to exist, as being able to see does not indicate whether there is or is not vision, but only that there is able to be vision," end quote. Arriaga maintains the same. Yet in describing the relationship between being and non-repugnance, Arriaga marks a distinction that should not be overlooked. Non-repugnance, he explains, can be taken in two senses. First, it can be taken as including an actual lack of existence. Here, a negative relation to existence is denoted, since what is signified is that which does not exist. For this reason, Arriaga insists that non-repugnance taken in the sense of excluding existence does not pertain to the concept of being. Second, non-repugnance to existence can be taken either with respect to what does not exist or with respect to what actually exists. In the latter sense, non-repugnance does not reject existence, but simply leaves it out of consideration. It is this second sense of non-repugnance that pertains to the definition of being. For Arriaga, non-repugnance is just the same as what he puts it, what is customarily called possibility. Possibility, moreover, would seem to be at least conceptually prior to the conception of something's actual existence. When one conceives some object, one first conceives it as non-repugnant to exist, or as possible prior to conceiving it as actually existent. Here, once again, Arriaga's metaphysical outlook is congruous with that of Hurtado. If being is understood in terms of non-repugnance, and if non-repugnance turns out to be coterminous with possibility, then the matter is pushed back a further step. What makes something possible or impossible? Arriaga considers the opinion that possibility consists simply in an extrinsic denomination with respect to God's omnipotence. Such a claim is only true, he thinks, in the sense of possibility in concreto, that is, regarding this existent factual reality. Reducing possibility to extrinsic denomination is inadequate with respect to what possibility signifies in abstracto. To understand the difference between these two senses of possibility, one must bear in mind that it is one thing to say that X is possible because God has actually made it possibility in concreto. It is another thing entirely to explain just how it is that God could create something in the first place, possibility in abstracto. In late scholasticism, abstract terms only signify a formal ratio, as it were, for example, justice, whiteness, beauty, etc. A concrete term, in contrast, signifies the underlying subject of that formal ratio, that is, a just person, a white thing, or a beautiful thing. Arriaga Arriaga thinks it is non-controversial to claim that every creature or underlying subject owes its existence, and therefore its possibility in concreto, to God's creative activity or causality. The real question, however, pertains to the broader sense of possibility in abstracto. What does it mean to say that something that has never been brought into existence and never will be is nevertheless possible, though it has no entitative status whatsoever? To shed light on these questions, Arriaga marks a further distinction between remote and proximate possibility. To say that X is remotely possible means that X does not include contradictory predicates within its concept. Remote possibility, moreover, is, quote, entirely intrinsic and foundational to things themselves, end quote, and that by which a real being is intrinsically distinguished from a chimera or impossible object. Whereas real being does not involve any self-repugnance on account of which it is possible, an impossible being includes a pair of contradictory predicates. To determine whether or not some object can be made by God, then, is just to determine whether or not it contains a contradiction within itself. If so, God cannot create it. If not, God could. Notable in Arriaga's account is the idea that possibility in abstracto is not rooted in the divine being, but in the possible being itself. In short, X is not called possible because God can create it. Rather, God can create X because X does not involve any self-contradiction. Whether something is self-repugnant or not, moreover, does not depend upon God, but upon the possible being, or the possible thing, I should say, itself. The situation described thus far is as follows. X has remote possibility in itself, on account of which God could create it. But if God so chooses and creates X, then X is thereupon denominated proximately possible in relation to God's omnipotence. For Arriaga, proximate possibility consists not only in the fact that X does not have a pair of contradictory predicates in its concept, but also that X is absolutely able to be placed outside of its causes. In other words, giving only a logical explanation for something's possibility does not move it one step closer to real being. Between logic and metaphysics, there is a world of difference that centers upon the fundamental distinction between existence and non-existence. In addition to logical possibility, there must be a metaphysical explanation for something's real or proximate possibility, which is to say there has to be an explanation for something being able to emerge into actual existence from nothingness. The explanation for that existence is simply God's omnipotence, in which there resides the power to make what is remotely possible actually existent. Nevertheless, for Arriaga, a question remains, quote, what is the subject of such proximate possibility? Or what is the objective concept not including within itself contradictory predicates which are said to constitute remote possibility, end quote. This question becomes all the more acute when one inquires into something non-existent that does not include any contradictory predicates within its subject, for example, a gold mountain. Such a thing, while being possible, would have no reality whatsoever. That Arriaga raises this question is not insignificant for establishing the existential concern of his metaphysics. If possibility is indifferent to existence, but is here distinguished from reality, then there is also a fundamental distinction marked between to be and not to be. Some expositors have suggested that possibility consists in the negation of a negation, that is, the negation of self-repugnance. As in algebra, this double negation of possibility yields something metaphysically positive. Though he makes no allusion to a creation metaphysics here, I believe Arriaga's concern is motivated by his commitment to the claim that God creates ex nihilo. To introduce a positive reality into an uncreated possible would compromise that commitment. Yet Arriaga also insists that the unactualized possible cannot just be a pure negation, quote, since nothing negative is able to be produced, but the possible creature is able to be produced, end quote. If neither positive nor negative, how are we to make sense of possibility and of itself on Arriaga's reckoning? Arriaga resolves this problem by adverting to a semantic distinction he made earlier in his Sumula. That distinction pertains to how concrete names signify either directly or indirectly. For instance, in the proposition, Peter is white, the term white directly signifies the subject Peter, and only indirectly whiteness. If it were the case that white directly signified whiteness, then in the proposition, Peter is white, would signify both the subject and whiteness as well. But as Arriaga points out, quote, one cannot say Peter is a subject and whiteness, since Peter is not even partially whiteness, end quote. With such a semantic framework in mind, Arriaga can now pose the question, what does possibility signify and how? As a concrete noun, the term possibility directly signifies the being itself according to its complete entity, which it would have if it exists. When one says Peter is possible, possible directly signifies the real, true, and positive being of Peter. More specifically, possible signifies the real being that Peter has under the condition that he actually exists. Yet one may object that prior to being created, Peter is simply nothing. He cannot be denominated possible in any way, for there exists no subject that can receive the denomination. Arriaga concedes that the non-created Peter is simply nothing, but he denies the inference that Peter cannot be denominated possible. There are some denominations that do not require the actual existence of their subject. Quote, for terms and concepts, as is often said, are actually able to signify things which are not actually existing, as the term was, will be, etc. End quote. For instance, Arriaga argues that Peter, who once existed in the past, can presently be denominated as known, even if Peter is currently no longer existent. Likewise, the same Antichrist, who is today non-existent, can be denominated as future. What these considerations indicate that there is an identity between the possible and the existent subject. That the Peter that is presently existing must be identical with the Peter that prior to his existence was only possible. If the positive thing that actually exists were not the same as that which is possible in recto, they could not be predicated of one another. A future Antichrist that is only possible now but not actual would not be the same Antichrist that actually exists at some point in the future. Arriaga adds that the identity between the real being and its logical possibility is more than just a negative identity or the denial that the two are distinct positive things. A human being and non-being are both negatively indistinct, but they cannot be predicated of one another. It is not enough then to deny a real distinction. One must also affirm a real identity, which cannot obtain between a real being and a negation. To say that possibility consists in the denial of self-contradiction, while true, is insufficient, quote, for that negative non-repugnance cannot be identified with a positive existent thing, end quote. What this means is that which is real, even if only in terms of logical possibility, cannot be adequately attained through a mere conceptual parsing. Without some consideration, however minimal, of an existential reference, being would ultimately be reduced to an existentially inert concept whose fate would be sealed with Kant's claim that being is obviously not a real predicate. We have already seen what Arriaga thinks possibility directly signifies, but we shall see that his existential concern emerges even more fully when he indicates just what possibility signifies indirectly or in obliquo. Arriaga introduces the question of possibility in obliquo with yet another set of distinctions. Whereas Suarez approaches being in terms of the distinction between being taken as a noun and as a participle, Arriaga develops an alternative twofold consideration wherein being is understood either in terms of logical possibility or in terms of pure potentiality. In his explanation of the former, we see that logical possibility amounts to the following claim, quote, if such a possible thing exists, two contradictories would not follow from it, end quote. Logical possibility is framed in terms of some antecedent condition, and more importantly, that condition is none other than an existential presupposition. Other thinkers, such as Hurtado, had defined possibility in terms of conditionality. However, Arriaga sees Hurtado's explanation as inadequate since the condition consists in the decree of the divine will. To say that X is possible simply means for Hurtado that if God wills X, X will be positive. While such an account may suffice for proximate possibility, it does not adequately explain the nature of remote possibility itself, which is precisely what is in question. Furthermore, God himself can be considered logically possible, but such possibility cannot be explained by a conditional reference to the divine will. The claim that if God wills his own existence, God exists is patently absurd. In contrast, it is coherent to hold that if God exists, then contradictory predicates do not result. Accordingly, the condition that determines possibility is not some divine fiat, but the presupposition of existence itself. To say that X is possible just means, as Arriaga has said, that if X exists, a pair of contradictions will not result. Such an existential account of possibility has the benefit not only of extending to those things that are proximately possible, but also to those things that exist without production, namely God or even the Trinitarian processions. Despite the fact that Arriaga presupposes existence as a condition in his account of possibility, Some interpreters argue that his thinking on logical possibility ignores or disregards the existence or non-existence of the possible subject. The implication is, as already mentioned, that being unfolds with complete indifference to existence. Nevertheless, it is one thing to say that a term, for example, a gold mountain, can signify something non-existent, but it's entirely different to say that that same term excludes or rejects any existential reference in its signification. To exclude any existential considerations would be to collapse the difference between the possible and the impossible. This last remark requires some explanation. Neither a square circle nor the future Antichrist actually exists presently, which is to say they are both absolutely non-existent simpliciter. But in that very non-existence, there remains a crucial difference between the two. Can that difference be discovered with nothing more than a conceptual analysis of the quantitative content pertaining to each? One may well be tempted to answer affirmatively, since the conceptual content of a square circle clearly includes a contradiction, while that of the Antichrist does not. Nevertheless, a square circle does not exist, and as such, there are not actually or really a pair of contradictory predicates. But no such contradiction results from abolishing the predicate together with its subject. If to be free of self-contradiction is just what it is to be possible, then it would seem that a square circle, just as much as the future Antichrist, and indeed absolute nothing itself, is possible, which is, of course, absurd. Freedom from contradictory predicates alone cannot adequately differentiate the possible from the impossible. Rather, in order meaningfully to distinguish the two, some minimal existential reference is requisite. For this reason, Arriaga holds that, quote, possibility is not explained through the negation of contradictories independently from existence, but through that existence supposed as by a condition, end quote. While one cannot, in the consideration of what is possible, prescind entirely from any existential consideration, Arriaga thinks that the inverse is not true. Something's existence can be perceived as conditional and therefore as prescinding from possibility. Such a procedure is the way that one ordinarily philosophizes, he says. That is, one begins with the condition of existence and then inquires into possibility. Quote, when we inquire whether something is possible, indeed we inquire whether from that which exists two contradictories follow or not, end quote. For instance, to determine whether something such as a gold mountain, which presumably no one has encountered, is possible, one must first ask whether, under the condition that a gold mountain exists, a pair of contradictory predicates would emerge. Since there is no contradiction between the formalities gold and mountain, a gold mountain would appear to be possible. Arriaga's reason for beginning with existence in the consideration of possibility is that, quote, existence is more known to us than possibility, end quote. The implication here is that possibility is explained in terms of existence rather than existence in terms of possibility. Yet, would not injecting existence into the merely possible accord some metaphysical status, however minimal, to the possible, and there compromise any commitment to a creation ex nihilo to which Arriaga is beholden as a Christian theologian? Arriaga is aware of this particular concern and makes clear that that which is merely possible possesses no intrinsic entitative character whatsoever. Absolutely speaking, that which is only possible is non-existent. Nevertheless, Arriaga thinks that that which is possible can still be said to exist secundum quid. For example, currently the Antichrist does not exist, yet when considering the formalities or rationes that pertain to the Antichrist quiditative content, it can be said to exist secundum quid, that is, conditionally. This returns us to our question about what possibility signifies in obliquo. We have already said that for Arriaga, possibility in recto signifies the positive being itself. Now he clarifies that in obliquo, possibility signifies the negation of contradictory predicates under the condition that the possible subject actually exists. The remote logical possibility of the Antichrist, to continue with our example, pertains to its intrinsic quiditative structure without relation to divine omnipotence. When the Antichrist is brought into existence at the designated time known only to providence, the Antichrist can then further be denominated proximately possible in relationship to the divine power. Nevertheless, the Antichrist's remote logical possibility remains a feature of its own intrinsic quiditative structure without relation to divine omnipotence. Arriaga further explains that logical possibility is greater in extension than being and potency, since the former can extend to that which involves only no inner contradiction, as well as to that which actually exists. Moreover, logical possibility and being and potency signify the same positive being, say X, but in different ways. As already stated, logical possibility signifies the positive real being of X, and indirectly that X is free from contradictory predicates. Being in potency also signifies X, but with one important difference: it absolutely excludes existence. Finally, we might consider that for Arriaga, existing absolutely signifies X in terms of the fact that X exists and does not have contradictory predicates. Is there any kind of metaphysical priority that can be assigned to these three, namely logical possibility, being in potency, and being itself? Insofar as being in potency signifies the denial of existence, being itself must be presupposed in order to be negated. What is more, if being in potency is such that existence is absolutely negated, then one must also grant that being itself bears an existential orientation that can be negated by being in potency. What sense does it make to suggest, then, that Arriaga's conception of being as existentially indifferent in potency is parasitic upon existence? What then about the relationship between being and logical possibility? Arriaga has this to say, quote, "The possible signifies a certain absolute being itself, not, however, absolutely, but conditionally. But being both signifies absolute entity absolutely and simply," end quote. Surely between that which is only conditional and that which is absolute, primacy must be accorded to the absolute. What is absolute in this case is that which is being in virtue of its own existence. Existence, as already mentioned, is certainly no predicate. There is no quantitative content to parse conceptually, but existence nevertheless remains the condition for the possibility of considering any quantitative conceptual structures. If, according to Arriaga, possibility itself must grapple with the existential orientation of being, how can one claim that his resolution of the question of being transpires with complete indifference to existence? One cannot claim that Arriaga's doctrine of being reduces to mere conceptual content or to the thinkable. From what we have seen, Arriaga's account of being remains tethered to the plane of existential reality, even if that tether is razor thin. While existence serves as a sine qua non for metaphysical investigations, those investigations clearly turn upon conceptual analysis and the determination of logical possibility. Whereas Suarez portrayed being in terms of an aptitudo ad esse, Arriaga's account turns on the non-repugnance of essential predicates. It is not without reason, then, that Arriaga is understood as continuing the conceptualism bequeathed to him by Hurtado de Mendoza. What is paramount in such a view is the logical coherence of conceptual contents. Nevertheless, Arriaga realizes that the sheer logical coherence cannot render a complete account of being. The devil is in the details. In this case, the detail of existence as a brute fact keeps Arriaga on the side of his scholastic forerunners, then aligned with those who would signal scholasticism's end. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor, Salas. Are there any questions on this complicated topic? Philip? Okay.
Thank you, Victor. This was great. So it's possible that I just missed a piece, like a technical move in there, but so I'm just worried about the adequacy of, so I take it that your main thesis is that for Arriaga, right, being has to be understood with some kind of aversion to existence, and that has to do with the way that he spells out the non-repugnance. But I guess I'm worried that it seemed like there was some slippage, maybe it's in him, maybe it's in you, or maybe it's just in my mind, between a notion of self-repugnance and a notion of repugnance to existence, right? So compare the square circle, the golden mountain, and just a straightforward negation like non-being. It seems to me like the golden mountain is neither self-repugnant nor repugnant to existence, and that gives you, so it is the aversion to existence that gives you possibility. But then the difference between the square circle and non-being is that non-being is not self-repugnant in a quantitative sense, right? The notion of the terms, there is no repugnance there. Nevertheless, a negation like non-being is not repugnant to existence, or sorry, is repugnant to existence, right? So it's not self-repugnant, it is repugnant to existence, whereas the square circle is self-repugnant. So it seems like if those two are importantly different, then one might plausibly, working within the scholastic tradition, advert to some notion of ends, according to which negations and privations are beings. You know, particularly when you get to these later thinkers. And so I guess I just missed part of the move. Could you clarify for me?
No, I think you're quite right. I don't think Arriaga wants to say that something like a negation or non-being or that which is impossible is in fact a being, because that would be to move in a super transcendental direction. And he clearly maintains that you know, these impossible objects are not going to be included under the univocal concept of being. So I think what he might say something to the effect that, yes, self-repugnance, okay, like a square circle, is one thing, and yes, you're quite right, repugnance to being is another thing, but the condition for repugnance to being would be that self-repugnance, right? And so because a square circle involves within itself contradiction, it cannot possibly be brought into being, into existence by even the absolute power of God.
But I'm sorry, shouldn't he say the opposite, right? Shouldn't he say that the condition for self-repugnance is repugnance to existence, right? Because I gave you a case of something that is repugnant to existence but is not self-repugnant, right? Namely non-being. So if there are instances of things that are not self-repugnant but are repugnant to existence, then self-repugnance can't be the condition for repugnance to existence.
Yeah, I don't know if you would say that non-being is itself something that can be repugnant to existence. In the sense, it seems as though we're rarefying the notion of non-being. I don't know that he'd be willing to do that.
Is there time? Is that the camera? Yeah, so I'm trying to face you.
Yeah.
So maybe I missed something too. I just want to get clarified. When Arriaga talks about entities that are not actual and never have been actual yet, like the Antichrist, is that actually a reference to a merely possible individual? Because it's one thing to say there's no repugnant, it's one thing to try to have a concept of some possible future person who will play the role of the Antichrist, and another to think that that you are thinking of a particular individual there, and I'm not sure that that's determinate enough to get you an individual. So I'm sort of thinking of the kinds of issues that come up like in the work of James Ross, if you're familiar with that. But anyway, whether for Arriaga you can think about non-actual individuals as such.
He seems to think that you can, right? And so it's not just the notion of the Antichrist that he has in mind, but this actual individual Antichrist, right? And so some of the examples that he gives, if you recall Peter as known, right? Even if Peter no longer exists, nevertheless, we can denominate known of Peter. And so even if a certain kind of individual thing doesn't exist, like the Antichrist, we can still denominate it as possible. And I suspect that Arriaga would be moving in this direction precisely because of his nominalism.
It just seems different, right? Because Peter already existed, so he was already determinate enough to be grasped as an individual, whereas the Antichrist, not yet. So we don't know which, like there could be different Antichrists, right? That's right. Different, yeah. But that's not the case with Peter. So it seems like they seem sufficiently non-parallel to create an extra problem.
But at the same time, he wants to say, for instance, that there has to be an identity between this concept of the Antichrist and the future Antichrist, right? Otherwise, well, we're not talking about the same thing. So there is a kind of identity between the two, which is an identity that pertains to an individual, as odd as it sounds.
Okay, thank you. So, some more questions? Okay, it seems...
We have just one question on team from Mr. Klima, so you can...
Yes, so if you can all hear me.
Yes.
My question is only for clarification. If I could hear something more about the logical background and logical semantics of Arriaga. You mentioned in passing and very quickly how he would analyze the semantic functions of the parts of the proposition Peter is white to the signification of the proposition as a whole. Did Arriaga have something like complexa significabilia or enunciabilia, that is the total significance of propositions in his ontology? So that would be one question. And the other question, whether he was aware at all, or did he ever refer to the medieval logical doctrine of ampliatio suppositionis, which would have solved, I guess, quite a lot of the problems that seem to be ontological, that seem to be deeply metaphysical, whereas by this simple logical trick of ampliation, most of it could be just eliminated. Most of these problems could be just eliminated.
Yeah, the simple answer to your question is I don't know. I'm not certain about that. I think you would have to look more in depth into his Sumula, where he makes this distinction between, in terms of signification, right? And there he's simply trying to say, well, what exactly does possibility signify? And it has to signify something, and so it's the actual real being of something that it signifies. So I think to answer your question more fully, I'd have to go back into his Sumula to look and see what exactly he takes in terms of supposition theory and the questions that you raised there.
Well, I guess I should look him up too. Okay, it's interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, no more questions or comments or whatever. Okay, so thank you, Victor. And
it's about 5 o'clock in the morning over here, so I'm still asleep.
Sorry. Okay. So I just didn't comprehend. I'm sorry, but okay. So now it's time for lunch. But before we go, just a few points. If someone wasn't here in the morning when I was saying that, there on the table is a book where you can write down your wishes for Professor Sousedík, if you wish. That's one point. There's another table where you can find Studia Neo-Aristotelica, the issues from the beginning of the journal, founded by Professor Sousedík. If you like some of the issues, you can keep it. And as for the lunch, you can join us. We will go to a nearby site, I think, that Masarykova kolej correctly. Or you can choose any restaurant nearby as you wish. Unfortunately, the lunch is not paid by us, but in the evening, immediately after the program ends, all the speakers are invited to a kind of reception at the same place, Masarykova kolej. So you can look forward to the evening. And when we shall meet again here, we are about 15 minutes late, so I think we can make it to 20 past 2, or would you better would you like longer time for lunch? So perhaps 2:30. One more piece of information. Tomáš Machula, the last speaker, has to excuse himself. He's very ill and he is unable to present even online. So it's unfortunate, but also the program won't be so long as expected. So perhaps we can meet at 2:30, I think. Okay? So.
Raz, dva, tři.
Hi, Valley. Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Hi, Valley. Can you hear us? Here is Daniel. We cannot hear you so far. Yeah. Hello. Please, can you say something? Can you hear us? Not yet. Not yet. So we are. Well, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hi, Wally.
Are we ready to start?
Yes. Oh, so there is something? Yeah, for me, but can you hear Wally? Yes. Okay. Okay, good. All right, so welcome, and so we will have now Professor Walter Redmond. I think maybe from Texas is joining us, and he will be talking about Aristotelians, and as they are Platonists in spite of themselves. So the screen is yours. Valley, can you hear? Kam by ještě šlo mluvit?
Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah. Yes. It seems there's still some delay. I wonder why. Can you hear me?
Yes. I hear you, and we will start in few seconds or minutes. There are some settings with audio, so.
Okay. Well, let me know when I should start. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. See you in a few minutes.
Yeah, you can start. Hello? Go ahead, Valley. Yeah, please. Go ahead.
Stand where he can see you on the camera.
Go ahead, Valley. Can you hear me or see me? You can start. You can start.
No te vayas.
Valley, if you hear me, you can start.
Do you hear us? Do you hear us?
Yes.
On Teams? So it was a problem on Teams, and then you can start.
Okay. But tell me when I should begin. Now?
You can start. You can start. Go ahead. Can you hear us?
Okay. I thank the Catholic Theological Faculty in Prague and personally Dr. Lukas Novak for inviting me to join with others to honor Professor Stanislav Sousedík on his 90th anniversary, to whom I dedicate this essay. I wish to describe a remarkable defense of Plato by a 17th century scholastic philosopher living in Cusco, Peru, Juan de Espinosa Medrano, nicknamed El Lunarejo. He explained his view in a book on logic, Philosophia Thomistica, published in Rome in 1688, the year of his death. The subtitle of his work, Cursus Philosophicus, referred to the standard philosophy course, which from the 16th century was the university textbook with the threefold curriculum of logic, natural philosophy, and metaphysics, and also served as a vehicle of communication among academics in different parts of the world. Only Espinosa's logic appeared. The other two parts of his cursus are not attested. Espinosa taught in the Andes Mountains, far from Europe, but he was deeply involved in two European controversies of his time. He wrote his logic mainly to criticize a recent appearance of nominalism among a group of Spanish Jesuits. Professor Novak, by the way, has studied the leading member of this school, Pedro Hurtado de Mendoza. Espinosa also contributed to the so-called culturanist debate on Baroque literature with an important defense of the Spanish poet Luis de Góngora. Espinosa was also the first great writer in Quechua, and in that language wrote the first drama that can be dated with certainty. Espinosa was proud of his rather lengthy treatise on Plato's universals, and he told us, "Have a look at it and you won't regret it." He also claimed originality. This thesis, as I propose it, has not been defended by anyone until now, as far as I know, although Dominic of Flanders and Francis Araujo favor it in part. Let us begin by briefly describing the subject of his treatise, Universals. Universals, or predicables, were the 5 words that the 3rd century Neoplatonic philosopher Porphyry defined in his Eisagoge, or Introduction to Aristotle's Categories. These 5 universals are the 3 taxons, genus and species, together with the difference specifying the species, as well as 2 modal aspects defining necessary properties, propria idea, and contingent accidents. For example, animal is a genus which is shrunk, as they said, to its species man by its difference, rationality. The ability to laugh is a property entailed by the species man, and having eyes of a certain color is an accident. Porphyry would not say whether these universals really exist, or if they do, whether they are in the things they apply to or separate from them. These questions, he said, were too hard and lofty for him, and his refusal to answer them sparked the discussion of universals that lasted for over 1,500 years and actually continues today. But Spinoza said he indeed intended to answer these questions and even others, which, because of the variety of opinions in his day, were harder and loftier still. The word universal was defined in general as something single that regards, respicit, many things, such as a mental or formal concept, or as a word which represent many things by signifying. But Spinoza is not thinking of such universals in representing, in representando, that is, mental concepts and concrete words, because he said they are obviously singular things, not universal. Spinoza rather intends a universal in being, in essendo. This was the metaphysical universe, that is, a thing's real nature or essence. The metaphysical universal, along with its relationship to singular things, forms a composite, and the relation itself was called the logical universal. Real natures or essences are conceived as possible, meaning that they are really able to exist in individual things. Spinoza then is talking about this possible nature or essence, or simply this possible. He attributes this particular view of the possible to the Aristotelians, by which he meant peripatetics, mainly Thomists, followers of St. Thomas Aquinas, and Scotus, followers of John Duns Scotus. Spinoza's thesis, for which he claimed originality, is basically that the Platonist doctrine of ideas entails the Aristotelian doctrine of possibles, but not the other way around. It's not an equivalence, since the scholastic doctrine is much more specific, having elements not found in the Platonic doctrine. His strategy is simply to compare both sets of elements in order to show that the Platonic set is contained in the Aristotelian set. Spinoza rejected several positions on universality. He criticized the Greek philosopher Heraclitus for holding that nothing general can be truly said of changing individual things. This position is wrong, he said, because it contradicts experience. Then he criticized nominalists, nominales, for reducing the universal to a formal concept, part of the mental process of an individual person. They are mistaken, he thought, because the formal concept is singular, and so only a universal in representing. But the universal in being is common to many things, and when abstracted from them, to many people. Spinoza is rejecting here what we might call a psychologistic interpretation of universals. By the way, Spinoza wrote a satirical poem about Pedro Hurtado de Mendoza, of whom Professor Novak has written. Hurtado was a prominent member of the Jesuit so-called nominalistic school of the 16th century, about 50 years before Spinoza was writing. For Spinoza, he represented the fourth rise and fall of nominalism in the history of philosophy, the others being the Greek skeptic Cratylus, Peter Abelard in the 12th century, and William of Ockham in the 15th. He wrote, Me occami sectam hurtados revocaret aborco ter functum ad quarto nunc sequer euridicem. Eniacio, ingeniis non tanta potentia in umbris, vox, et conceptus, absque re, larva sumus. I can translate this as thrice slain, then by Hurtado from Hades raised, I, Occam's sect, a fourth time now trail Eurydice. Lo, here I witness lie amid the shades, a word, a concept, sans reality. Next, Spinoza rejected several interpretations of Plato's ideas or forms. He thought it unlikely that Plato himself held the Neoplatonic view that the ideas subsist in a divine hypothesis, a view also held by many fathers of the church. He also rejects Aristotle's stated interpretation of the ideas, that they are separate from their objects. And he thought it's better to say that Aristotle was criticizing not Plato, but the view of the early academy. This view had been held by some Neoplatonists, but Spinoza was following the scholastic Domingo Soto, who did not think that Aristotle would impute this mistaken theory to Plato while his philosophers were still around to protest. He leaned toward the interpretation of Dominic of Flanders and Francis Araujo, and this seems to be what he said he borrowed from them, that the Platonic ideas are distinguished from objects as natures abstracted according to their essential being, but not according to their existential being. Spinoza then analyzed 15 typical arguments used by scholastics to reject the Platonic ideas, and he will later resolve them in favor of Plato, after stating and defending his own theory. He stated his plan in this way. We should ask whether Plato's theory was so unreasonable as to deserve the common rejection of philosophers that it has received, and whether the Aristotelians' arguments are actually compelling enough. Spinoza's first step was to analyze the Thomistic theory of possible essence and the parallel scotistic theory of lesser being, in order to extract the elements found in both and to formulate a common doctrine which he will then compare to the Platonic theory. He began by noting that there is a difference between what a thing is and the fact that it is. This is the familiar distinction of St. Thomas Aquinas between esse and being. Esse. They are distinct, says Spinoza, because a content does not depend on its actual realization. The dependency is rather it's the reverse. It would be true to say that a man is a rational animal, even if there were no men to exemplify this truth. Spinoza then reflects on the possible essence or nature. The existence of things in time and space depends upon God as sufficient cause. But essence is possible, whether or not God wills the corresponding things to exist. The possibility itself goes back to the mind of God, not to his will. It is this possible that Spinoza takes as the universal in being that he is comparing with the Platonic idea or form. Nevertheless, he insists, essence would be God, since the ideas, as was commonly held, are but the divine essence itself. The being of essence, we could perhaps say, is the content of the divine idea. Spinoza then presents the set of elements characterizing the being of the essence, esse essentiae, according to the Aristotelians. The essence does not exist, nor is it created. Essence is eternal, changeless, independent of time and space. Essence grounds necessary propositions like 2 and 2 are 4, and man is a rational animal, while hypothetical propositions like Socrates is bald are based upon the being of existence. The being of essence is eternal, unchanging, and independent of time and space. It characterizes the possible essence of the Thomists and parallels the lesser being of the Scotists. That is what he is calling the universal in being. This is his summary. So you see, friend reader, that the peripatetic elite, the Thomists and Scotists, have construed the essences, quiddities, or possibles as beings which are eternal, actual, and quite independent in their being from God as creating cause. Whether they are positive or negative, as Thomists assert, or some intentional, intelligible, or unintelligible, as John Stephen Spinola jokes, which Scotus called lesser being, or some remote and fundamental possible, which does not even depend on the divine understanding, as John Ponce holds. No matter what else it is, according to these men, it is a real being, yet not God. Spinoza then quotes Plato's Parmenides and Phaedo directly to show that the word essence, translating ousia, bears such an interpretation. And then he simply lists all the features of the Platonic ideas and those of the essence of the Thomists and Scotists to show that the former set is included in the latter. This is his conclusion. I submit consequently that Plato conceived his ideas very well indeed as the species of things and their universal essences postulated merely as the object of the sciences, which he was then attempting to clarify. Nor does any difficulty follow from his view, which the Aristotelians would not also have to accept for similar reasons. Spinoza does not attribute this doctrine to Aristotle himself, for if he were alive in this century, he said, he might assail the eternally and positively actual essence and lesser being with the same arguments he used against Plato's ideas. Nor does he claim that his is the correct interpretation of Plato. He says, I do not dispute whether Plato did or did not teach such a separate universal. I merely contend that the peripatetic theory of essences and possibles should admit the universal which is called, quote unquote, Platonic. In other words, one set is contained in the other. He says, whatever must constitute the Platonic universal is found in the possible eternal essence. And so, it is quite clear that the peripatetics have Platonized, he says, willing or not, and that as they attack Plato, they hurt themselves. Spinoza drew the further important conclusion that it cannot be inferred from Plato's words that the ideas are or are not separate from physical objects. To show this, he pointed to the historical background of the idea theory, which he claimed was a discussion of the object of the sciences, wherein Plato challenged the Heraclitean rejection of universality. To achieve his purpose, Plato had merely to show that there are universal objects which can be studied in science. And so, as Spinoza went on, from Plato's purpose and aim, we reach the obvious conclusion that it was more than enough for him to claim that the universal was only as incorruptible, eternal, and positively actual as the essences and possibles of the Thomists and Scholastics are eternally actual and incorruptible by an essential but not existential actuality. And he says, actualitas. Both the scholastic and Platonic views, then, are neutral as to whether the universal is or is not separate from their singulars, and their views are open to the same objections, since it could be argued both that the Platonic idea lies apart from the singular and that the scholastic possible from the existent. And so he concludes, we must reject the constant opinion of all that Plato held the ideas to be really separate from singulars and to exist by themselves. And we must conclude that the Aristotelians have failed to refute Plato and, in stricter accord with their own principles, had rather Platonized. Now, in his study, Aristotle and Other Platonists, Lloyd P. Gerson notes that in the 1st century BC, Plato and Aristotle were thought to be complementary, and that the later Neoplatonists saw a harmony, a symphonia between them. Cicero indeed wrote, following Plato, whose thinking was quite broad and varied, academics and peripatetics worked out a single coherent philosophy, differing in name, but not in content. Then came what Spinoza called the common rejection of Plato's ideas. Gerson wrote his book to counter the common rejection of any interpretation of Aristotle as a Platonist. And Spinoza wrote his defense of Plato with a similar purpose in mind. It would be interesting to compare their studies point by point, but this is a job for another essay. Have you been able to hear?
Thank you very much. So we have now a moment, so we can take some questions if you can hear us.
Yes, you can hear it. Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I can hear it.
Thanks for this interesting presentation. Does Spinoza quote any of the Renaissance philosophers, Renaissance sources?
Yes, he does, actually. Spinoza quotes about 300 authors, and about a third of them are from his own 17th century. And from the 16th century, about 17%. And his Greek and Roman authors are about approximately a quarter. And then another quarter is from Renaissance and thinkers from the 11th to the 15th century. So he does quote Renaissance authors as well as scholastics. He's actually quite erudite in. Of course, he doesn't read all of the people that he quotes, but we have positive evidence that of the 72 authors he read in the 17th century, he read at least 42. And this is perhaps surprising because in order to get a book from Europe up to Cusco, it had to come on a boat to Panama and put on a mule to the other side, get on another boat to go to Peru, and then put on another mule to go up to Cusco. But it's quite extraordinary that he had access to many works that were contemporary. Some of them, incidentally, published in Europe after his birth.
Anyone else? Yeah.
This is a completely historical question. Could you just tell us a little bit more about the sort of social and academic context in which he was writing? I don't know essentially anything about 17th century Peru.
Oh,
so
right.
what was the context that he was working in?
I know the feeling. No, you see, he's a so-called late scholastic, and this is an extension of medieval philosophy and representing especially three schools from the Middle Ages, which is Thomism, Scotism, and Nominalism. And when you studied philosophy, in Spinoza and Medrano's time, you would be starting out with logic and then moving on to natural philosophy or physics, and then to metaphysics. And then afterwards, you would be studying or major in other subjects like theology or actually philosophy itself or law. There was one philosopher, a Jesuit who was living in Mexico in the 17th century, wrote a book on logic, and it was published in 18 times later on in Europe. He wrote his philosophy. It was at the time after an intellectual would study the philosophy curriculum. Rubio claimed that it was very unusual for the person to go back and study philosophy after he got finished with it, because Rubio taught philosophy, had taught theology for many years before he went back to philosophy, and he explained the reasons for going back to philosophy. But this continued until the 18th century, and in Latin America, for example, around 1750, there was a very heavy influence of modern philosophy from Europe, which tended to displace the scholasticism, and by the next century, scholasticism was quite weakened. I think, is that more or less what, does that explain more or less what you were asking?
Okay, thank you. So, anyone else? All right, so thank you very much, Wally, and once again, so I'd like to ask Andreas Waldstein, please, from Notre Dame.
Sorry. Lukasz is going to go get a handout, which will accompany the talk. So I'll just wait for that. Great. I'll sit down.
All right, so maybe we can declare a short break, right? And let's try. I guess 10 minutes. Let's have a break. Because we are waiting for the handouts. Sorry, Andreas.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me. I've been reading various things from Professor Sousedík's sort of group for some time, and I'm very excited to be here and to be able to talk to you all and meet you all. So in this paper, I aim to analyze and evaluate the theory of universals expressed in Thomas de Vio Cajetan's commentary on Aquinas' De Ante et Essentia. Cajetan composed this commentary in 1495 at the age of 27, a year after his appointment as the chair of Thomistic Metaphysics at the University of Padua. Just prior to writing the book, he engaged in a series of disputes with Antonio Trombetta, the chair of Scholastic Metaphysics at the University of Padua, who had himself just published a book of metaphysical disputations against the Thomists. And so Cajetan's work reads as a kind of anti-Scotist metaphysical manual. He's trying to find nice, determinate, Thomistic metaphysical positions that can stand up to Scotist critiques, and he's also trying to find lines of attacks against Scotistic philosophy. My paper is divided into three main sections. In section 1, I'm going to look at some problems and ambiguities in Aquinas' treatment of the problem of universals in De Ante et Essentia. In section 2, I'm going to show how Cajetan's position tries to solve some of these problems. And then finally, in section 3, I will look at Cajetan's arguments against the Scotist position on universals. So, section 1, problems for Aquinas. Aquinas, like other medieval moderate realists, denies that there are universal forms in things, whether they're separate forms like a Platonist view or in re forms like in Armstrong's view, for example. But he affirms that there is a distinction in each thing between its essence and its individuating conditions. We can abstract the essences of things from their individuating conditions and thus form concepts which are universal in their ability to represent indifferently any of the things that have the relevant essence. Following Avicenna, Aquinas claims that a nature can be considered in two ways. In one way, you can consider it according to the existence that it has in things or in the mind. In another way, you can consider it absolutely, abstracting from everything but the formal ratio of the nature. According to this consideration, Avicenna has this little phrase that he likes to use: horseness is just horseness. That is, if we consider the essence of a horse absolutely, we ignore all of its accidents, like whether it is tall or short, strong or weak. We ignore its particular matter that makes it this horse rather than that horse, and we even ignore its particular act of existence. We consider only what falls into the definition of horse. So because having this or that act of existence is not included in the formal ratio of the nature considered absolutely, and I quote, abstracts from every act of existence. Thus considered, the nature does not even have unity or multiplicity. You can see that the argument for that kind of surprising claim is on your handout, my reconstruction of the argument. So here's, roughly speaking, how it's supposed to go. A1, if the nature were of itself one, then it could not be in many individuals. But the nature is in many individuals, A2. So A3, the nature is not of itself one. Okay, so Aquinas' theory is supposed to give us a way of accounting for the common natures of things without positing any actual entities which things of the same kind share, so without resorting to Platonism of some kind. But the theory as it stands in De Ante et Essentia, I think, is kind of hard to understand. There's at least three problems that I see with theory in a kind of facile reading of it. First of all, it remains unclear what exactly the nature considered absolutely is if it has no being or unity. Like, what are we talking about if what we're talking about doesn't have any existence and doesn't have any unity? It seems like it's just nothing. Second, it seems false that the nature, even considered absolutely, has no being or unity. So it seems like through my human nature, I have human being. And through my human nature, I am one in nature. So it just seems like it's not the case, in fact, that when you consider nature absolutely, you abstract from all being and from all unity. Third, it's unclear how the nature absolutely considered could do any explanatory work if it has no being or unity. So if what we're trying to do is explain sameness in kind, explain the kind of unity that Socrates and Plato have, how are we going to be able to explain that if what we're using to explain it doesn't exist and has no unity? It seems like we're not going to do a great job of explaining the phenomenon. Okay, So, section 2, Cajetan's position. So Cajetan tries to give us a more determinate position that avoids some of these problems and ambiguities. He's trying to come up with an interpretation of Aquinas that will be more definite and intelligible. So he argues that we should not understand Aquinas to be denying all being and unity to the nature. In Aquinas' later metaphysics, as Cajetan points out, Aquinas disagrees with Avicenna's position that being, ens, is an accidental predicate, added to the essence of something. Being and the other transcendentals are quiditative predicates for Aquinas, not by being highest genera, but instead by being immediately each stage or grade of the Porphyrian tree. So from the very fact that something is a substance, it's immediately a being, and it's also one and true and good, etc., all the other transcendentals. And likewise, from the very fact that something is a man, it's immediately one and a being. From the very fact that something is rational, it's immediately one, a being, etc., etc. This is, Cajetan points out, an important point of difference between Thomistic and Scotistic metaphysics, because for the Scotists, the transcendentals are not included in the ultimate differences. And, you know, as a good Thomist, you have to reject everything that the Scotists say. So we shouldn't think that that's what Aquinas is saying. Cajetan also provides his own little argument for this conclusion, and that's on the handout. So, C1, everything which is intelligible has unity. C2, the nature taken absolutely is intelligible. C3, therefore the nature taken absolutely has unity. C4, everything which has unity has being and the other transcendentals. C5, therefore the nature even taken absolutely has being and all the other transcendentals. So he's just saying, look, we wouldn't even be able to understand what we're talking about if there's no being or unity at all. There must be something that we're talking about. Okay, so according to Cajetan, the nature must have some sort of unity and some sort of being. In order to explain what kind of unity exactly it is that the nature has, Cajetan launches into an extended discussion of what sorts of unity that there can be. So he sort of wants to spread out all the different kinds of unity you can have and select from that menu what kind of unity we want to assign to the nature considered absolutely. Okay. So according to the usual theory of transcendentals, Cajetan points out, unity adds to the notion of being only a negation of division. So unity is ens indivisum. Which means that in order to see what kinds of unity there are, we need to think about the different ways that things can be divided from each other so that we can negate those to come up with the different sorts of unity. Things can be divided from each other by having different individual matter. So for example, Socrates and Plato, Socrates is in this chunk of matter, Plato's in that chunk of matter, that's what distinguishes the two of them. So that one way to differ is just by having different individual matter. Another way to differ is to differ in species. So Plato and Brunellus the donkey differ, not only because they have different matter, but also because Plato is rational and Brunellus is not, and so Plato's a man and Brunellus is a donkey. Finally, things can differ also in genus. So for example, Plato differs from his pallor, from the accident of whiteness that inheres in him. Not only in matter, or I guess he doesn't differ from it in matter, not only in species, but also in genus, because he's in the genus substance, and the pallor is in the genus whiteness. Okay, so corresponding to each of these modes of division, there'll be a mode of unity. So Socrates is undivided from himself in matter. He has the same matter as himself. He's one in matter. He's also undivided from himself in species, and he's also undivided from himself in genus. So he has all of these different modes of unity. All right, so which of these modes of unity corresponds to the nature? Cajetan claims that we should understand Aquinas to be saying not that the nature taken absolutely lacks unity altogether, but that it does not have the unity of individual matter, since it abstracts entirely from individual matter. The nature does have unity, but of a purely formal kind. So it only has, specific unity or generic unity, depending on what kind of nature we're talking about. Also, the nature abstracts from every act of existence, but it does not abstract from essence, since it just is an essence. So the nature also has being in the sense of essence. Okay, so we have answers to our first two questions. The nature considered absolutely is just the nature of a thing, considered an abstraction from its individual matter, its accidents, and its existence. And it does have both being in the sense of essence and formal unity. What about the third problem? How does the nature explain how Socrates and Plato are unified by their humanity? Here, Cajetan is very clear that Plato and Socrates do not share a formal unity, properly speaking. There are, he says, and I quote, two animalities and two rationalities in Plato and Socrates. It's only in the case of the Trinity that you have one and the same essence shared by multiple supposits. In every other case, there are as many essences as there are supposits. One essence in me, another in you, one essence in Socrates, another in Plato. But there is a way in which, even apart from any consideration of the mind, things have a very reduced kind of unity in virtue of their essences. Apart from any consideration of the mind, Cajetan says, this negation is true, that Socrates and Plato do not differ with regard to humanity. You could say that rather than sharing in undivided being, they are undivided beings. Absolutely, their natures are diverse. But Socrates and Plato don't differ on account of those natures, only on account of the accidents and individuating conditions associated with those natures. Previous commentators on these texts, I think, have been misled by what Cajetan says here, and they line up the kind of purely negative unity that he talks about when he's saying, what's the unity between Socrates and Plato, with the kind of unity that he's assigning to the nature absolutely considered. I think that this is a mistake. It makes what he says earlier not true, because the kind of unity that he's talking about here is not transcendental unity. It's not a unity which implies being, because he's precisely denying that there's any being common to Socrates and Plato. Rather, Socrates and Plato each have their own essence, which is fully one, true, and good, which has as much unity as you want. And because of those essences, they have this very weak kind of unity, this sort of purely negative unity. All right. If my interpretation is correct, though, then for Cajetan, Aquinas' argument for the Aquinas' unity argument that you have at the beginning of your handout is at the very least very unhelpfully phrased, because there's just no such thing as the nature which exists in both Plato and Socrates. There are just the individuals with their natures, which natures we can consider an abstraction from individuating conditions and acts of existence. So A2, unless we can find some way of reinterpreting it, it's going to turn out false for Cajetan. He suggests that if we understand the kind of unity that Aquinas is talking about as just numerical unity, then the argument will be sound. But I don't think he's actually right about that, because if you look at the argument, if you replace the word unity with numerical unity, that is only going to change premises A1 and A3, which are not the premises that end up being problematic. Cajetan's position here, I think, has a lot in common with Jeff Brower's interpretation of Aquinas on universals. Socrates and Plato's natures are internally the same, as Jeff Brower says. So they're only able to be diverse because they're united to different individuating conditions and acts of existence. And for that reason, when we consider them absolutely, abstracting from their individuating conditions, we can form one concept that truly grasps both of them. Section 3, against the Schodists. So in the aim of coming up with a consistent and intelligible Thomist position on formal unity and the nature taken absolutely, I think Cajetan does a pretty good job. I'm now going to look at the way that he tries to fulfill his other aim, responding to Scotus arguments and attacking Scotus positions. I think Cajetan is pretty successful at countering the arguments that Scotists use to try to move the Thomists toward their position. I think his attacks on the Scotus position are somewhat less successful. I think there's a way of responding to each of the arguments that he gives, but I do think that they put some pressure on the Thomists, on the Scotus position. I think at the end of the day, the Scotists should be a little bit worried by some of the things that Cajetan says. So I'm first going to explain how Cajetan understands his opponent's theory, then explore the way Cajetan responds to an argument in favor of it, and finally examine his arguments against his opponent's views. Thomists and Scotists agree, says Cajetan, that universality, properly so called, is a work of the intellect, and that and that there are natures in things which are denominated universal from the fact that the intellect forms universal concepts of them. So what's really universal is only the concept. The disagreement is about whether there's some real thing that has a kind of aptitude for existing in many things, what Cajetan calls a negative unity of community. This is due to his interlocutor's interpretations of Scotus. So for a lot of contemporary interpreters of Scotus, like Richard Cross, for example, Scotus posits some positive entity, numerically divided but less than numerically one, which individuals of the same kind share. But for Antonio Trombetta, and presumably also for the other Scotists with which Cajetan is familiar, because he doesn't talk about that kind of view at all, there's no such overlap between individuals. Rather, the essence of Socrates is in some way not proper to Socrates, and is thus apt to be the essence of Plato instead, even though it is prevented from being the essence of Plato because it's united to Socrates' Hexaity. Plato's and Socrates' essences are thus each sufficient for a kind of negative unity of community between Socrates and Plato. So Socrates' essence is somehow not proper to Socrates, and it's also somehow able to be the essence of Plato, and so Socrates' essence is a one which is negatively common to both Plato and Socrates, and likewise for Plato's essence. While Cajetan agrees that there is a real formal unity existing outside of the mind, which is different than what he would call numerical unity, which is the unity of matter. So in that way, he agrees that there is a formal unity which is not numerical unity. So that sounds like a Scotus position. He denies that it is ever a unity of community. So Socrates' form is not apt to be in Plato, and it's in no way common to both Socrates and Plato, and likewise for Plato's form. Cajetan thinks that the best argument in favor of the Scotus position is something like the one on your handout. He actually discusses about 3 different versions of this argument with slightly different wording, and this is one of Trombetta's favorite ways of arguing against the Thomists. So, E1. Socrates' humanity ex se is not proper to Socrates or to Plato. E2, Socrates' humanity ex se is susceptible of the individuating conditions of Socrates or of Plato. E3, so Socrates' humanity is negatively common, apt to be in both Socrates and Plato. So it's just basically saying, well, here's 2 conditions for being negatively common. You have to be not proper and able to be in either, and those conditions are both fulfilled. So it seems like Socrates' humanity is negatively common. E1 and E2, Trombetta claims, are both things that the Thomist should agree with. It's not the case, even for the Thomist, that Plato's humanity ex se includes being proper to Plato, nor ex se does it include either Plato's or anyone else's individuating conditions. We abstract from all of those when we're thinking about his nature. But from those 2 admissions, E3 seems to follow immediately. If Socrates' humanity ex se is not proper to Socrates and is susceptible of the individuating conditions of Plato, then it seems that Socrates' humanity fits the bill for being negatively common to Socrates and Plato. Cajetan thinks that this argument derives its sort of specious convincingness. He refutes this argument about 6 times. He seems to be kind of worried about it. From an equivocation on ex se. Ex se, he thinks, can be used in 2 ways. First, it can express causal sufficiency. Second, it can express solitude, or that is abstraction. So, for example, humanity is ex se rational is true because humanity is formal causally sufficient for bringing about rationality. Humanity, just by it being there, something is rational. On the other hand, humanity ex se is not white is true because humanity, when considered in solitude, when we've abstracted humanity, does not determine its subject to whiteness. But it's not the case, notice, that humanity is causally sufficient for making something not white. Otherwise, humans could never be white. So Cajetan thinks that the sense of ex se which makes E1 and E2 true is the second sense. He thinks it's true that Socrates' humanity, when considered an abstraction, is not proper to Socrates or to Plato. And it's true that Socrates' humanity, when considered an abstraction, is susceptible of the individuating conditions of both Socrates or Plato.
But the sense of XA required for E3 to mean that there's a real community, not just a rational community, which is what the SCOTUS wants to say. The SCOTUS wants to say there's a real thing which is in some way common to both Socrates and Plato, is the first sense instead. And in that case, Cajetan thinks E1 and E2 are just false. So it's not the case that Socrates' humanity is causally sufficient for being not proper to Socrates, whatever that would mean. So he thinks this argument is just that the SCOTUS position is not really motivated by this argument at all. It's either has false premises or it's invalid. Okay, and so then he moves on to his attack on the SCOTUS position. One problem Cajetan sees with the SCOTUS position is that it seems that everything that we affirm of a nature as following from the nature itself, everything that we affirm of the nature in the first sense of XA, should be predicated simply of the thing that has that nature. That line of thought gives rise to the following argument, which is, again, on your handout. P1, whatever follows from a nature in the first sense of XA is simply predicated of the thing that has that nature. P2, so if being apt to be in Plato followed from the nature XA in the first sense, it would be predicated simply of Socrates, such that Socrates would be simply apt to be in many. Socrates is not apt to be in many, so being apt to be in many does not follow from the nature XA. Animality, for example, follows on man in the positive sense of XA, and so does formal unity. So we can say simply that Socrates is an animal and that Socrates is formally one. And in general, anything which follows positively from a certain nature belongs to that nature no matter what the circumstances. So P1 does seem like a good principle. P2 is just an application of this general principle, and P3 is accepted by both sides of the debate. Cajetan expresses the situation nicely. What, he says, is the greater reason for unity than community? And why are some things which follow on the nature XA predicated of individuals while others are not? Cajetan himself has a good difference maker for these two things, because he thinks that in the case of formal unity, it's predicated it belongs to the nature XA in the first sense, whereas in the case of community, it belongs to the nature XA only in the second sense. So he has a difference maker, and then he's saying, look, it's incumbent on you, SCOTUS, to say why these two things are different. I think the SCOTUS can respond by finding a good difference maker. And one way to do this, what seems most obvious to me, would be to employ the SCOTUS doctrine of Hexaides. So while the nature has the aptitude to be in another, and so continues to have that aptitude when it's in Socrates, Socrates adds beyond his nature his Hexaide, which prevents him from being another, but which does not prevent him from being formally one. So the aptitude to being in another belongs only to a metaphysical part of Socrates, only to his nature, and thus cannot be simply predicated of the whole. It seems to me like that's one way the SCOTUS could go in responding to this argument. Perhaps with such a response in mind, Cajetan offers another argument, which is also on your handout. This is an argument from unactualizable aptitudes. So, U1. If an aptitude cannot in any instance be reduced to act, then it is in vain. If there were an aptitude in a given nature for existing in another, it could not be reduced to act. So, if there were an aptitude in a nature for existing in another, it would be in vain. We should not posit aptitudes that are in vain, so there is no aptitude in a nature for existing in another. An aptitude, Cajetan is arguing, is for an act. It's what an aptitude is. It's relative to an act. So the possibility of the act is what makes the aptitude, is sort of the point of the aptitude. And an aptitude in which there was no possibility of the relevant act just seems completely pointless. It's like extra metaphysical baggage that doesn't do anything. Now, as the SCOTUS would agree, it's not possible, even by divine power, for Socrates and Plato, for example, to exchange natures. Socrates' nature and his Hexaide are only formally distinct, not really distinct. They're united with the unity of simplicity, which entails that it is metaphysically impossible to separate them. But then what sense can be made of an aptitude for something which is metaphysically impossible? This argument, I think, is better than the first one. But nevertheless, the SCOTUS does have ways of pushing back. I think the response would require two things. First, the Scotus would have to defend the theoretical usefulness of at least some unactualizable potencies. The aptitude in Socrates' nature for being united to Plato's Hexaidi would be theoretically useful because it would account for the unity that they have through their natures, even outside their minds. So it's doing theoretical work. It's explaining why, even apart from any consideration of the mind, there's something united about Plato and Socrates due to their both being human. Thus, if in vain means theoretically useless, U1 would be false, according to this way of responding. If in vain means unactualizable, so that U1 is just a tautology, then U4 would be false, because then we should posit those sometimes if they're theoretically useful. Second, the Scotist would have to give us an account of exactly what the metaphysical status of this kind of counterpossible aptitude is. As far as I can tell, later Scotists are very divided on this question of how exactly to account for this sort of counterpossible aptitude. So I don't really know what the Scotist should do here. So maybe the Scotists in the room can help me out in the Q&A. All right, to conclude, I think Cajetan gives us an intelligible and consistent Thomistic position on formal unity and universals. He also defends that account well against at least one Scotist line of attack. And while the Scotist can reply to each of the arguments that Cajetan poses against his or her position, I do think that Cajetan has put some pressure on the Scotist position. For it seems to me that the position Cajetan puts forward is simpler. You don't need any weird, unactualizable aptitudes for being in another. And I at least am unconvinced that adding these weird potencies into our ontology gives any real explanatory benefit over Cajetan's position. Thank you.
So please, any reactions or questions?
Thank you. So I have a clarification question. I'm on the second page of the handout.
Okay.
So this argument from simple predication,
yeah.
So this is a real or imagined argument by Cajetan against Scotus, is that right? Is this an argument that Cajetan makes? The argument from simple predication? This is one you're putting together for him?
Yes, this is an argument that he makes.
He does, okay.
I've just sort of, I changed a few words, but
yeah, no, I'm not offended. I just want to understand. Okay, now, here's the thing I don't understand. So, right above the argument, you give Cajetan's argument with distinguishing causal sufficiency sense and the solitude sense.
Right.
So I take it from this that we should not, so, premises E1 and E2 require sense 2, right?
Yes,
in the
they
XA
require
argument.
to be true, says
Right.
Cajetan. Right.
Okay, so when we say, for example, that Socrates' humanity XA is not proper to Plato or Socrates, we have to mean that in the solitude sense.
Yeah.
Okay, now we go back to the argument from simple predication. Why are we talking about sense 1 there? Like, I thought we've already figured this is not how we should interpret Scotus anyway. So I would have expected him to argue against Scotus using Scotus's own principle, reading. You see what I'm not understanding?
Right. Okay. Yeah. So what he's doing here now is he's trying to give you reasons for thinking that there can't be a real unity of community, right? And so he's thinking, look, the Scotus thinks that the nature of Socrates is really apt to be in many, right? And the Scotus thinks that not just in a solitude sense, right? He thinks that this always comes along with the nature, right? And so, and this works for the Scotus because the Scotus has a formal distinction between the nature and the Hexaidi and all that. Does that make sense?
Yes and no. I mean, in other words, you can show that it doesn't work in the sense that you've already shown Scotus shouldn't want anyway. So I feel like it's saying if you interpret Scotus in a way unfavorable to Scotus, then his view doesn't work. But that can't. So what?
Sense 2 is the worst one. Yeah, because Scotus, if all Scotus can get is that Socrates' humanity, when considered an abstraction, is not proper to Socrates, that's not enough for the position. The Scotus, like Trombetta wants to say, no, like even apart from any act of the mind, Socrates' nature is really apt to be in Plato.
Oh, so that abstraction sense should be taken in a sort of formal precision sense and not in an objective precision sense.
Yes.
So to speak. I mean, right. To allude to the earlier. I see. Okay, that's what I wasn't grasping. Okay, so that number 2 there is, you have to take that as very weak and 2, okay, thanks.
Here we go, the
okay, thank you.
Expert.
I have the questions, for the phrasing of this Scotus argument. At first it seemed to me, that it's very similar to Cajetan's one, but of course there is an important difference, based on this formal unity in Scotistic sense and formal distinctions from the individual difference, hexaity, in this sense. So this is why they can say that it has this aptitudo in esse in multis, because it's formally distinct from this individual difference, so it somehow got lost in this handout and in your talk, and I think it's what really makes difference between these two authors, is that the principle of individuation is the last metaphysical grade. It has this objective precisions, as Jacob spoke about that, and it allows to conceive this nature as such within the things themselves, as having this aptitude, so it's based. It seems to me that it's based on these formal distinctions, assumptions. So do you think that it's a crucial difference, and it answers to the questions why Cajetans cannot accept Trombetta's and Scotus' view of formal unity and nature?
Yeah. So when I was working through this material at first, there's a lot of really fine distinctions here, and it's a little bit hard to understand. I suspected that what was going on was Cajetan can't accept the formal distinction, so things that Scotus say that make sense if you accept the formal distinction don't make sense if you don't. But going through, I mean, I don't see a place where that really comes into play. I tried that theory out, combing through the material, trying to think, okay, is this a place where if he accepted the formal distinction, he'd be able to... I mean, I don't think he's saying that the Scotus position is completely incoherent. He's just giving you arguments that make it seem unintuitive, right? He's just saying, look, why do we transfer almost all of the predicates that we predicate of the nature to Socrates, but we don't transfer this one predicate? What's so exciting about it? And then I think there's a way that the Scotus can respond to that. And in the second argument, he's saying, look, what is the point of having this, mysterious, unactualizable potency? It seems like, if nature does nothing in vain, then why did God put a potency in this? Why did God put a potency in Socrates' nature for being in Plato when it's metaphysically impossible for it to be in Plato? So I don't think that either of those the Scotus can respond to either. I don't think he's saying that the Scotus position is incoherent.
According to Scotus, it can be the same, because of the formal distinctions. It can be also in Plato, this aptitudo, because it so to say metaphysically guarantees, this possibility. So it seems to be to petitio principio in his argument. So if he rejects at the beginning, these formal distinctions, of course, ipso facto, he has to refuse also this. But on the other hand,
I don't see how the rejection of the formal distinction is involved here. I mean, where is it assumed that the formal distinction doesn't make sense?
So once again, what does it mean, this unactualizable aptitudes? Could you just sum it up?
According to the Scotus that he's interacting with, what makes Socrates' nature be unity of community between Socrates and Plato is that there is some sense, and we have to give an account of that, in which Socrates' nature can be in Plato. That's the kind of aptitude. It's unactualizable because since Socrates' nature is united to Socrates' hexaity with the unity of simplicity, in a Scotus sense, Scotus unity of simplicity, right? It can't be broken up. That's kind of the whole point of the unity of simplicity, right? That it's metaphysically impossible to separate the two parts.
Yes, Socrates' nature, qua nature, you know, as formally distinct from the individual difference can be, you know, can be in Plato. That's the fact what Scotus would say, you know. So it seems to me if you admit, you know, this formal distinction, you don't have these problems, you know, and this problem drops off, you know. So
but for Scotus, the nature can't be in Plato because it's united to. I mean, it can in one sense. He needs some sense in which it can, but it can't in the sense of it being metaphysically possible for it to be separated from Socrates' hexaity and attached to Plato's hexaity.
Of course, it cannot be separated because formal distinctions doesn't allow that, but it doesn't mean that the very same, you know, nature as formally not really distinct from individual difference can also occur in Plato, you know. So there is no metaphysical obstacle, there is no metaphysical impossibility for Scotus to defend this, you know. I don't know, perhaps we can talk about this, you know. It seems to me sort of petitio principii, you know.
Thank you.
I say I pretend to be naive, and I have two etymological questions. The one is simply, what is the Latin word for nature in your texts? And the other thing is, in the problems number 3, and then also in this answering the problems number 3, you're speaking about explanatory work and explaining. For some people, to explain something is totally a different world from being, from how things are, because especially in modern science we have a lot of explanations that do not pretend to be like this, but they depend simply on the consistency of the explanation and the, for instance, predictability of future behavior. So my question is, is there another way of saying explaining, the nature explains why a thing is one in nature? This is another possible wording for explain. So, but the first question was, what is the Latin term for nature in this context?
So the Latin term for nature is just natura, which they're taking from from Dan, you know, natura absolute considerata, all that, and then and some of the things that they say are about the essentia, but mostly they're talking about the natura. Yeah, and then so this idea of non-factive explanations. Yeah, I think maybe a different vocabulary that you could use is the principle of. Maybe that makes it more real sounding. So maybe I could say, how could something that has no being or unity be the principle of? Something like that, yeah.
So thank you, and
there is a question from the online audience. Mr. Klima would like to ask.
Yes. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So I don't have the benefit of a handout, so I cannot refer to the points on the handout or the propositions listed there. But my question concerns this ambiguity in what belongs to Socrates' humanity ex se. It does appear to me that this phrase is ambiguous, and it can be perhaps disambiguated by using reduplication, as in one of the previous conversations it actually came up, that we can say that Socrates' humanity, qua Socrates, does not have the aptitude to be in Plato, but Socrates' humanity, qua humanity, or on account of being humanity, just humanity, has the aptitude of being in Plato. And in fact, it appears to me that Cajetan actually uses this language in his characterization of the formal unity of individuals of the same species. So what is the difference then, really? is there more than a verbal difference? Other than, okay, the Scotists would add that this formal unity is there before any act of the mind, or apart from any act of the mind, whereas Thomists would insist that this formal unity, well, is recognizable only by mind, but it does have some real foundation in the nature of things anyway. They just do not want to reify, even in a so-called less than numerical unity, that object of the mind that is formed by abstraction. So how would you spell out precisely what the difference is between Cajetan's position and the Scotist position that he's attacking here?
Yes, thank you very much. So this language of the humanity as such, that's actually one of the versions of this argument that he gives. As I said, he seems to be kind of worried about it because he gives about 5 versions of this argument and refutes each one. And I didn't give that version of the argument because the way that because he says that it's invalid if you phrase it, if you do the reduplicative version, and he uses a bunch of technical, logical vocabulary that I frankly don't understand. So I couldn't really understand why he was rejecting that version. I think there is definitely a more than terminological difference. I think the Scotist wants to say, at least the Scotists that Cajetan is interacting with, that no, there's a real, Socrates' humanity is apt to be in Plato, and that I can, apart from any consideration of the mind, it is a real being which is in some sense common to Socrates and Plato by being apt to be in both of them. And I think Cajetan wants to deny that. I think he wants to say, no, there's no sense in which it's really, which Socrates' humanity is really apt to be in Plato. So that seems like a strong difference to me.
Yeah, but there's the problem that Socrates' humanity as such, namely as Socrates' humanity, is incommunicable, whereas Socrates' humanity, disregarding Socrates, as humanity, is communicable, even for Cajetan.
Yeah.
But then, and this communicability has some real foundation, but not some sort of quasi-entity with some sort of less than numerical unity. That is what he wants to deny, and that is what Scotus wants to affirm. But what is the, how can we make sense of these opposing statements when Cajetan really wants to acknowledge something as this real foundation for the abstractability of the common nature, and he would call it nature in its common consideration or its absolute consideration. So it is like the real difference is between whether the act of the mind is necessary in order to even identify this common nature. But of course, in order to be able to recognize or identify this common nature, we do need an act of mind. And at the same time, we can acknowledge that this is not just a pure fantasy of that mind. The mind does not make it up. It does take it from the things. So eventually, I just still don't really see the big difference between the Scotists and the Thomistic, Cajetan style Thomistic positions. That's it. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't see them as running together at all. I mean, if one person says Socrates' nature is really apt to be in Plato, and another person says there's no sense in which Socrates' nature is really apt in...
They don't want to say, on the other hand, that Socrates' nature, insofar as it's Socrates' nature, is apt to be in...
Not just insofar as it's Socrates' nature. I mean, just really it's not apt to be in Plato. When you consider it in solitude, you can say that it's not. You can say, because I'm considering it in this way, I'm not considering the fact that it is proper to Socrates, but...
Yeah. So, and then there is the role of the mind's consideration, which Scotus wants to somehow take out of the business, which Kajetan insists cannot be ignored when we are talking about this nature in its absolute consideration. Okay, so
thank you. Yeah,
I leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, it would be just nice to see a clear-cut difference, despite the obvious verbal opposition.
Right.
And or beyond this obvious verbal opposition. Sorry, I don't want to waste my time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So let's make just like a 5 minutes break.
Well, actually, there's sorry. There is one more question on the stream by Mr. Svoboda.
Should I take it?
Sorry.
Good.
Oh, there's one more.
Another question?
One more question. Oh, okay. So
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, okay. Andreas, thank you very much for your inspiring paper. I'm not sure if I got you correctly. So I used to read Cayetan, formal concept of the formal unity or the nature of unity, formal unity, is just negative. And it is negative because it can be further divided into individuals. And positive unity has only nature in individuals or in concept. And now we can look at Cayetan from 2 points of view. One is historical. Is this interpretation of Cayetan correct? And second point of view, systematic. Is it a good concept? Is it a good solution? And I ask you, may you answer these two questions?
Yes, so as a historical interpretation, I mean, it's my interpretation, so I think it's correct. As a systematic interpretation, I find it very attractive. I think if you are going to be a moderate realist, if you're not going to just go all the way Armstrong and think that a universal is one entity that beings of the same kind share, or some kind of Platonist version where it's a separate entity, then I find these middle positions where you have some very strange sense in which the nature of Socrates is able to be it just seems useless. I mean, either go all Armstrong or just be a trope theorist like Cajetan. So yeah, I think it's a good theoretical solution.
Okay, so thank you again. And, so let's make it like until 15 past 4, for the next lecture.
Okay, so this talk, I'm very proud of the title, and maybe I'm more proud of the title than I am of the talk itself. This talk is called What the Hake? Renaissance Thomist Critiques of the Scotus Doctrine of Haexiety. So, it is embarrassingly common for contemporary scholars of Aquinas to know far less about Scotus than their Scotistic counterparts know about Aquinas. For example, while Scotists are certain to be familiar with Aquinas' views on the problem of individuation, it's hard to find a Thomist who's more than superficially familiar with Scotus' views on the same topic. As a result, when you peruse the writings of Aquinas' present-day disciples and proponents, it's almost impossible to find a principled and thoughtful critique of the Scotus doctrine of Haexiety. But, as the Lord says in a very different context, from the beginning it was not so. During the Renaissance, familiarity with the doctrine of Haexiety and the arguments in its favor was not the exception but the norm, and not just for the followers of the Via Scoti, but also for the followers of the Via Sancti Tome. Today, I'm giving a talk that's just one part of a much larger project. So the grand aspiration is to do a fairly comprehensive study of Thomist engagement with and criticism of the Scotus doctrine of Haexiety. One key component in that larger project is to tell the story of Renaissance Thomist engagement with Haexiety, which is what I'll be talking about today. But alas, even that description is inexcusably misleading, because 30 minutes is simply not enough time to survey even the most famous of the Renaissance Thomists. So instead, I will focus on just two of them. Dominic of Flanders, who died in 1479, and Paulus Cincinus, who died in 1494, both of whom taught in Italy. I've picked these two for four reasons. First, I really like them. Second, they are woefully understudied. Third, their critiques can be presented within the allotted time. And fourth, perhaps most significantly, their differences can teach us something important about the value of studying thinkers from this period. As we shall see, in sharp contrast to Thomists of today, 15th century Thomists were vibrantly, creatively, and critically engaged with the thought of their Scotistic counterparts. So there's a reaching across the aisle that I think is really interesting. This talk proceeds in four sections. First, I will very briefly remind us of the key elements of Scotus's doctrine of Haexiety, something that happily in present company I think is almost not needed. Second and third, I'll present the most interesting elements of the critiques of that doctrine found in Dominic and Paul, respectively. And finally, I'll conclude with some general observations and a bold prediction. So section one, an insanely short summary of Scotus's doctrine of Haexiety. As a student of Stephen Dumont, I feel contractually obligated to begin this section by pointing out that Scotus himself rarely uses the word Haexiety, though he does in fact use it. He speaks more often, for example in the famous Ordinatio 2, distinction 3, questions 5 and 6, of the individual entity, or the individual difference, or the ultimate reality of the thing. But regardless of what terminology we adopt, the reference and function of our terms will be the same. For Scotus and the Scotists, Haexiety and its equivalent terms pick out that principle in virtue of which a being that is numerically one is both numerically distinct from other beings that are numerically one and is indivisible in the manner of a universal whole into subjective parts. It is the principle in virtue of which Socrates is this man and not that one or any other one. But what is that? That's a hard question to answer. And not just because the word that asks the word what asks after equidity, which ex hypothesi the thisness is not. Rather, it's a hard question to answer because Scotus seems to arrive at Haexiety by the via negativa. The principle that we're seeking when we take up the question of individuation cannot be an accident. It cannot be the composite substance. It cannot be the matter. And it cannot be the form, despite the fact that it is in some sense formal. So perhaps the best that we can do is offer an analogy. Haexiety stands to what is numerically one as the specific difference stands to what is specifically one. We know the Hexaeidae by what it does, namely, determine the common nature to be distinctly and incommunicably this. And we know that Hexaeidae by what it is not. So with that, I will stop. Section 2, Dominic of Flanders. The first figure that I want to look at is Baudouin-Lautin, better known by his religious name as Dominic of Flanders and often shortened to Flandrensis. Dominic was the most influential and sought-after Thomistic philosopher of his day. After studying with John Verser at the University of Paris and entering the Dominican order in 1461, Flandrensis was the subject of a veritable tug-of-war between Lorenzo de' Medici, the Dominican order, and various Italian universities. He was coaxed, commissioned, and compelled to teach twice in Bologna, twice in Florence, and once in Pisa before his life was cut unexpectedly short by the plague in 1479. The text of his that I want to focus on is his Questiones in duodecim libros metaphysicae Aristotelis, referred to by later Thomists as the Summa Divinae Philosophiae, which I will shorten to the SDP. SDP Book 7, Question 22, is devoted to the issue of individuation. There, Dominic divides his discussion of the topic into 7 articles, the majority of which explore the relationship between matter and quantity with a view to developing his own positive account of how composite substances are individuated. So Article 1 asks whether matter alone is a sufficient principle. Article 2 asks whether quantity alone is a sufficient principle. Article 3 asks whether matter designated by quantity is a sufficient principle. Article 4 asks whether quantity is intrinsic to individuation. Article 5 asks whether, from a metaphysical perspective, a plurality of individual substances could remain when quantity has been excluded from consideration. And Article 6 asks whether the rational soul, which is a hoc aliquid, is individuated by both matter and quantity. Though interesting in their own right, I want to pass over those articles so that we can focus our attention on the 7th and last article of that question, where Dominic asks whether Hexaeidae is the principle of individuation. But before doing so, I do want to say something about the overarching structure at work here, because there's a clear trajectory from Article 1 to Article 6, in which Flandrensis begins with the least adequate accounts of individuation and proceeds systematically to a fuller and more complete account of what he takes to be the truth. As such, Article 7 on Hexaeidae can't help but feel like an addendum, a sort of appendix tacked on at the end. And that strikes me as significant for 2 reasons. First, it tells us that Dominic simply could not bring himself to ignore the Scotus doctrine, despite the fact that he had already, at least by his own lights, provided an adequate answer to the question. Second, I think it's significant because Dominic does not put Hexaeidae first along with the pure matter and the pure quantity theories. In other words, he doesn't want to associate it with the theories that he considers to be the least compelling. So the very structure of question 22 of the SDP indicates to us how seriously Dominic took the scotistic position. With that in mind, let's turn to his account of Hexaeidae and where he thinks it goes wrong. So Flandrensis presents 2 arguments that he thinks might lead someone or compel someone to posit Hexaeidae as the principle of individuation. I'll refer to these as the correspondence argument and the commonality argument, and they are number 1 on the handout. The correspondence argument goes like this. For every entity, there is a corresponding unity. There is singular entity, so there is singular unity, i.e., there is Hexaeidae. The commonality argument goes like this. Nothing common to many is the principle of individuation, but everything other than Hexaeidae is common to many, so nothing other than Hexaeidae is the principle of individuation. I want to start by considering Dominic's answer to the correspondence argument. Now, this is not where he himself begins, but I think it can be helpful heuristically for us to begin with his reply to the first objection. And that's because his reply invites us, I think, to distinguish between a notion of singular unity that follows upon or is posterior to singular entity, and a notion of singular unity that is presupposed by or prior to singular entity. The correspondence argument, Dominic seems to think, bears upon the former rather than the latter, and for that reason misses the point. If the singular unity in question is the singular unity that follows upon singular entity, i.e., if it is the singular unity of the singular entity, then it cannot serve as the principle of individuation for that singular entity, since principles are prior to, not posterior to, that of which they are the principle. Rather, the principle or principles of this subsequent singular unity will be nothing other than the principles of the corresponding singular entity, i.e., its individual, formal, material, final, and efficient causes. But that only pushes the problem of individuation back. It doesn't solve it. So, if singular unity, or haixeity, is going to provide an answer to the question at hand, it must be a singular unity that is prior to and the principle of the singular entity, not this one that is subsequent to and posterior to it. The question then is what such a singular unity might be. In answer to that question, Dominic begins the corpus of his reply by adopting a really curious line of argument from Hervaeus Natalis. It moves by process of elimination. Either the word haixeity posits something in reality, or it doesn't. If it doesn't, then the doctrine of haixeity amounts to nothing. If it does posit something in reality, then either it posits the matter, or the form, or something else. If it posits either the matter or the form, then the doctrine of haixeity will turn out to be indistinguishable from one of the other principles of individuation that have already been canvassed in the question. But if it posits something other than matter and form, then it must posit either a substance or an accident. And since one substance cannot individuate another, and accidents cannot individuate substances, it turns out that the Scotist position will either literally amount to nothing, or reduce to one of the non-Scotist positions. In other words, the so-called dispute between Scotists and non-Scotists ends up being either trivial or verbal. I call this a curious line of response because it seems to me, or at least it seemed to me on first reading, that the Scotist would have an obvious response, namely to reject the dichotomy between positing either, on the one hand, matter-form, or, on the other, substance-accident. After all, isn't the whole point of haixeity supposed to be that it's an intrinsic principle distinct from the matter and the form? And if so, haven't Hervaeus and Flandrensis simply begged the question? I think Flandrensis, at least, has not. And to see why not, we have to look at his surrounding argumentation, where he weaponizes the major premise of what I've called the commonality argument against the Scotists themselves. So in the sed contra of the article, this is text 2 on your handout, Flandrensis says, as even our adversary assumes, nothing is individuated through what is common to many things. But haixeity is obviously common to many things, for Socrateity is a haixeity, and Platoneity is a haixeity, and so on. Therefore, nothing is individuated through haixeity. Immediately after giving the Hervaean argument by elimination in the body of his reply, Dominic returns to this line of thought from the sed contra. He says that when someone endorses the principle that what is common to many is not the principle of individuation, we have to understand the phrase common to many either according to reality or according to ratio, a distinction that he thinks problematizes the commonality argument. So look at the commonality argument on the handout. If the middle term of that argument is to be understood as what is common according to reality, then the major premise of the commonality argument will be true, but its minor premise will be false. If, however, the middle term of the commonality argument is to be understood as what is common according to ratio, then both the major premise and the minor premise will be false, since, Dominic thinks, haixeity is just as common according to ratio as matter and form are. So Flandrensis summarizes his dilemma for the Scotist as follows, and this is text 3. Haixeity is either common or designated. If it is common, then it cannot be the principle of individuation, as even our adversary admits. But if it is designated, then either it is designated through itself or it's designated through something else. If through itself, then the very same thing could be said of designated matter or designated form. But if it's designated through something else, then what is it designated through? And whatever that may be, it will follow that haixeity cannot be the sufficient principle of individuation. The key point, I take it, is Dominic's middle move, where the Scotist insists, when the Scotist insists, as surely he must, and at least as I read him, as Scotus himself does, insists that it is not haixeity in general that individuates, but rather Socrateity, Platoneity, and so on, then the Scotist is helping himself to a brute sort of primitive act of designation. But if the Scotist can help himself to this primitive act of designation, so can anyone else. And as soon as that door is open, we no longer have any reason to posit haixeity as an extra item in our ontological toolkit. All we need to do is perform the primitive act of designation on one of the items we're already familiar with, matter or form or so on. Where does all that leave us? Flandrensis clearly thinks that the Scotist doctrine of haixeity is a position that must be addressed in order to give an intellectually responsible treatment of individuation. But he also seems to find the doctrine a bit slippery. If haixeity is to be the principle of individuation at all, then it must be a singular unity that is prior to, rather than subsequent to, singular entity. Moreover, it must be something real and intrinsic to the thing individuated. But what? If haixeity, the word, signifies something real and intrinsic according to a common ratio, then it cannot perform its intended function. But if it signifies some designated real intrinsic principle, then there's no reason to posit it as something distinct from the designated matter or the designated form. Section 3, Paulus Cincinus. Okay, now that we've looked at Flandrensis' critique, I want to turn our attention to the Quaestiones Metaphysicalis Acutissime, which I'll call the QMA, of Paulus Cincinus, who actually studied under Flandrensis at the Dominican Studium in Bologna before making a name for himself teaching in Bologna, Milan, and Ferrara. Like his teacher, Cincinus takes up the problem of individuation in the 7th book of his question commentary on the Metaphysics. Also like his teacher, Cincinus incorporates an explicit critique of the Scotistic doctrine of haixeity into that broader treatment. But unlike his teacher, Cincinus places his critique of haixeity at the beginning of his discussion of individuation, rather than at the end. After giving an affirmative answer to the question of whether there is a principle of individuation in material substances, in question 31 of book 7, Cincinus immediately asks in question 32 whether substances are individuals through a positive entity called haixeity. Also, just for the record, Cincinus's questions have no articles, so question 32 comes immediately after question 31. It's only after answering this question about haixeity in the negative that Cincinus goes on to ask, in a pattern reminiscent of his master, whether matter alone, quantity alone, or matter insofar as it falls under designated or undesignated dimensions might be sufficient to individuate, all of which he does in questions 33, 34, and 35, respectively. Cincinus's choice to place the treatment of haixeity early in his investigation, individuation, strikes me as significant. If anything, it should lead us to think that Cincinus took the Scotistic doctrine even more seriously than his master did, a suspicion that receives further confirmation when we consider the internal structure of QMA 732. As soon as we begin reading, we find that things are not what we would expect them to be. Because after introducing the topic as whether a substance is an individual through some positive entity that comes to be one with it per se and determines it to singularity, either, i.e., whether a substance is individual through haixeity, Cincinus proceeds to offer 6 objections that there is no such positive entity. Yes, you heard that right. The objections with which Cincinus begins the question are all arguments against haixeity, not arguments for it. Does that mean that Cincinus is going to defend haixeity when he gets to his reply? Not exactly. But it does mean that Cincinus made the conscious decision to upend his standard practice and to lead with arguments against the position that he's ultimately going to reject, rather than leading with arguments in support of it. That's weird. I can think of only one reason why Cincinus would make that choice. I think he was aware of a number of bad arguments against haixeity that were currently in circulation, and I think he felt obligated to present those as the objections precisely so that he could correct them in the responses to the objections. And I think he felt obligated to do so by way of just intellectual honesty. I think, kind of like I feel now, he was often ashamed of Thomists of his day for making bad arguments against Scotists. In my case, I'm just ashamed that we don't make any arguments against Scotists. If I'm right about that, then it means that the objections and the responses of QMA 732 are not the right place to look if we want to find Cincinus' own critique of the Scotist doctrine. Rather, we need to look to the body of his reply, where he lays out 5 different positions on the question of individuation. And we can map out those divisions as I have on number 4 on your handout. So the first position, according to which substances are primitively individual, is that of the via moderna, or nominalism, while the 4 subsequent positions all constitute different paths along the via antiqua. Cincinus sees the double negation view, which originated with Henry of Ghent, the actual existence view, which was traditionally associated with Avicenna, and the haixeity view, which is, of course, the Scotist position, and which Cincinus, I think, correctly characterizes as being an intrinsic mode of the nature. He thinks they all share one crucial point in common. Namely, they all attempt to offer a single global principle of individuation, i.e., a single principle that can account for the individuation of every substance, regardless of the kind of substance that it is. In contrast, and Thomists of today may find this surprising, Cincinus characterizes the Thomist position on individuation as essentially being the position that there are different principles of individuation for different kinds of substances. For spiritual substances, the Thomists think, are individuated by their forms, while corporeal substances are individuated by their matter. Insert long qualification here. Thus, before we arrive at any of Cincinus' explicit arguments against haixeity, I think we can and should extract the following implicit argument, which is latent in the very way that he frames the positions. So this is number 5 on your handout. No global theory of individuation will be an adequate account of individuation. But the Scotistic doctrine of haixeity, like the Ghentian doctrine or the purportedly Avicennian doctrine, is a global theory of individuation. So the Scotist doctrine, like those others, cannot provide an adequate account of individuation. If you want to talk more about that implicit argument during Q&A, I'd be very happy to do so. But for now, let's turn to Cincinus' explicit arguments against haixeity. He offers 4, and I'd like to start with the last argument first. I have 2 reasons for doing so. First, because the last argument that Cincinus gives is obviously drawn from his master Flandrensis, and so provides a nice point of continuity and contact. Second, Cincinus' 3 initial arguments all seem to bear upon a point that reflects, at least as far as I can tell, a curious development in the Scotistic view. So let's start with the 4th, which will be familiar. This is number 6 on your handout. Cincinus says, the haixeity of Socrates and the haixeity of Plato are the same in ratio and are distinguished only in number. Therefore, we must look for something through which they are distinguished, and so they are not primarily diverse. Now, there are those who say that these haixeities are not the same in ratio, but rather are primarily diverse, because not even ens is predicated of them formally, though both are ens through identity. But that response will be disproved when we consider the question of whether ens is predicated of ultimate differentiae. Cincinus' claim that Socrateity and Platoneity are the same in ratio while differing in number should remind us of Flandrensis' distinction between the common ratio of the word haixeity and a designated haixeity. For both thinkers, the key point is that all haexeides have something in common, namely their being haexeides. And this point of commonality cannot be what differentiates this haexeity from that one, Socrateity from Platoneity. Where Cincinus goes beyond Flandrensis in his critique is in the way that he anticipates how the dialectic between Thomist and Scotist will go. For the Scotist is almost certainly going to reply in precisely the way that Cincinus anticipates, namely by insisting that Platoneity and Socrateity in fact have nothing in common, not even their being haexeides, since Platoneity and Socrateity are, according to the Scotist, ultimate differentiae, and ultimate differentiae have nothing in common. It turns out then, at least with respect to this line of argument, that how plausible you think haexeity is as a principle of individuation will actually depend on whether you think that being is universally predicable, or whether you think that there are things like ultimate differentiae of which being cannot be predicated in quid. And that, Cincinus thinks, will ultimately depend on whether you do or don't endorse a primitive analogy of being. And I don't want to touch that question with a 10-foot pole. So, I'd just like to note that, that Cincinus, I think, gets his Scotist counterparts right. He knows what their response is going to be, and he knows where the next kind of domain of metaphysical debate that we need to move to is. And he says, okay, go there for where this is going to go next. But I'm not going to go there. Instead, I want to pivot and consider Cincinus's three other explicit arguments against haexeity. I'll call these the multiple individuals argument, the third wheel argument, I really like that name, and the formal actuality argument. So the core of each argument can be summarized as you find on the handout in number 7. So the multiple individuals argument: if composite matter and form are each individual through their own haexeity, then each composite is 3 individuals, but no composite is 3 individuals, so composite matter and form are not each individual through their own haexeity. The third wheel argument: if form is individuated through an intrinsic mode, then there will be a mediating reality between form and matter, but there is no mediating reality between form and matter. They just want to be united to one another. So form is not individuated through an intrinsic mode. The formal actuality argument: if matter is individuated through its own haexeity, then matter apart from form would not only be in entitative act, but it would also be in formal act. But matter apart from form is not in formal act. So matter is not individuated through its own haexeity. What these 3 arguments have in common is the shared presupposition that the Scotist position assigns a haexeity not just to the composite nature, but also to the principles intrinsic to that nature, namely to matter and to form as well. If that is something that Scotus says, I haven't been able to find a place where he says it. I found one place in Ordinatio 2 where he says something that's vaguely in the ballpark, but it's not definitive. So if any of those who are better read in Scotus can point me to some place where he explicitly says that, that'd be great. Barring such a textual revelation, it seems that what Cincinus is doing here is engaging with a development of the Scotist view, and one presumably more proximate to the Scotists of his own day. Though I can't imagine precisely what it would be, it seems plausible to me that an inter viae dialectic may have pushed later Scotists, or even just a later Scotist, to multiply haexeides in the way that Cincinus describes it here. Whatever the source of that variant version of haexeity theory may be, it's clear that Cincinus adopts a systematic approach to its refutation. So with the multiple individuals argument, he attacks that version of the theory from the perspective of the composite. With the third wheel argument, he attacks it from the perspective of the form, and with the formal actuality argument, he attacks it from the perspective of the matter. Moreover, it's also clear that Cincinus is deep in the weeds of dialectic here. So over the course of giving and defending the formal actuality argument, he goes to great lengths to point out that the Scholastics themselves deny formal actuality to prime matter. In other words, they accept the minor premise of that argument. Likewise, when proving the conditional that functions as the major premise of the third wheel argument, he takes as his starting point two assumptions that he thinks are highly congenial to his Scotist interlocutors, namely that one, the intrinsic mode, i.e. the haexiety of the form, is more intimate to it than its union with matter, and two, that the haexiety of the form is that by which it is a this, but not by that by which it is constituted as a nature, from which he thinks it follows that the haexiety of the form must be presupposed in order for the nature to be constituted through the union of matter and form. Finally, after giving the multiple individuals argument and proving its major premise at great length, Cincinus anticipates that the Scotist might simply bite the bullet and deny the minor, i.e. he anticipates that the Scotist might accept that every composite is three individuals and insist that there's just nothing wrong with that when individual is understood in the right way. In response, Cincinus points out that each of these three individuals will, by the Scotist's own lights, have its own corresponding essay, and from which it stands to reason that there will be three things that are three beings in every composite being, and he thinks that even the Scotist will not want to say that. Though, from my conversations with Dominic, it sounds like even in Trinitarian theology, some later Scotists are willing to bite that bullet even in God, and say that the three persons are three beings. Yikes. Section 4, conclusion. At the beginning of this talk, I promised that I would conclude with some general observations and a bold prediction. So now let me make good on that promise. My observations are three. First, if Flandrensis and Cincinus are in any way representative of Renaissance Thomist approaches to and engagement with the Scotist doctrine of haexiety, then it seems clear that the Thomists of the 15th century were far more familiar with and far more nuanced in their criticisms of haexiety theory than their 20th century counterparts. Second, there is surprisingly little overlap, argumentatively, between the critique of haexiety found in Flandrensis and the critique of haexiety found in Cincinus. Only one argument. Flandrensis' engagement with the Scotist theory seems to be both less dialectical and more interested in distinguishing substantive from merely verbal disputes, while Cincinus' engagement with the Scotist theory seems to be more dialectical, but for that very reason, more attentive to the nuances and the technical machinery of the theory as it was practiced in his own day. If that degree of difference can exist between a teacher and his student working in the studium in Bologna, then it seems to me that we're going to find just as much, if not more, diversity when we widen our scope to include other Renaissance Thomists who did not share such a tight and close connection. Third, a full appreciation for the difference between Thomistic critiques of the Scotist doctrine will require looking not just at what those criticisms are, but also where they are, i.e. looking at how each thinker positions his critique of haexiety within the broader arc of his treatment of individuation in general. Flandrensis' decision to tackle haexiety last likely, I think, links up with how difficult he thinks it is to articulate haexiety as a unique and plausible and easily identifiable position. While Cincinus' choice to deal with haexiety first fits well with his overarching strategy of denying that there is a problem of individuation at all, i.e. for Cincinus, the main thrust of his answer is that there isn't one global principle of individuation. So of course he wants to treat the Scotist doctrine, which is global, first. Now, for the bold prediction. I predict that these findings will be generalizable, not just across Thomists of the Second Scholastic period, and not just across key metaphysical themes within the Via Sancti Tome, but across the very Viae themselves. This early or burgeoning age of the schools remains one of the most understudied eras in the history of scholasticism. And I anticipate that the more we explore the thought of various Thomists, Scotists, Albertists, and Nominalists, both among themselves and between schools, the more richness, creativity, and diversity we're going to find. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. If I may start, I'm very curious, on that paragraph 5. I'm glad to see the argument from global theory of individuation. I'm just curious. Does Sonsina motivate somehow the major premise? That no global theory would be adequate account of individuation, because I think it's kind of rarely discussed nowadays. So
yes, no, you're exactly right. It is very rarely discussed. Most people just think, oh, Thomism, individuation equals matter, either designated or undesignated. There is actually one contemporary Thomist who holds a view like Cincinnus's view, but doesn't realize that he does, or at least if he did realize that he did, he never cites Cincinus. And that's Lawrence Dewan has a really nice paper on the individual as a mode of being, where he points out that in fact it's a mistake to seek a global principle of individuation if you're trying to kind of follow the mind of Aquinas. For how to motivate it, Cincinus himself does it by just looking at cases, right? So he looks at separated substances, he looks at composite substances, and he asks whether it's reasonable or plausible to think that they would be individuated in precisely the same manner. And so, of course, he doesn't get deep into the weeds of the debate about spiritual matter, right? But it's certain, there's a long tradition of thinking that each angel is its own species, and so he thinks that's responsive to the phenomena, right? And so he thinks that's the right way to go with respect to angels, but exactly the wrong way to go with respect to composite substances. Now, of course, that's not going to convince any Scotist, right? Because the Scotist is going to say, no, I have a perfectly good global principle. And if you can give a good global principle, then you should. But I think broadly it's a question of sort of what are your intuitions about how responsive the question of individuation should be to natures. And I think if you're a Thomist, you're going to think it should be highly responsive to the kinds of natures in question. And actually, here's an argument Cincinus doesn't give, but he should. We already none of us have a global principle of individuation. Not even maybe the Scotists, maybe later Scotists do. But look, Scotus himself, when rejecting why accidents could individuate, says, well, one of his arguments is, well, look, accidents are individuated by their substances. But accidents are beings, right? So it's already the case that you have some instances of beings that are individuated by a different principle.
Thank you. Yep, so.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Father.
Yeah.
I have a text where Scotus affirms haecity for individuating accidents, which I can show you later.
For individuating accidents. Do you have one for the matter and the form?
Definitely form. He's definitely committed to it for matter, but I don't know if I have a text for it. In any event, we can talk after. But,
but you think there are texts that give you three intrinsic.
At least he's committed to it.
I would love that.
Okay. My question was on, you mentioned for Soncinus that he's thinking of the haecity as an intrinsic mode, and like in the third wheel argument, premise 1, being individuated in intrinsic mode. But for Scotus, of course, and the Scotus, these are going to be they're going to be formally distinct, not modally distinct, the nature and the haecity. And as far as I know, I think William Volnwick might have thought they're modally distinct, but I don't think any other Scotist thought they were modally distinct.
Oh, interesting. Thank you. So I was assuming that Cincinus, when I was reading that text, and when I said I think Cincinus is right in making this attribution, I was assuming he was using mode in the Thomist way, not not in the Olmwick way. And if he is, then things that are formally distinct would be modally distinct in the Thomist sense.
And how's it cashed out in the Thomist?
I hope this isn't overly eisegetical, but generally speaking, right. So where the Scotus is going to make a distinction between a real distinction, which involves separability, or a distinction that's not real but is still ex parte rei, right? The Thomist is going to make a distinction, basically, the Thomist is going to distinguish between a real distinction and a modal distinction, where real distinctions are between things and things, and modal distinctions are between things and their modes.
Yeah, so I'm worried that when thinking about it, that that's already framing it in a Thomist perspective that the Scotus won't accept, because the Scotus has modal distinctions and has a formal distinction. And
right, yeah. But so do you think that means that that when Cincinus, so if, I'll put this as a conditional, if, as I was reading him, Cincinus was attributing the position of Hexaidi as an intrinsic mode of the nature, right? If he means mode in his sense, do you think that means he's misreading?
We'd have to hash out how modal distinctions work for the Thomists, I think, to see that. But at least that the Scotus also has a modal distinction, a distinction between a thing and its mode, suggests to me that there might be some slippage between how Cincinus is thinking of it and how thinking of the distinction between Hexaidi and the nature and how the Scotus are.
Yeah, or, I mean, it's entirely possible that that I was misreading. He's using mode in the precise Scotus sense, and that actually the Scotus that he's mainly engaging with is Olmwick.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah, I don't know. But no, that's great. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm interested in how Sancinus defends the major premise of the formal actuality argument. Like, why does he think that's true?
Cool. So the major premise of the formal actuality argument is if matter is individuated through its own Hexaidi, then matter apart from form would not be in entitative act, but would also be in formal act. So I take it that he's going to use the same sort of reasoning that he used. Oh wait, no, didn't I say how he? Yeah, I think he's going to use the same sort of reasoning as he used in order to motivate the conditional major premise of the third wheel argument, right? So consider the matter, in some kind of distinction from the form within the composite substance, right? So the matter is going to have its own Hexaidi, the form is going to have its own Hexaidi, and so now ask this question: is the matter's Hexaidi more intimate to, is the actual language that Cincinus uses, more intimate to the matter than its union with the form is, right? And he thinks, well, yeah, right, and everybody should think that, right? Like, any right-thinking person, even if you're just taking this as a kind of hypothetical position, that's what you ought to say, is that the Hexaidi of the matter is more intimate to the matter than its sort of odd extra union with form. But if that's the case, and Hexaidi is formal, even if it's not a form, right, which Scotus says, then it's sure gonna look like there's something formal that is more intimate to the matter than its union with the form. So there's going to be something formal with which the matter is united that renders it in formal act, even before, so to speak, you consider its union to form. Cool.
You want to keep moving?
Yeah, okay.
No, I'll ask.
Yeah, find me later. All right, thanks everyone.
We have once again some questions from the stream. The first one is from Mr. Sousedík.
Wait, this is for me.
Yeah. Now, this is for Father or for Daniel.
I'm back.
Whoever would like to answer it. But listening to Father's fine talk, it made me wonder whether or not the way the principle of individuation described in the 24 metaphysical theses or Thomistic philosophical theses of 1914 was accurate, because it says quantified matter is the principle of individuation. That's one question. And the second question is, how would Thomas respond to Suarez's understanding of the principle of individuation, which the recently deceased Jorge Gracia says is superior to anything else than before, or it hasn't really been surpassed, and it's just the simple statement that everything that exists is necessarily singular and individual, and every singular substance is in need of no other principle of individuation besides its own entity. So things are just individuated by being individual. So I'm wondering if someone could comment on that. But
yeah, great. So, the short answer to the first question about the 24 theses is if you want to hold the 24 theses, then you just say this: oh, that thesis meant that the principle of individuation for composite substances is matter, and that you just punt. With respect to the second question, I think so first, I haven't quite gotten there yet in terms of the grand, massive research project. So I'm still mired in the Renaissance Thomists, and so Suarez and early modernity are a beautiful field that lies before me, still unexplored. I mean, I'm familiar with John of St. Thomas and a few other later folks, but I'm not ready to die on the hill for what their answer to Suarez is. To my ears, Suarez's insistence that individual entities are just sort of primitively individual actually sounds awfully like the way that Renaissance Thomists like Cincinus characterize the Via Moderna. But that might be misrepresented. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
There are two more remote questions. The next one is from Mr. Klima.
I have two more.
Yes, thank you very much. If you can hear me, I hope you can.
Hi.
Yes. Okay.
Hey, Jula.
So I would just like to register very briefly with gratitude that in your line of reasoning ending with yikes, you basically reaffirmed the point of my question for objectivists that I raised after the talk of Jakob Schmutz in the morning. That is, it looks like if the Higgseities of matter and form and the composite have their own being, then everything is at least three beings. So not only the Trinity, but even Socrates would have to be called three beings. And that is also a yikes, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I mean, in fact, I think the logical conclusion of that line of thought is that it's going to be way more than three, right? So suppose you say this, right? that the essay of humanity is humanity is formally distinct from animality, is formally distinct from corporeity, is formally distinct from substantiality, and you say, correspondingly, there are at least formally distinct essay for each one of those, then and you think, I think plausibly, that here's a nominal definition of being. What is? So you're going to have at least formally distinct ises in all of those cases. So you're going to have a whole lot of beings in there. Now, I defer to my Scotus confreres to fix that, but Dominic has said, at least in the case of the Trinity, at least some later Scotists say really three beings. Yikes. Okay, thanks, Julia. Yeah.
Thank you.
So
Thank
we agree on that. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
I'm sorry to whoever the last question is, but we've really got to move on to the next talk.
Right. Thank you. So Daniel, please, yeah.
So you have the handouts in the form of quotes, not in the form of argument. So I've titled my talk Suarez on immanent act or immanent action. So the topic of my talk is the metaphysics of immanent acts, such as intellection, volition, vision, audition, and so on. This is well known, unlike transcendent acts, such as cutting, building. Immanent operations remain within the agent producing them, while transcendent acts perfect an external subject or inflict a passion on it. Immanent operations tend toward the agent's self-perfection. My paper, I will focus on three questions. First, to which ontological category do these immanent acts belong? Second, how do they proceed from their vital powers? Do they come from them through proper efficient causality? Or do they only acausally emanate from these faculties? Third, can God create these vital acts without the soul's vital powers' causal concurrence? In other terms, can God bypass the soul's and vital powers' efficiency and directly create an act of understanding in a Socrates intellect? I will show what Francisco Suarez's answers to these questions are. I will claim that regarding the first two answers, Suarez gives clear, and I would say also cogent replies that are entailed by his general theory of efficient causality. As regards the third question, I will argue that his view is less clear. Nevertheless, despite a tension in his formulations, I will argue that they can be made compatible. In the conclusions, I will contend that the doctrinal ambivalence in Suarez's replies to these three questions can be seen as a consequence of the Scoto-Thomistic pedigree of his theory. So, Suarez on the nature and origin of immanent acts. In one of the most extensive treatises on immanent acts in his textual corpus, in Metaphysical Disputations 48, section 2, Suarez begins his exposition by rejecting two rival theories about the nature and the origins of these acts. While according to the first view, the vital act is a pure categorical action which does not have an endpoint, terminus, according to the second, it is a categorical quality proceeding from the vital powers without the mediation of action. Importantly, it is just this mediations through actions that constitutes for Suarez the special dependence of an effect upon efficient cause, and which is the very causality of the efficient cause. Quote number 1. Suarez makes it clear that both tenets were popular among Thomists. For the first, he says that hanc opinionem tenent multi Thomiste. The second is introduced as follows: Ita sentiunt de actionibus immanentibus multi ex discipulis divitome. The end of quote. we will not be, I think I will not be far from the truth if I say that this ambivalence, you know, both positions advocated by Thomas, is due to Aquinas' doctrinal underdeterminations regarding the categorical assignment and origins of these immanent acts. So in this respect, I would underline what Jacob said in the morning, that second scholastics is not only repetitions of medieval, high Middle Ages or late Middle, but it brings something really new. And I think it is also in this broad topic of vital acts, actus vitalis, which were explicitly treated, especially in the second half of 17th century. So what do these two theories of the nature of immanent operations exactly state? And how do they argue for their claims about the nature and origin of immanent acts? Referring to Summa Theologiae, first part, questions 27, article 1, and to Aristotle Metaphysics, books 9, chapter 6, where Aquinas and Aristotle identify intellection as an action, see quotes number 2 and number 3, Suarez justifies the first view by contrasting immanent and transcendent acts as follows. While the latter acts must always have an endpoint or a produced reality, the former do not necessarily entail an effect and do not necessitate a transcendental relations to a distinct term because they are pure activities belonging to the category of action. As pure activities, intellection, vision, they need not bring about an endpoint, since their main function is to immediately attain their objects. While Aquinas and Thomas do attribute an endpoint to some of vital acts, namely to cognitive operations, such as those of the intellect and the internal senses, called the mental word, verbum mentis, and the sensory quasi-word, idolum, these termini are not always produced by the intellect and are not brought about by all the vital powers. The angelic doctor is inclined to deny such a productions in the case of the beatific vision, for instance. These endpoints do not exist in the external senses, and as some of Aquinas' passages show, he suggests that these endpoints are not produced in the appetitive powers either. For all of these, see quote number 4. Importantly, for Suarez, these endpoints, i.e. the mental word, the idolum or affections, are not endpoints in the proper sense, since these actions and the termini are really distinct items, res. Such cannot be the case because an endpoint cannot be conceived as a thing added to another thing, namely an action. Ontologically speaking, an action can be only a modus, ontological mode, of its endpoint, which is all that can be conceived of as a res. An action cannot be entity or a res that can exist on its own. That is, it cannot exist without its endpoint, which actually is the positions of the first view. Quote number 5 from Suarez. According to the second view, namely immanent acts as qualities, Suarez refers to, first of all, to Paul of Soncino, or Soncinas. This is his main opponent in this section. In fact, it is Soncinas whose theory constitutes a main contrastive background to the exposition. Interestingly, it was this qualitative view that was the most widespread opinion among late medieval and early modern Thomists. For some references, see quote number 6. There are 5 authors who explicitly say that immanent acts belong to the category of qualities. Number 6. Immanent acts must be categorical qualities since only transcendent actions are part of the accident of action. The reason is that each categorical action must be first a successive item. This is also, by the way, why Soncinas says that illuminations, which is an instantaneous event and a successive one, cannot be a true action. Second, it must inflict a passion, passio, on the subject toward which it is operative. And the third, it must perfect a passum, a passive thing. Quote number 7 from Sonsinas. It's Questiones Metaphysicales Acutissime in the 9th book of Aristotle Metaphysics. Following Aquinas' distinctions between immanent operations described by Aquinas as actus perfecti, being the acts of something that is already in act, i.e. of a perfect subject whose cognitive power has already been informed by an intentional species, and transcendent operations called by Aquinas actus imperfecti, the acts of a distinct passum, i.e. of an imperfect subject that is in potency to receive this act. For this distinction, see quote number 8, and there are many places in Aquinas where you find this distinction. Sonsinas asserts that actually neither of these features hold for immanent acts. Such take place in an instant. They do not transmute an object toward which they are operative. Seeing an object doesn't change, has an effect on a visible object. And they do not perfect a patience, but are perfections of the agent. Intellection is the perfections of reasoner or the cognitive subject. Suarez rejects both these views that are advocated by multi-thomiste in a manner summarized thus. While the first theory can be termed the actions without endpoint view, the second can be described as the quality not produced through action view. Following Scotus, an immanent act may be described only as a quality belonging to a kind of a disposition. As such, it is the endpoint of the categorical action through which it is properly caused. Suarez is explicit that the theory is holding that there can be a term without an action, or an action without its term, just cannot be true. Quote number 9. Thus, neither of the two above-mentioned theories can be considered a satisfactory account of what an immanent act is. Moreover, an explanation of these acts based on an assumptions of the existence of both ontological items, namely actions and its endpoint, must apply to both immanent and transcendent acts. There must be a unitary account. Although there is a distinction between these two acts, while the former never has an endpoint that continues to exist after the action, and the latter, transcendent acts, regularly has one, even though in some cases, as playing the zither or singing due to the ontological imperfections of these effects, it might not. The differences between these two kinds of activities do not extend to the dispensability of either of these two elements. Accordingly, even in the ontological makeup of immanent acts, the endpoint, qua quality, and the actions as the way, via, or directions toward this terminus, taken as the mode of its endpoint, must be posited as two distinct items, distinguished by modal distinction. According to these non-mutual distinctions holding between a thing and its mode, which is of a more tenuous disposition than a thing, it holds that while a mode cannot exist without parasitizing on a thing can exist without a particular parasitizing mode. This tendency, or via, is nothing else than the dependency of the quality effect on its cause. For Suarez, the cause of cognitive operation is both the sensory power and the species. The crucial questions posed by him is whether such a dependence is something ex natura rei distinct from the quality. His affirmative reply to this theory is clear from what has already been said. Suarez insists that the Thomists who endorse the above-mentioned two views, if they want to be consistent, they have to deny that this dependence is something ex natura rei distinct from the quality, from the effect. They must hold that this quality proceeds or emanates immediately from its vital powers, i.e., without the mediation of an action. Accordingly, for them, no categorical actions will enter the account of the genesis of this qualitative endpoint. For them, this quality will have to come from the powers through a kind of natural flowing, resultantia naturalis, or emanation. See Poinson's claim in quote number 10, where he speaks about procedit per emanatione. Accordingly, for them, this dependence of the quality on the vital power will have to be essential. This means it will be impossible for this quality to exist without a particular dependence on the vital power through which this numerical act has been co-produced. Its dependence will not be a variable or contingent item. On the contrary, it will be part of its essence. A particular token effect will be able to arise only through a particular token cause, since its relations to an agent will be part of the action's essence. Suarez makes it clear that this view cannot be true because it assumes something unique, singulare, about immanent actions, i.e., something which does not occur in transient acts. Assuming the ontological univocity between immanent and transient actions, Suarez asserts that both transient and immanent acts are necessarily composed of the qualitative endpoint and the actions leading to this terminus. It is no obstacle that an immanent operation is an instantaneous event and that it does not cause modifications in a distinct object toward which the act is operative. This is no hindrance since illumination takes place in an instant, and yet both the aspect of action and the terminus have to be distinguished in it. Moreover, a categorical action is not required to impose some passions on a distinct object toward which it is operative. In order to be an action, it must bring about the passions in that subject in which or from which this action proceeds. Just this is what is happening in the immanent act, since this immanent act is co-produced by the same power in which it is received. This one under the same power which produces and receives this act. Thus also in these operations we have to distinguish two elements, one of which is conceived as an absolute res, the second as a relational modus. Since a mode can be separated from a thing, the immanent act qua quality can be modified by a distinct mode, and consequently can be caused by numerically distinct actions, the very same effect, very same quality. Interestingly, these positions had already been in Nutze formulated by Suarez in his juvenile commentary on the Anima, which was written 1572-73 in Segovia. In the context of an exposition of intellections and the mental world, you have the quote number 11. The mental word, or something proportional, is produced through every cognitive action. This word is formally and really nothing other than the act of cognition itself, insofar as it is a quality. Nevertheless, it is modally distinguished from the cognitive act insofar as this is the process of productions of the cognitive act. Therefore, a mental word is not posited because of the lack of an object, but because of the very nature of cognition. The mental word is identical to the cognitive act insofar it is a qualitative endpoint of its process of productions. This quality differs modally from the process of productions of this word. The mental word does not differ from an act of understanding as res from re. Moreover, its productions is necessary, as the quote says, since it comes from the very nature of cognition and is not due to having a mental representation of something that exists hic et nunc to the cognizer, that does not exist hic et nunc to the cognizer, and is not something that exists in a way different from the manner in which it is conceived, as this case with a universal cognition. So the intellect produces this mental word, you know, these intentions as a sort of representations in which it conceives the thing as universal, but it needs to create these representations because the universal as qua universal does not exist in the ex natura rei, in the extramental reality. So since the definitions of the modal distinctions is based on the asymmetrical separability of a thing from a mode, the main rationale for introducing this modal aspect of actions is the contingency and variability of an action in contrast to the invariant res. The way in which a thing is produced, whether immanent or transient, is in a sense contingent for Suarez. Not only the same type effect, but also the same token effect might have been produced otherwise. As Suarez shows, the mental world could have been generated with or without a particular habit. It could have been brought about with this or that divine assistance, and the universe could have been created with or without the assistance of angels, for instance. So all these things could have been caused through different actions. Their genesis is essentially variable and contingent. Suarez on the possibility of the creations of immanent act. This metaphysical setup seems to clearly imply an affirmative reply to our third question, i.e. whether God can intervene by directly implementing an immanent act into the cognitive power and thus fully substitute for the vital power's causal concurrence in the productions of this act. Quote number 12. God can cause those acts, immanent acts, such as intellections and vision, insofar as they are certain qualities, without the power's active causal concurrence. Whether he created them as informing the powers or not, this is a different question. Therefore, the dependence of these qualities on the powers does not belong to the essence and the entity of these qualities. Therefore, it is mode that is ex natura rei distinct from them. The end of quote. So, God can substitute for the power's efficiency in the coproductions of an act of cognition. Why? He can do this because this act is a non-relational entity, and since it generally holds that God can be the total and direct efficient cause of any absolute res. Or in other terms, anything God can cause through a secondary cause, he can bring about immediately, i.e. without the mediations of a secondary cause. Therefore, it is not metaphysically impossible for God to substitute for the intellect's causal concurrence in the productions of intellection. No matter how this consequence seems to be entailed by this quote, from Metaphysical Disputations 48, section 2, and actually by the whole thrust of Suarez's argument, and regardless of how it was commonly accepted by Baroque scholastics as the Jesuits' representative view, in his later De Deo Uno et Trino, 1606, Suarez expresses, after all, a preference for the negative, and I would say Thomistic reply to our third question. When discussing the subject matter of the beatific vision, in particular the issue of whether the beatific vision arises in part by utilizing the beholder's intellect, Suarez, with an explicit reference to the above quoted passage from Disputations 48, section 2, formulate his view as follows, quote number 13, which is longer. Finally, I add that it is very probable that it involves a contradiction to claim that there is an act that from its nature is a vital act, which is generated without the concurrence efficiency of the vital principles. These conclusions can be substantiated by two arguments. First, this act requires dependence on such a principle, and therefore it cannot come to be without it. Nevertheless, this is difficult to prove, as shown in Metaphysical Disputation 48, section 2, number 9 and following. Second, although these acts could have been produced and conserved by God in their entity without the active causal concurrence of the second causes, in this case the intellect, because truly God eminently includes all efficiency, it cannot happen that in this miraculous case, such an act would exercise its proper functions of a vital act, i.e., that it would render the subject cognizing or loving or something similar, without the causal concurrence of that in which such an effect is actually exercised. In fact, it can neither be found intelligible that someone, through an act, apprehends without being in actu living, nor can it be understood that someone is living in act by merely receiving and not by doing anything. Therefore, although the effect of such acts is finalized by informing the subject, this informing in its own nature seems to be essentially subordinated to the efficiency of the same principle which it informs. And justice means what a vital act, that a vital act is immanent. The end of quote. So this subordinations to the efficiency of the productions of this act. So this production seems to be essential, necessary for Suarez in this quote. So Suarez makes it clear that God cannot impose the act of beatific visions onto the beatified beholder without the observer's active participations in this operation, since this vision is the fullest expressions of vitality and life. Essential immanency and intrinsicness that articulate life, as such, are the reasons why even in the beatific vision, with decognitive situations in which the intellect is most passive and receptive in relations to its object, the beatified understanding of itself, and not only through the habit of lumen gloriae, must be regarded as actively concurring in the co-productions of this act. Moreover, Suarez shows that the intentionality of the supernatural act is subordinated to the finite intellect's causal productions of this act. Okay, having stated this, the following questions, of course, can be raised. So how does this negative statement align with the one stated in Metaphysical Disputations 48, section 2, where Suarez, in line with his views of the nature and origins of immanent acts, admits the very possibility of the divine productions of the vital act? Can his formulations from these two texts actually be made compatible? I think that a useful exegetical device for the reconciliations of these two propositions was offered by later Baroque authors headed by Raffaele Aversa, who explicitly distinguished between the vital act conceived in ratione qualitatis and in ratione operationis. While in the first sense vital acts are taken as a mere that qualities, in the second sense these qualities are considered to be vitally operative. After all, it was Suarez himself who intimates these distinctions in the above quoted passage in Disputations 48, section 2, number 12, where he speaks about the vital acts, quatenus sunt quaedam qualitates. Against this background, against the background of these distinctions, it may be said that while God can insert the vital act into the creature's power in ratione qualitatis, this does not mean that after this insertion, the vital power through this act will be ipso facto vitally operative. As the quote makes clear, Suarez shows that if the created intellect did not causally concur in the productions of this act, perfect vital acts or immanent acts would remain inoperative. This is also why in Tractatus de Anima, which is the revised version of his commentary on the Anima, he started to revise his De Anima commentary at the end of his life, but he didn't finish his revision. He was able to revise only part of the first two disputations in Castellote's edition, so only a small part of the whole text. Suarez is not hesitant to explain the nature of vital acts in relational terms as follows. The vitality of actions does not express something absolute in the terminus, but the relations to such a principle, the intrinsic principle, with the denominations from such a principle. The term denomination is taken here as a metaphysical rather than a linguistic term. This notion states that the essence of the vital or immanent act must be understood in relational terms. It means that the essence of this act, a vitally operative quality, must include the aggressions from its internal principles, that is, the vital power and the soul. If such an act were created by God, the subject of this act would not be vitally operative through this act. Concluding, aggression from the internal principle seems to be a part of the immanent vital act's essence for Suarez after all. So, conclusion. The doctrinal ambivalence, which I have outlined, in Suarez's account of immanent acts seems to be caused by his philosophical endeavor, typical of his procedure to harmonize two disparate medieval scholastic traditions in a single philosophical system, which was later indicated as Suarezianism, the late Scholasticism. One of these two traditions was initiated by John Duns Scotus, followed by Scotists and nominalists, of course. For Scotus and nominalists, Immanent acts are categorical, non-relational qualities of the kind of disposition. They are absolute res that are efficiently caused or co-caused by the soul and the powers. Quote number 16. The ratio causandi, 15, there are the places of the Scotus qualitative view. Ratio causandi of efficient cause is explained by Scotus as mediated by action. Accepting the voluntarist axiom endorsed by the Bishop Etienne Tempier in his condemnations of 219 theses in 1277, namely that, quote, God can substitute for any secondary cause in the productions of a finite res, the end, quote, it holds for Scotus that if there is no logical or metaphysical repugnancy in the creations of these acts, God can create these acts without the souls and the vital powers' causal concurrence. This non-repugnancy is given by the fact that these acts are absolute entities, efficiently caused by the soul and the powers. Moreover, this non-contradiction is clear if it is considered for Scotus, like for Suarez, the actual inherence of absolute accidents, such as quality, is not a part of their essence. You know, so actual inhering of accidents of quantity is not a part of its essence. Only aptitudinal inherence of these accidents. On the other hand, however, Suarez's wish is to stay loyal to Aquinas. Although, as indicated, Aquinas is not explicit in his replies to our three questions, and it's really impossible to find, you know, the clear replies to the stated questions in Aquinas. So I tried very much, you know. I went through various texts, read, you know, a couple of articles on this topic. It's impossible. Believe me. So it's under determinations, doctrinal under determinations in Aquinas. He is not explicit in his replies to our three questions. The Jesuit expositions of the two antagonistic Thomist views, the Soncinas versus another one, you know, it's the theory of that the immanent acts are pure activities, pure actions. So, these two antagonistic Thomist views of the nature and origin of immanent acts evinces that the Scotistic positions cannot be attributed to Aquinas and his followers at all. Although it is true that Soncinas ex professo admits that an act of understanding can be created by God, sort of irony, can be created without the causal concurrence of the intellect in which this act is received, since, as he says, it is not a part of the immanent act's essence to come from the power in which it is received. Suarez makes entirely clear that the Thomist metaphysics of immanent acts disallows this state of affairs, because he has the theory, you know, of that immanent acts are qualities, but they do not proceed through action from the vital power. Quote number 7, it should be quote number 16. 16, sorry. This is the critique to Soncinas in the last quote. Why? Because Soncinas reduces the immanent act to mere quality when entirely leaving out the aspect of actions. His reductionist quality not produced through action view holds that immanent acts originate from the vital powers without the mediation of an actions. However, if not mediated by an actions, for Suarez, there is no way, there is no, you know, ontological underpinning how to explain the variability and contingency of their production. Accordingly, there is no way how God could create them. Thank you very much.
That was great. So I don't personally have a dog in this fight or a horse in this race, or insert other metaphor here, but I do want to just play Soncinas' advocate for a second. So I'm just confused as to why Suarez would assume as you called it, an ontological univocity between transient and immanent act, when act in the first case means kinesis and act in the second case means energeia.
Yeah. This is Aristotle's concept, of course. He labels, you know, these and differentiates between these two acts.
And the Soncinas passage is from his commentary on Theta.
Yeah. And this ninth book of Metaphysics, and chapter number 6. You know, the crucial passage. You know, the problem is in, and I have not spoke about that regarding Soncinas in his definitions of efficient causality. You know, he has this, you know, just nothing not too much rich definitions of efficient causality, Dari essay, you know, to give being to something, you know. So it can be common to all the kinds of causality. And for Suarez is, I think, strong in his argumentations that this mediation by an action is typical of efficient causality. You will not find it in final causality, you will not find it in this formal and material causality. And actually, Sonsinas argues that actions cannot be the medium of the productions of an effect, because action can be produced. You know, that's his argument. I don't know where, in which part. I think it's the fifth book in this commentary on metaphysics. You know, and because since actions can be produced, they cannot be taken as a vehicle, as a medium, you know, through which we produce the effects. You know, so of course Suarez is well aware of these distinctions between energia and kinesis, and he, as I said, you know, he just differentiates between these two and says that in most cases, you know, there is a permanent effect in transient operations, you know, so building, you know, building site, building house, cutting slices of bread and so on, even though there can be cases such as playing the zither, guitar today, and singing, there are no effects which would remain after the activity. But it is because of the ontological imperfections of the effects. Sound is imperfect in this way. It must be all the time, you know, activity. So, but he has this university, as I call it, you know, between these two acts. So, in all, you know, both are instances of efficient causality. That's for sure, you know, in intellection, thinking, volition, seeing, building, and so on. Both are just instances of efficient causality, and in each efficient causality there must be, in fact, and there must be, you know, the way we have. By means of which this effect is produced, you know, and this is captured by him through these crucial, you know, ontological items, res and modus. You know, the theory, by the way, this modal distinctions is, I think it was just at first by Suarez, you know, defined explicitly. So I would argue, you know, about these modal distinctions in Thomas and this, of course, modal intrinsicy is something different. So this is how he captures the productions and these and I think the motivation is this, the variability and contingency. Even though in a free will, in volitions, you would find it difficult. You know, if an act of volition is just inserted by God in myself, you know, so how can we speak about the free will? It's just determined to a certain possibility, alternative, you know, in this case. So this is problematic, and also, you know, Scotus, Mastri and Belluto acknowledge that in this case, you know, it's not impossible. So actually they speak only about cognitive operations that God can implement these acts. So I consulted Sonsinas, and I think Suarez's interpretations of Sonsinas is okay, you know, it seems to me. So this is how he, and really he, on one side, he accepts that God can do this, you know, there is the metaphysical possible that God can insert, you know, this act of intellection, act of understanding in a Socrates intellect. But on the other hand, you know, for the possibility there's some conditions have to be met, you know, and these ontological conditions are not met in Sonsinas because he is a reductionist in his theory of efficient causality. It means, in this case of immanent operations, there are only qualities. And these qualities immediately emanate, flow from the powers, you know. So, of course, now we can talk about what this resultantia naturalis in Aquinas is, you know, but I think it would be difficult, you know, at least for Suarez it's clear. It's not efficient causality, you know, because action is missing in these cases. So he doesn't apply, he rejects these applications of resultantia naturalis to the origins, to the productions of these acts. No, we have to apply just clearly the efficient causality.
Thank you so much. That was fascinating. What does Suarez have to say about the apparent passivity of perception? Does he have a fully active view of perception, or how does he deal with? Because it seems like perception's an imminent action, but it's also efficiently caused by the the object of perception. So.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, yeah, here, of course, it's not fully active. It would be sort of idealistic conceptions, you know, the a la Fichte or something like this. And now he has these three phases of cognitions. It holds for all kinds of cognitions. First is passive, you know, at least in the external senses. You know, external senses, at first, you know, the object must emit, you know, these species, formed without matter, if you like. To call it with Aristotle. These species are received, so the first phase is receptive, passive, if you like. And then the acts are elicited, are produced, you know, if we are attentive to these receptions. So this is the main conditions: attention, attentio, attending to these stimuli, attending to these triggerings. And then the third phase is again passive. Because these qualities, produced qualities, these immanent acts, are again received by the very same power through which they were produced. You know, so there is no problem with this, you know, quid movetur, apaleo movetur for Suarez and for Scotus, as it was for Scotus before, you know, because one and the same power in producing these immanent operations can be both. Can be both, you know, even though, of course, and it is most clearly seen in the productions of volitional, of acts of volition, you know. So it's indifferent, you know. So it's this contingent self-determinations is so crucial. But it's different from cognitive operations. In cognitive operations, there must be, you know, these items, these species, likenesses, which in case of the gates of our cognitions, which is external senses, you know, are coming from the world from outside, you know. The question how the remaining kinds of species are produced, and in this case, he is activist, you know, in productions of this internal senses species and intelligible species. The soul plays a crucial role, and the you know, phantasmata in case of intelligible species, and you know, the external sensations are only exemplary causes for the productions of the active productions of the soul, through, of course, through the powers, you know. But this is activist. But at the very beginning, you know, at the very beginning, there is a passive reception from the world outside. Then it is processed by the active activity of the soul.
Thank you. So I see no more questions or comments. So yeah, so let's thank you. And now we have about you know, half an hour, 25 minutes for a panel discussion. And sorry. Or yeah, or if you like, we could have a coffee break, or depends on you. No. And shall we? 5 minutes. Okay. So let's make 5 minutes quick coffee break. First day of the conference, and it's a panel discussion. We are actually all in the panel, and since we have been talking about second scholasticism, so the topic is why to study it. Maybe perhaps we can talk about it in a form of brainstorming. Each of us that have studied this period, knows that it's on the one hand very rewarding. There's a lot of exciting things to discover. On the other hand, it's maybe a bit frustrating because it's very difficult to relate to other people. If you say, I study Descartes, everyone kind of knows what's going on, but, Pedro Hurtado de Mendoza, nobody has heard about. And perhaps nowadays, Suarez, it's a bit better. So it's as I say, on the one hand, rewarding, on the other hand, a bit frustrating. So perhaps we can discuss, among themselves what are the reasons, whether they are purely historical or whether it can contribute to even contemporary discussions, and if yes, in which areas. So so with this I can give the word to anyone who would like to comment on this.
Okay, I just wanted to say the intention of this discussion is kind of to explore the viability and validity of Sousedík's dedication to this period of the history of philosophy. So I would be really interested in what you think about it. Is it just part of history or something we need to know in order to better understand early modern philosophy of the textbooks, or can we really resurrect scholasticism and start somewhere where it dissolved in the 18th century, or what do you think about it? Yeah, yeah.
I may mention the fact that Sousedík, when he was working at the Comenius edition, and Comenius was recognized to be the official Czech philosopher. He published one paper on book after the other about Comenius, and then he had all the Christian philosophers that you needed to know in order to understand Comenius. Even for ex negativo. More broadly speaking, I believe that doing philosophy in general is finding the questions to which philosophy pretends to have the answer. And the questions, and that's what I see in all the things I'm doing with early modern Renaissance philosophy, is they had the questions to which then much of present-day philosophy pretends to give answers without maybe even knowing the questions. So in my paper for today, pantheism is a no-brainer, at least if not deism, if not atheism, is a no-brainer in modern philosophy, in modern science. My question is, how did that come about? What was possible? And I can do that by, for instance, following the Deus sive natura formula, Bruno Spinoza, in the predecessors of these philosophers. Why that could come up, or why, or how it has been avoided. So I would say yes. If the textbook authors, Descartes, Hobbes, Locke, and then up to Heidegger and presently, say, Plantinga, if they have the answers, I would look for the questions to which these were the answers, or to which these are the answers.
So just by way of answer to one of the questions that you raised, which is, is it possible for us to do scholasticism as a living philosophy today? I mean, just speaking for myself, I think the answer is absolutely yes, right? So I take it that I am not primarily engaged in a historical project, right? I'm happy to assume the label historian of philosophy if what that means is a historically informed philosopher, right? But I take it that I am not, you know, by my own lights, first and foremost a historian, right? And that's because I take it that just, you know, we all stand in a tradition, right, where the tradition is constituted by whatever quote-unquote authorities frame the way that you think about questions, right? So you've got speculative philosophical questions that call out for an answer, but we always frame those questions based on how we have been formed philosophically. And so it is, you know, it's not a given that Quine and Kripke will be your formative influences, right? Certainly for myself, they're not. You know, they are a second language that I needed to learn and still struggle, you know, to speak in. But so absolutely, we can take scholasticism as our first philosophical language, as the presuppositions and the kind of basic default ways in which we frame speculative philosophical issues. And I think, you know, as you know, particularly Jacob, I thought your talk this morning was excellent for showing why you would want to do that. Right? You know, there are these concepts like objective precision that do really just seem to be deeply rooted and connected with a whole bunch of other metaphysical and methodological themes. And so, yeah, if that's true, then why not take questions about objective precision as your formative framing questions? To me, right, it's just by way of historical accident that most people right now don't.
I have what might really just be a question about what's been happening in the study of Aristotle-style, scholastic-style philosophy for the last 50 or 70 years. My father-in-law did his undergraduate studies at Toronto in the 1950s. And he studied English, but he knew what was going on with the philosophy people there. And some of the very famous Toronto people were still there at that time. Anyway, my father-in-law reports to me the very strong sense of excitement of not studying the second scholastic authors. That was part of the project, to not waste your time and allow the truth to be distorted by Cajetan and Capriolus and all those people, but to go back to the real source. In Aquinas, of course, but also Scotus and these other people. So what I'm curious about is what has happened. I mean, the cheap answer, although this might be part of the truth, is, you know, when you open up a new scholarly territory, then it's easier to get articles published. So that it's just part of the business of academia. No doubt that's part of it, but I don't think that's all of it. So what's been happening that's making the second scholasticism seem more vibrant now?
Can I just give a real quick answer that is glib and intentionally so? So in biblical studies, there was a parallel movement, right? The search for the historical Jesus. That failed. Similarly, it seems to me like the search for the historical Aquinas or the historical Scotus or, you know, whatever might also be suspect projects for the same reasons.
Thanks a lot for kind of giving this anecdote or a personal experience, because even the raising of the question is kind of already suspicious. You know, why not study second scholasticism? And that's precisely the problem. You know, that in many ways one always needs to explain why study it. You know, it should be kind of natural, you know, obvious. And one of the answers that I gave in one of the papers is also has to do with the labels, that actually even the label Second Scholasticism already was by one of the historians meant as a kind of like a second, derivative, second-rate type of scholasticism. So there was like a high scholasticism, and that came something that perhaps wouldn't be complete trash, but was not that good. So and another reason was also to think that this second scholasticism is primarily about revitalization of Thomism, that there was like a nothing, complete decadence, these bad nominalists, and then finally came Francisco de Victoria in Salamanca, and there was some kind of school of Salamanca, and that's all to the story, Perhaps Suarez a bit got something right too, but so there are all these stories that actually kind of make medieval scholars biased, Of course, early modern scholars also just are interested in a few authors that perhaps Descartes happened by accident to know, even though he didn't try to know them, but he just mentions them in the letter. So all this perspective is a kind of screwed, and I think that's one of the big reasons. And even though there's quite a few people that has helped to contribute to overcome this situation, but I think it's kind of still by far overcome and satisfactory.
Thank you. If I can just give a little counterpoint to the historical Jesus argument, which of course is excellent, and to your question basically about, I think there is a more positive link that we can make with what we are doing now with, for instance, the exciting Aquinas scholarship. Because what happened in Toronto or in other places was precisely getting back to the historical Aquinas, so getting away from the Garrigou-Lagrange type of sort of sacred monster of Thomism, and getting into Aquinas the Averroist, Aquinas the arts faculty guy, Aquinas the Neoplatonist, Aquinas the commentator, and so on. So, and Aquinas studies, I have mainly been trained by people doing that. And I didn't want to be part of it. I'm not a Dominican. But I learned a lot from them. And one of my professors in Paris at the time said, listen, we now know better what happened between 1650 and 1674 in Paris, let's say. We know much better what's going on during that time than we know what's going on in Paris between 1930 and 45, or in Paris between 70, 50. I can tell you, not a single of my colleagues in 17th century philosophy is able to quote you one single name of a Sorbonne professor of the 17th century. So that was in a certain way my own revelation, because I was trained by these new historicist Thomists or medievalists, let's say, who were taking very seriously the historical argument. And when I started exactly in the same way, like in a certain way dismantling Suarez, dismantling Vittoria, dismantling this and realizing that this was a new Thomist narrative as well, because it was very much the enshrinement of the authority of John of St. Thomas through a certain number of seminary movements in the 19th century, which had all their own agenda. I'm not saying they were illegitimate, but then I thought, well, why don't we do the same thing? And to get back to Lukáš's question, this is precisely what got me also into Professor Sousedík's work back in the days. There was this bizarre Czech guy, I thought, but for me, and Ulrich also, his work on the Protestant scholastics, we were trading these books, they were hard to find back in the days, because it was the first time you saw a different narrative. You saw different authors. You took seriously the fact that Scotists were not the villains, or you took seriously the idea that early modern nominalism was actually something else than just an obligation theory coming from heaven. And this is really, to get back to that idea, the fact that, of course, here, probably because also the peculiar history of the place, there was a possibility of looking at these authors with a very historical eye, without these prejudices, and let's just say, well, let's start again and do the same thing. So I think we have learned actually a lot from this fantastic Toronto generation, because second scholasticism also, I mean, if you look at, we have done some bibliography work, I have done bibliography work for my website. If you look at what has been produced between 1900 and 1950, is almost dedicated exclusively to 5 authors. And now we have also in Renaissance studies all these people like Michael Tabuzzi and others who have been doing more, Matthew Gaetano, for instance, on Renaissance Thomism, where we are getting actually, and we are reaping the fruits basically of that Toronto tradition, which also has been followed in other places. So I think we have this I mean, it's one of the arguments, yeah, Sousedík was, from that point of view, I think his historical work for me really refreshing, because it was just a different narrative, freeing you, just as Ulrich's work on the Protestant scholastics were, because initially you worked on the Protestants, and the Catholic stuff came later.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So regarding the books, when we switch your microphone. The books were rare, but if we found them, they were dirt cheap, but we made them expensive. Yeah, so that's one essence. I personally came from Renaissance studies. I did my PhD on Bruno, as you know, and so that was a lost cause. You know, you don't get a job with being specialist in Renaissance philosophy. So from then I moved over to the other lost cause, and that was second scholasticism. So and the technical reason was Professor Leinsle and I were at the same meeting in Wolfenbüttel in, I think, 1980 or so, when we planned the Germany 17th century volume for the Überweg, History of Philosophy, you know, and the idea was to have also the scholastics, the Calvinists, the Lutherans, and the Catholics. So that was filling a lacuna in the Überweg. The Renaissance volume is still not out. So I wrote my chapters in 2009. What I'm to be more serious, yes, we look closer at what was actually going on, what was actually taught, for instance, at German universities in the 17th century, in the various universities. Was it the same thing? Was it a similar thing? Were there overlaps? Were there indeed schools? And for instance, the notion that Christian Wolff was an heir of the Catholic tradition, yeah, is a discovery that came through our research in the context of the Überweg and in that further context. You know, so we now, since Wolff is recognized as an important source for Kant, so he has a certain nobility in the history of philosophy. Yeah, and say the book, I forgot his name. There is an important book came about 15 years ago out about Kant. No, it's a German author, but he published I think first in English. And anyway, I'm sorry. Anyway, so there is a book about the intellectual background of Kant that makes understandable what Kant was doing. No, Krüger, perhaps. Yeah. Anyway, a Marburg guy. That's yeah. And anyway, it's not so important. The point is, this book about the intellectual background of Kant, which makes Kant understandable, wouldn't be possible without the research about the scholasticism of the 17th, 18th century. So from that point of view, we even if we don't have or even if we have a Whiggish history of philosophy, we still serve a purpose, namely that this is helping understand. Of course, speaking about the Whiggish history, if I may add that, when I gave my talk about Philosophen, Philosophie and Schulphilosophie in Berlin, Ernst Tugendhat was present and said simply, also dann ist das keine Philosophie. And Knebel scolded me, saying, "Oh, you should have shown how they prepare the way to the modern philosophy." And of course, both things is not what I was doing, because I was looking at what they actually were working on.
So I would even add, I would be even more, so to say, courageous, why to study, not only because of Kant, this background, intellectual background of Kant's philosophy, but there are so many reasons, why to study second scholastics, and I'm most familiar with Suarez, so. When you take Suarez, Metaphysical Disputations, you can learn a lot of things about Aquinas, because he knew Aquinas in a fantastic way. So he has a special interpretation. You have Lozzi in his Metaphysical Disputations, related not only to Aquinas but to Scotus, as Gilson said, that he would put in shame, all our contemporary historians of philosophy. That's one of his famous views of Suarez. So it's an incredible ocean and it's a great assistance when you study these first scholastics. So I would even suggest to start from the back, from Suarez, because you will save the time. You will definitely save much time than going through all these lexicons. It's okay, lexicons are digital are okay, but it's better because you have this context in Suarez. In the context of the questions, of positions, just nuance positions. Everything is there, so it will bring you, to the places of Suarez. On Scotus as well. I think there was the questions about Scotus, where to find this principle of individuation. So please look at the Suarez as well. You will find. I remember that he has some lots of Scotus as well. And of course, if you Professor Sousedík, that was his important wish, just to combine it with analytical philosophy. So if Aquinas lived today, he would be an analytical philosopher. That's his famous view from Professor Sousedík. So if you look at the problem in philosophy of mind, so they just talk about many problems about which, these second scholastics talk, and their solutions, it is difficult to find new solutions, I'm not that, progressivist in this view that there is a sort of progress constant. No, there is, in the past, everything is really there, so just look at these authors, and you will get benefit from this. So I really don't understand, this blindness of some medievalists, who just focus on their 14th century. Of course, they have a good community, talking to each other. And they get published, in Oxford University presses and so on. So, but they would really benefit if they looked later on. I will not be concrete, but many times I found, the other interpretations of Aquinas, which is in Suarez, and by this or that, just expert, it was, just introduced as her own, so I don't want to be concrete, but it's really just obvious. So it's not surprising if you look, these metaphysical disputations, because his treatment of causality is one of the longest, richest, and his metaphysics in general, is the longest just exposition. So. That would be my reply to the basic questions why to study, because it's really manifold reasons. This is versatile in its application.
Yeah, we have someone online.
If I may speak now, Daniel, I would just want to say how important second scholasticism is in theology, because there was ongoing development. So you think of a field like Mariology. I mean, it was Suarez who systematized Mariology, and his influence was felt because he's cited later by Pius XII in Munificentissimus Deus and Acelli Reginam. So there is this contribution, an ongoing theological development, even at Vatican I with Kleutgen and Franzlin. All right, they were Thomists, they were scholastics, but they were heavily influenced by Suarez. So it was a kind of like Suarezianized Thomism. And then you have Leo XIII. All right, he saw rationalism and all the problems in philosophy and theology. So he has Aeterni Patris, which is a wonderful document. But then the whole question is the solution just to become a Thomist? I mean, scholasticism is much greater than St. Thomas, though he's so important. And then how do we define Thomism? There's different schools of Thomism. So I think in theology and philosophy, this is we just can't ignore the second scholasticism. That's all I'm saying.
I can only speak for myself. My way to the second scholasticism begins with a methodological question when I became professor at Linz, how to make, as a nominalist, metaphysics. I come from a nominalistic position and nominalistic and from the dialogical constructivism of the Erlanger school, and how to make metaphysics. And then I thought I can find something in Christian Wolff. Then I've seen what Christian Wolff makes is just in the Protestant tradition present. So I have revolved all the metaphysical textbooks, and then it was the question, what is in the Catholics, yeah? But the methodological question is not so much present because there is the commentatio, another method, and so. But the questions are very similar, and so I come to the second scholasticism with an historical question, but also with a systematical question: how to make a philosophy, but is logically all right and exact, and also coherent in themselves, and so you can see many subjects in the second scholasticism, but sometimes not so great, but it's similar to nowadays philosophy, what are not only the great persons, but also it's a scholastic philosophy is a philosophy of schools. Yeah? And for the schools, there are important also the pupils, and it could be interesting to hear why our young people here study second scholasticism.
Yeah, so I just got into them a year ago. I can still, yeah. And one of the things that originally struck me was something like Daniel was saying, their sort of instrumental value, at least. just like as historians and scholars of particularly like Aquinas and Scotus, they will like point to texts that you would have no idea to look in that spot because they just knew them backwards and forwards. And so like just as readers of Aquinas, just like as historians, I think they're really helpful. But then I think that like at least led me to then appreciate them not just as interpreters, but as like, no, they're making advances and engaging dialectically with each other and like doing their own really interesting work. So I think it's like a twofold thing, particularly if we want to make scholasticism viable in the 21st century, like analytic philosophers love detail and precision, and there's no shortage of that in the Baroque scholastics, which is great. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I'm in a very similar position to Dominic. I just started working on these things coming from medieval philosophy, and I find that exactly the same things that make me interested in medieval philosophy make me interested in Renaissance and Baroque scholastic philosophy. So I don't see any, I mean, Aquinas is very interesting to read and has a lot of very fascinating theories, and so does Caramuel. And I don't see that. I don't see the difference. If you're interested in one, you should be interested in the other.
For education purposes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking as part of the one of the questions is how you get people to be interested in this stuff, right? And there's a narrative out there that it's just the more complicated, ridiculous form of scholasticism, where if you go back to Aquinas, things are clearer. But I think it can be helpful to try to, I mean, I don't know, at least in my experience, one of the things that happens when you study, let's say, Aquinas a lot, you start to realize we don't know what Aquinas thought. And I think in some cases you can prove that you can't know it, right? And so, and in fact, Thomists are always saying, well, I know what Aquinas think, but they're really just being their own, they're doing their own commentatorial tradition, just personally. So maybe the thing to do would be in part, in a sense, almost the opposite of what you were saying. You start your presentation of whichever author by talking about Aquinas and Scotus and saying, look, it's really unclear what's going on here. Nobody knows what this means. Look at what these guys said. They're trying to come up with a more determinate position. So you can, that's a way of selling it to the people who already like the, well, I think it's bad to say first and second, so earlier scholasticism.
Can I jump in? So this is correcting my glib comment, and but maybe offering a kind of ironic suggestion with respect to your comment and Daniel's comment. So it's always struck me, John Marenbaum in his Abelard in 4 Dimensions book has a really nice sort of reflection just in the introduction where he says, look, any figure that we want to engage with, we can engage with that person from the perspective of their sources, or their present contemporary context, or their reception, right? Or we can engage with them with respect to like the questions that we ourselves bring, right? And it seems to me like all of those are perfectly legitimate ways to engage with a thinker. And so like we owe the Toronto School and, you know, Etienne Gilson, right, all of like, we owe them a great debt of gratitude for kind of the first lens and the second lens, right? They taught us how to read Aquinas in light of his sources and how to read Aquinas in light of his contemporaries. You know, to Daniel's point, and I think also to your point, though from different angles, right, is the reception of a thinker also sheds enormous light on that thinker, right? When their thought is kind of underdetermined and needs to be determined subsequently, or just when maybe their thought is determined, but figuring it out is really hard. And so, you know, you open up Suarez and it's like, oh man, here are all of the interpretations, here are syllogisms for motivating each one, and, you know, here's a determinatio for what he thinks is the right way to go. And both of those illuminate the thinker, right? And so it seems like all 4 kind of lenses or perspectives are really valuable and will be the best philosophers we can be if we embrace all of them, not one of them.
I may add, because I think there is a kind of obvious direct relevance of these authors to things in theology or metaphysics, because they are actually, greetings. Yeah. But I think there is one other thing also concerning methodology, and kind of formative influence they have, because even there, when I'm working on issues that scholastics have really little to say, like autonomous cars or things like that. But I think it's kind of very interesting to see how this framework of, getting to know what things are first and what are their causes and influences and, attributes and then some ethical dimensions and so on. So these things are kind of useful for any area of research, even if it's not directly somehow related by content, something that is either missing often in contemporary debates, or if something good is going on in contemporary debates, it usually takes a similar structural shape of framing the questions like they already had automatically at that time, and one can already see it also, for instance, looking at Chinese philosophy, these people just, came to China, translated the text and immediately kind of saw some kind of overview of what the debates were and even were able to give them some kind of systematic shape, And nowadays it's getting many decades to get to this kind of level that they already had, and that was forgotten, So I think there is this kind of universal methodological value of especially getting to know these later authors, it's kind of mature culmination of certain potencies and habits that were already in the Middle Ages, but were still not very systematically systematic, because they were also limited by their university setting and being commentaries and so on. Yeah. So I guess Klaus wants to comment.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, hi, good to see you all. I would also like to share with you why I think we should study early modern scholasticism. I must say I missed the beginning of this discussion, so maybe I'm just actually repeating what someone said at the start. So I think the main reason why we should care about Baroque scholasticism is that the prevalent view of intellectual history in the early modern age is just plainly wrong. This idea that the 17th century was essentially free from scholasticism, and that scholasticism is an exclusively medieval phenomenon, is just totally wrong when we, this small group here, when we know how much material there is. It's whole libraries full of books, and they're not small books. So we have to correct this view because it's plainly wrong, and it's not just that it's not just an intellectual challenge, because the view that scholasticism is only medieval and what comes after in the 17th century, even the 18th century, is free from scholasticism, has institutional consequences. So this idea, actually, this was something that Professor Blum addressed. That it's a lost cause to specialize in this on this subject, and that's because there is no institutional backing of our studies, and that has to be changed because the way the institutes are divided does not represent the historical reality. So that is what I think is the main challenge of our studies, not just to adjust small to trace the influence of particular authors, but really to change the view of intellectual history in the early modern period, and that's what I'm trying to contribute to with my work on Scotism. Thank you.
So maybe we should conclude that medieval scholastics should be something like pre-scholastics, right? And that was yeah. So yeah, Professor Sousedík. Robert, yeah, you can go on.
We can't hear it.
We cannot hear you. We cannot hear you.
I think that I like Descartes, but in history of philosophy, my understanding is people sometimes there's a big leap from Aristotle to Descartes. So even the medieval now people are aware of medieval philosophy, but we need to understand that Descartes was living in a century of great intellectual ferment in scholasticism as well. And it was just continuous with Christian Wolff later, and it continued in the seminaries. But then some of them became just overly manualist, and there were these manuals of theology and philosophy. They're very good; they serve a purpose, but there's a need to study the primary sources. So it's starting to happen, you know, with the Catholic University of America Press. This is coming out with Duarte's translation, very fine translation of the first 4 metaphysical disputations of Suarez. And I know some of you who are there are on the board, Richard Blum, and also I see Jakob Schmutz. And this is very good to see these books come out now in English. So thank you very much. I'm honored to be among such great scholars, even from a distance.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so optimistic note, perhaps we could conclude. Yeah. So thanks a lot very much for a wonderful discussion.
I would also like to thank all of you, and now good news, the reception which is prepared for us in Masarykova Kolej is open to everyone, so everyone is invited. So let's continue our discussions there with some good food. Okay. Okay, so thank you very much, and we will meet in about 5 minutes downstairs. Okay.